Lanka. Pakistan have lost their series against New Zealand, so lots to look forward to overall. And alongside me, I've got Wasim Akram and Mike Hazeman. Hazy, a very, very warm welcome to you. You're coming back after quite some while now.
Thanks, Anabia. It's 17 years since I've been here. So last time was, in fact, 2003, and then I was here in '98 as well, and was playing both those times. So I'm delighted to be back. It's a magnificent day, this, of course, for Pakistan cricket. Very exciting. I know the South African team are very excited to be here as well, and I'm delighted to be alongside Waz also. So great to be back.
Yeah, we're delighted to have you here. And Waz, I mean, this series, we've spoken about how cricket needs to resume within Pakistan. We've had teams like Zimbabwe, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. But to get a premier side like South Africa in, I mean, what does it mean for Pakistan cricket?
It's a huge deal for Pakistan and, of course, for Pakistan cricket. South Africa being one of the most premier sides in world cricket. And, of course, credit goes to the PCB, the chairman, Wasim Khan, the whole team. They have been at it from last year or two since they have joined PCB. So we got one of the top sides here. And I think the whole country is very excited. And they welcomed South African side with open arms. And you know how we are as far as the hospitality concerned. We'll make sure they'll go back and they put on some weight.
Yeah.
That's our hospitality, Mikey.
A few kilos for you as well, Hazy. But I mean, we've got 3 venues that we are using, the tour itinerary. Let's have a look at what we've got in. So we've got 2 test matches lined up for you. The first test, of course, is in Karachi. Then we move to Rawalpindi. And then the T20s will be played in Lahore. Yeah, so of course, like I said, lots to play for. We're in the middle of a test championship as well. South Africa and Pakistan, where do they fare on that points table? They can't make it into the finals. But like I said, there's a lot to play for, and every team is playing, competitive cricket these days. We saw how India fared in Australia, England, they've done well in Sri Lanka as well. Hazy, I mean, the more you see this, the more you realize, there is no game which is of least significance.
Yeah, if we just look at that graphic, I mean, there's only 3 percentage points between the top 4 teams for starters. Now, the permutations going forward, now for India, and yes, they're likely to finish #1, but if they cement that top spot, they've got to win by a 2-test margin at least against England. Now, New Zealand, they haven't got a game against Bangladesh. That was on the cards, but that's no longer happening. So they've just got to sit back and wait. So they're sitting pretty, but they might be a little bit nervous because Australia in 3rd spot at the moment. If they win by at least 2 tests of the 3-test series in South Africa, then they will overtake New Zealand. So it's going to be an important series, that one. And England after 2-0, that's updated, of course, against Sri Lanka. They're on a bit of a roll, but they've got another task as well. They've got to go to India, and they've got to win by 3-0 or maybe even 4-0 in that 4-test series against India to obviously get in to that final, which is going to be, its cut-off time is the end of March, which is also quite important. It's going to be played at some time in June. So there's still plenty of things on the go. The other teams, I'm afraid, have got little chance of getting in there, but there's a bit of a scrap on for the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, interesting how these permutations are working. And like I said, you can't be lax in these times because you are playing for that all-important spot on that table. So let's have a look at the squads and how they're faring. Lots of uncapped players for Pakistan. I think that's the key factor that we've seen from this particular squad was lots of new players.
Yes, especially after the performance in New Zealand. New chief selector came in, Mohammad Wasim. He obviously picked up some players on the domestic performance. We see Noman Ali is there. We see this Sajid Khan, the off spinner, is there as well. Haris Rauf, although he hasn't played any first-class cricket as much. But again, these are the young guys. Noman is quite experienced. Saud Shakil, one of the top run scorers in Pakistan, the first class as well. So that's kind of a good sign. It means that Pakistan selectors are looking at their first-class structure, that whoever is performing there, he should be in the Pakistan squad. And this is what I've seen so far from this new chief selector. That's a good sign. And Pakistan team over here under pressure.
Yeah.
They lost 2-0 and the cricket wasn't that great in New Zealand. And now South Africans, doesn't matter what sort of pitch you play against them, they are physically and mentally very, very tough side. Always has been, and I think always will be.
Contrastingly, South Africa has had rather a settled side when you compare it to Pakistan. Of course, not so many new test cap players, but different conditions. So, of course, a different challenge lies ahead, Hazy.
Yeah, I mean, the squad is an interesting one, and it's a big squad, as they have to do these days because of the COVID situation. And the quicks that Wasim was talking about, I mean, you've got the likes, obviously, of Rabada. Now, Rabada hasn't played for 12 months at test level, so that's going to be quite interesting. Nokia is outstanding. He's a wonderful quick bowler. He's very quick. He takes the pitch out of the equation. So does Rabada. Rabada's likely to get some reverse swing. You've also got Ngidi, but the interesting thing for me is to look at the spinners. Now, you've got Maharaj, who's left-arm orthodox. You've also got Shamsi. Now, I just want to throw a question here to Wasim as we look at that squad. I was reading Mark Boucher saying that the conditions they thought were going to be in Karachi and in Pakistan was going to be all about reverse swing. And, of course, Mark Boucher's the only person with any experience in Pakistan, all about reverse swing. But after coming and seeing the pitch, and only was allowed to come to the pitch for the last 3 days, he says it's too cold here for reverse swing, so suddenly they've got to change tack now, and he's thinking maybe the two spinners. I'll throw something else in the works. I just saw Tabriz Shamsi walk off with a doctor, and he's hobbling a bit as he walked off. So that's going to be interesting to see what happens in the spin department, because he would have been the man that would have come in. He did come back on the park. But what's your call there on that reverse swing story?
I think that's a very good point raised by Mark Boucher, that it reverses less in winters in Pakistan, especially in Islamabad and Lahore. But in Karachi, it reverses after 4 o'clock when this breeze comes from the south side of the city towards the sea, from the sea. And I think early on this particular pitch, I think two spinners might be an option. But I'm just saying in general, you have to play with your strength. If your strength is 3 fast bowlers and 1 spinner, then you go for it.
Well, I think it'll be interesting to see what combinations both the teams come forward with. But it's time for a little breather, more build-up when we come back. Yeah, what a beautiful drone shot that we've got here, right on top, Karachi in all its glory, and lots to play for. Beautiful day here at National Stadium, Karachi. Yeah, so I've got with me now Bazid Khan and also been joined by Daryl Cullen. And Daryl, a very, very warm welcome to you as well. I hope that you enjoy your stay here.
No, thank you, Zainab. I'm looking forward to being in Pakistan again. It's been many, many years. I'm excited about the quality of cricket that we can expect. Both teams have got a lot to play for, so it's all go.
Baz, welcome back. We're back in Test cricket mode, so, lots to look forward to.
Yeah, South Africa, Pakistan, obviously the build-up towards that first test. Obviously the first day, such a lot of excitement, not only for us, but also for them coming back to Pakistan after that, 14 years, 13 years, and playing a test match. It'll be interesting how the pitch plays and how this game goes around. I think we have to see what South Africa does. Hearing rumours they're going to play two spinners.
Yeah, that'll be quite interesting to see. But I think what's more interesting to see is how the pitch is going to be faring today. So it's over to Wasim Akram for the pitch report.
Beautiful day here in Karachi at National Stadium for this historic series between Pakistan and South Africa, and weather. Perfect cricketing weather, about 15 degrees, 16 degrees. Weather has been excellent for next 5 days as well. And now the most important aspect of the game itself, the pitch. Let's have a look. A pitch at National Stadium always has been flat, no grass, nicely rolled in. But I had a quiet word with the groundsman early on in the morning. He said this might turn from the day one. So two spinners in playing 11 could be a good option. And of course, winning the toss, and I think either side will bat first straight away.
Yeah, bat first is what Wasim Akram is saying. I mean, Daryl, considering what you've seen on made of the wicket, a lot of conjecture around playing two spinners as well. Put some runs on the board and then bowl the opposition out. Is that the mantra?
Well, interestingly, the side that's lost the toss and been put into the field as such have won more test matches here. And the side winning the toss and deciding to bat. For South Africa, yes, it will be a big point of discussion. You can play two spinners, but you've got to play quality spinners. Now, Maharaj has been their first choice through the years. They've got in Shamsi an option. George Linder's the other option.
All right, let's have a look at how the things fare, because Ramiz Raja is ready with the toss and out there with the two captains.
Weather is set for this first test match between South Africa and Pakistan. We've got the two captains here, Quinton de Kock leading South Africa. Babar Azam is leading Pakistan. Professor Javed Malik is the match referee. He's got the coin as well. Babar has the coin. Let's go, boys. Tails is the call.
South Africa has won the toss.
Right, Quinton. Welcome to Pakistan. You can adjust that mic if you want. Okay, right. Have the boys settled in nicely?
Yeah, obviously we got Chanasan early, so the boys have settled in. Got a fair number of practices and time on our feet, so the boys are ready to go and are excited to get going.
You won the toss. What have you decided to do?
I've decided to have a bat. I think generally just in the subcontinent we want to look to bat first. Obviously a little bit of wear and tear, day 4, day 5. So that was the reasoning.
Yeah, I think the guesswork would be how this pitch will play over a period of 5 days. What are your first fleeting impressions?
I think it's going to be a good wicket first 3 days. Then obviously the wear and tear, I think the spinners will start coming more into play. That's the feeling I get from looking at it.
What's the team combination? Are you going to play on your strength, which is fast bowling, or have you included an extra spinner?
To be honest, we were going to go with 3 spinners. Shammo has just come and got a couple of back pains this morning, so we've been forced to go in with a third seamer. Lungi will come in, so that's unfortunate, but it's the way it is, and yeah, we're going to get on with it.
All the best.
Cool, thanks.
बाबर, आप भी चाह रहे होंगे टॉस जीतें, बैटिंग करें, मगर आपका इंप्रेशन क्या है? लग रहा है कि यहाँ स्पिन मिलेगी स्पिनर्स को?
हाँ बिल्कुल रमेश भाई, हमारा भी यही प्लान था क्योंकि विकेट काफ़ी ड्राई लग रही है और हमारा भी प्लान था बैटिंग का, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली टॉस आपके हाथ में नहीं होता, तो इंशाल्लाह हमें लग रहा है कि ब्रेक होगा क्योंकि काफ़ी ड्राई है, तो स्पिनर्स को काफ़ी हेल्प मिलेगी.
दो डेब्यूटेंट सुनने में आ रहे हैं पाकिस्तान की तरफ से खेलेंगे।
जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, इमरान भट्ट और नुमान अली का डेब्यू है और काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हैं वो दोनों, और हम भी एक्साइटेड हैं काफ़ी देर बाद बड़ी टीम साउथ अफ्रीका आई है, तो काफ़ी एक्साइटेड है, लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड।
ऑब्वियसली प्रॉब्लम्स हैं ओवरसीज ट्रिप पे, ऐसे रिजल्ट्स नहीं मिले, मगर घर में खेलने की खुशी भी है और एक तरह से चैलेंज भी है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे एक तरह से जीतना लोग समझते हैं आपके लिए आसान होना चाहिए। क्या आप भी समझ रहे हैं?
हाँ बिल्कुल, देखें कंडीशंस आपको सूट करती है, आपका होम ग्राउंड है तो आपकी साइड पे होती है चीज़ें, लेकिन किसी भी साइड को इजी नहीं लेना चाहिए, और साउथ अफ्रीका वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम है, तो उनको हम अपने प्लान्स पे जाएंगे इंशाल्लाह।
All the best, Bob.
थैंक यू।
Right, Babar Azam there mentioning about the state of the pitch. He feels it's a bit dry. Two debutants playing for Pakistan, so a lot to look forward to. The result we have for you at the toss. It's South Africa won the toss and decided to bat.
Yeah, no surprises there. South Africa opting to bat first. Baz, good toss to win?
I'm not too sure. We've covered about 10 Kaizen Trophy games here and the ball did not spin. It's a different pitch, yes, obviously, but the team's batting second, as Daryl mentioned, has won the games more often. And also, this pitch doesn't deteriorate. I'll be interesting how it does deteriorate, but I haven't seen a pitch in Karachi actually deteriorating, as is the fact in subcontinent where the ball starts to spin. If it starts to spin day one, then that'll carry on. But if it doesn't spin, then it'll be very interesting.
Well, we've got two new debutants as well, Baz. I mean, there was a lot of conjecture around, we've got Noman Ali, Imran Bhatt, and they're making their test debut. What an occasion for them.
Yeah, massive occasion. Obviously, home series, and to get your cap at home from Yunus Khan, Imran Bhatt will obviously open the innings, and he would have liked to actually be batting first. And then you've got Noman Ali, who's the left-arm spin, who's been around for about 10, 12 years playing first-class cricket. Couple of years he's really performed well. He's captain of Northern, and he's got over 50 wickets this year, and last year he was the top wicket taker. So he deserved his cap, and he'll want to get out there bowling and get the ball spinning.
Daryl, I mean, South Africa traditionally have relied on their fast bowlers to win their matches. But, you're entering a different arena here because it's different conditions. And, Quinton de Kock, he also spoke about having two spinners in the squad. So I think that's what the challenge is going to be for them.
It will be the challenge for them. But I've just got to say that in the past, if you just look at cricket generally played by visiting teams to the subcontinent as a whole, they've won with their pace bowlers. But it's a tough call to make because as a captain, you'll consult with your coach, your senior players, and you take the pitch at face value. And at face value, it says bat first. It says we've got to play a spinner or two. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this test match unfolds.
And especially, Baz, now that we're going to be seeing Pakistan bowling first, I mean, what do you think they'll be looking at? Is it a case of the pitch sort of getting more flatter with time, so they need to be getting early breakthroughs? I mean, what is their plan B? Because plan A was to actually bat and score a lot of runs.
Well, I think it's not a bad toss to lose. I think there'll be something in it for the fast bowlers, as is the case everywhere. First session, fresh pitch, there'll be something in there. I think what we've seen, we saw Sri Lanka play here, and we saw the first day, throughout that first day, the most difficult was the first day batting on that pitch. And after that, second, third day, it becomes so easy that you can build on that. And we saw a lot of centuries in that game as well. So I don't think that they'll be too bothered with that. I think the fast bowlers will be quite happy with actually bowling first, because this is the best opportunity for them.
Well, surely South Africa would have got some confidence from that win against Sri Lanka, Daryl. I mean, Faf du Plessis, somebody like him scoring the 199. So that win, it always gives you confidence going into a game.
Absolutely, and winning a test match, winning a test series does exactly that. That, funny enough, it may just have been recently, but it seems like some time ago. We're here in Pakistan. It's new conditions, it's new challenges. Let's not forget that for all these guys, this is their first experience of Test cricket in Pakistan. They seem to feel quite familiar in a sense that there's conditions which they perhaps would have seen elsewhere in the world. But there again, it's still a new challenge. So batting first, there are 1 or 2 question marks, so they need to bat well.
You said a long time. Every day in this unfortunate pandemic is very, very long. So a couple of weeks seems like in a year.
Well, let's have a look at the teams and how they're looking at what the strengths are. Babar Azam making a return to this squad with South Africa as well. Daryl, you've got Maharaj as your spinner there, and then your fast bowlers looking good.
Well, it's a predictable side. I think that's what most South Africans would have gone with. De Kock mentioned that they considered 3 spinners, but it's the pace attack. You know, I think that's where South Africa ultimately will win this. And George Linder to back up Maharaj, 2 left-arm spinners, so there's not the variation of someone taking the ball away or into the right-hander. But I think that's the team that everyone would have expected.
Baz, Babar Azam returning to the squad, everybody's talking about how he was being missed in New Zealand. You know, Pakistan was short of runs, and he's the go-to man for Pakistan. He has been for a while.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is that he's captaining for the first time, and it's interesting that Rizwan has already been captain, who was a stand-in for him before. He's actually captain a test match, but it'll be interesting how they go about opening Abid Ali and Imran, but that will be the focus. And then you've got Yasir Shah and Noman Ali, so you've got 2 spinners. I think Hassan Ali is the one to watch out for. He has a tremendous Kaiser trophy. He bowled really well. He's back after injury, and he's bowling really well. His batting obviously has come along, but I think he's the X factor.
Yeah, definitely. We got his, we got to see his ball coming back in the Quaid-e-Azam trophy as well. 43 wickets for him, so lots to look forward to. We'll be taking a short breather. When we are back, we're obviously building up towards the eventual game. Yeah, just a little reminder that South Africa has won the toss and they have decided to bat first. I've got with me again Wasim Akram and Mike Hazeman is back as well in the studio. Was two new players, we've discussed that. Babar Azam is back in the squad as well. But, you know, we were speaking about Hassan Ali, you know, took 43 wickets in the Quaid-e-Azam Trophy. All eyes on him.
Yes, and I think he performed really well. I mean, the poor boy been through a lot of injuries. And the way he bowled and the way he batted in the final, he's got 100 on 58 deliveries. So he's in good nick. And he has been the main part of Pakistan team from last about a couple of years, 3-4 years, and now he's back in the squad. Good fielder, good energy, and of course they have three. I like the squad. 3 fast bowlers with Fahim Ashram in there and 2 spinners. The left arm Numan Ali making his debut, and of course Yasir Shah, the most experienced. So it's a good side.
Hazy, South Africa is obviously playing 2 spinners as well. They've got a settled combination. We've spoken about that. Aiden Markram, I mean, you know, he's quite an interesting topic because he started his career really well, but off late he seems to be struggling for runs.
Yeah, he was quite remarkable. He was his first big series was against Australia, and he very nearly got the man of the series against Australia, which was a good performance. In his first 10 Test matches, he got 400s. Wow. So that start was quite remarkable. But of course, when you start like that, you know, the Kookaburra Telegraph goes around all the nations and they start analysing the play. And he got himself in a bit of a trap where he was planting his left foot and got LBW bowlers that were bowling straight. Now that's going to be interesting, of course, here because the bowlers are definitely going to be bowling straight here. The next 10 Test matches, he didn't score any hundreds at all. So he has gone on a bit of a downward spiral. However, his form in domestic cricket leading into this series has been quite terrific, scoring 300s, including 200s in one game. So he's in form, but he wants to prove something to himself and I think prove something to a few other people as well.
Yeah, and it'll be great to be performing in such conditions, of course. I mean, traditionally speaking, Baz, what we've seen over the years, Pakistan has only won 4 Test matches against South Africa. I mean, they definitely will be looking at that record to improve.
I think as a player you don't get into these records, I suppose, but yes, South Africans, doesn't matter. The era, like I said early on, they're physically very strong and they're mentally very tough. It's very difficult to defeat them because you really have to fight till the last ball, till the wire. And I think this will be a big experience for Pakistani youngsters to play against one of the best. As far as fielding concerned, on the field they'll be electrifying. That's what I remember as South African cricket.
Yep.
I mean, we were reading, Mazhar Arshad was giving us these stats that they've had the best bowling average from 2015. You know, you look at South Africa, and that speaks volumes of how good their pace battery has been over the years.
Sorry, Mike, and it's also be a huge experience for these young bowlers, even Nokia, coming here to play on these pitches. Different mindset. Like I said, he's quick, he bowls full, and I think he'll be useful here. Any bowler who bowls full here, within the stumps, he'll get more chances.
And he delights in bowling quick. I mean, he says that he wants to break Shoaib Akhtar's record of 160. So, I mean, he delights in doing that. And he's been regularly over the 150 mark. I'm not sure he'll do it on this sort of surface. But he's a real talent. He really is.
He is. I've seen him during this league, the league at our neighbouring country.
Yeah.
And he played for one of the teams and he bowled brilliantly with the new ball. He was right up there. Good Yorkers, good pace, 150 consistent.
And Rabada, of course, and so that seam record is brilliant. But one thing to just throw in, since 2015, South Africa haven't won a Test match in Asia. So we can throw that in as well, because that's an interesting stat.
Well, guys, thank you so much for your time. I think it's been great having you, but I think lots to look forward to. Like you said, South Africa has the advantage. They are batting first. That's what Babar Azam wanted to be doing as well. But it should be a cracker of a Test match. Time for a short break. When we are back, we'll be taking you for the live action.
The City of Lights is burning bright with eager anticipation at what the next 5 days might bring. Test match cricket returns to Karachi with South Africa the guests here for their first tour of Pakistan since 2007. With the return from injury of their captain and talisman Babar Azam, the hosts will be eager to put behind them the disappointment of their series in New Zealand. Hopes are high that a very refreshed and new-looking Pakistan can return to winning ways. The Proteas, by contrast, are riding the crest of a wave after their series victory over Sri Lanka, and skipper Quinton de Kock will have a dazzling array of talent at his disposal. History beckons for all those about to contest this momentous match. A nation awaits. Cricket is the very air that sustains us, and Test match cricket is the sweetest oxygen of all.
Welcome to National Stadium, Karachi for this historic Test match. South Africa in Pakistan after a gap of 13 years. They take on Pakistan, who didn't have a great time of it in New Zealand, but here they are playing in home conditions. The action will be brought to you live from National Stadium, Karachi. Looking glorious. It's lovely weather, mild conditions. And what about the track? The 22 yards are going to be interesting. Difficult to read how the pitch will play here because there's hardly any tinge of green. There's a lot of bare patches, and so it appears as if spin will come handy for both sides. Few cracks here and there, but they don't look menacing at all. At the toss, it was Quinton de Kock who called correctly and is opted to bat. Right then, Pakistan have got two Test match debutants, Imran Butt as an opener, and Noman Ali is a left-arm spinner, and provide a bit of control to Babar Azam with the ball. South Africa, well, they've added a bit of spin to their playing 11. Two spinners in the shape of Maharaj and Lind. The batting lineup looks pretty decent. Had a great time of it against the Sri Lankans just recently in SA. So mentally they'll be in a good frame of mind to take on Pakistan. We're here, by the way, for Bank Alpha presents Brido Paints Test Series. Teams coming out for the national anthem. So we'll take a break and come back with live action very soon. Welcome back to National Stadium, Karachi. The two teams are lined up outdoors for the national anthems. Right, the national anthems just been heard, and Pakistan will go out there and will feel. Got Daryl Cullinan here with me. Good morning and welcome to Pakistan, Daryl. How many years it's been for you? 13 as well?
Good morning, Ramiz, and good morning to all our viewers around the world. It's been a fair time, a bit longer than that. I think it's well over 20 years. So that's the South African lineup. No real surprises there, going in with the two spinners. Some may say that's a bit of a surprise. But the usual pace attack, and batting first year, they've got Algar, Markham, Van der Dussen. The experience to Duplessis, de Kock and Pavuma. So a lot will be expected from them.
Like the look of that South African team, because adding a spinner will help them as this test match progresses. Pakistan, on the other hand, a little hurt, a little dented after that New Zealand trip, but here they are playing in home conditions and giving a couple of caps to new players. Imran Butt will open with Abid Ali, so he's the debutant Imran Butt. And we've got Noman Ali, a left-arm spinner, who is supposed to provide a bit of control to Babar Azam. Hassan Ali makes yet another appearance at this level. Had a wonderful domestic season, so awarded for his good, strong performances. A lot to look forward to as far as the opening slot goes. Markram is a stylist, and Algar is a doggedy character. He's resilient.
Yes, he sure is. He's been the backbone of this batting lineup for some years now. A very competitive player. He's an experienced test opener now. So South Africa will be looking to him to lay the foundation, set the tone of this innings. in any test match, it's important that you bat well in the first innings. Markram's the interesting side to it, Ramis. He's shown a lot of promise. I'm convinced this is his level. This is where he should be playing. But in the recent times, he hasn't got 100 in a good few test matches. So yeah, in good batting conditions, certainly in this first innings, you can only say that it's really a good opportunity for him. Often playing away from home takes a bit of pressure off you, and that's the look of Algar. It's a healthy average for any opener, wherever you're playing, and that's an excellent conversion rate. You always look at those 50s to 100s, and he's done particularly well there, and the best of 199. Just got a feeling he's going to look to enjoy these batting conditions here in Pakistan.
Yeah, that's an excellent record if you're based out of South Africa and your job is to open the innings on those very, very testing pitches. Markram's record in subcontinent isn't great, but if he gets going, then he'll be pure delight to watch. Very good player down the ground. Healthy numbers for him, and the toss will begin very shortly in the shape of Shaheen Afridi, just 20 years of age, left arm. He's got pace, bit about himself, 41 wickets in 14 matches. And that strike rate is improving. We're expecting the ball to reverse a little bit, especially in the afternoon sessions. Expecting a bit of spin as well. Could be a teaser for South Africa. Here we go then. Starts with a wider angle down the leg side. Bit misty, bit hazy. Even though from up here, it's not that bad. Vantage point that we've been given.
Well, coming in here, we flew in from Doha. That's the South African crew, and we were due to land at about 7 a.m. in the morning, and we couldn't. We had to then be diverted to Oman, so the fog was quite bad. But it is a beautiful morning. Great weather predicted throughout this test match.
Hardly any bounce. Couple of deliveries have kept low, almost didn't carry to the keeper on that occasion. Now Markram's average in Asia is not great. He averages only 10.5 knot. His partner averages less than 30. So there's a little issue for South Africa then, Daryl.
It will be, and I think they'll be aware of it. If they're not aware of it, they certainly would have given it some personal thought about their records and how they need to play here, and what it will take to get runs and to get big runs. But I think for Algar, time has passed since then, and he's performed well in the last 2-3 years. The big question is Markram, can he turn this around? Certainly in recent times, as I mentioned earlier. But he's the man that can set it up here for South Africa. I think these first few overs, probably this first session, will tell us a lot about this wicket, what's available. And I hope it's a good one. I hope we see one that is both batsman and bowler something.
He's off the mark with a flick. It's a long fence, and they run on the throw, so 3 runs to the left-hander.
So Rami's just given this Pakistan bowling attack some thought. How do you go about it with a new ball, generally over a test match? Not only here, but under Pakistan conditions. It's always a discussion point, like every single team meeting. It would be. What's the pattern generally?
I think it's about bowling within the stumps on tracks such as the one we're seeing here, because the ball will keep low, so your best chance of getting a wicket is either bowling a batsman out or leg before wicket, rather than expecting an edge to carry to the slip corner. Oh, that is close, a bit high on the pad. That ball jagging back, and so he's finding some lateral movement with this new ball, Shaheen Afridi.
I think he would have been the biggest discussion point for the South African batsman. This is one that you don't want to be leaving. As you just said, Ramesh, it's going to be wicket to wicket. Only the height saving him on this occasion. Bit of an anxious start here by Markram. It's not one way you want to get out. Rather get out offering a shot early on.
Nicely played. Is well fielded at mid-on. So after over number 1, South Africans are 3 without a wicket.
It's a very composed character. Aiden Markram is actually the only South African captain to win a World Cup, albeit on 19 level. He's always been touted as a future leader, and he is a class act. He's scored heavily in first-class cricket in the last couple of months.
Hassan Ali is going to bowl from the other end. He's sharpish, making a comeback after 2 years. 26 years old and more renowned for his exploits in limited overs cricket.
Probably brought about the changes after the New Zealand tour. Was it a bit of a knee-jerk reaction?
Well, they were struggling with the fast bowling options. So not exactly, I think, the new brain trust or chief selector is pretty keen to give opportunities to the guys who perform well at the first-class level, and he's been really impressive with both bat and ball. Making a comeback after an injury. Kept him out of the playing 11, kept him out of test match cricket.
How best would you describe him? Wicket-to-wicket bowler, bit of swing?
Yeah, he's sharpish. He'll get the ball to move. Very good against the left-handers, especially when he's bowling round the stumps, gets the ball to shape away.
It is a beautiful day for batting. Temperatures have been really good. Mornings have been quite cool, I must say, down to 4-5. And if we get in here, and if this man gets in, he tends to make the most of it.
A little bit of width, you don't bowl there. Tualga has played that one quite nicely, not out of the middle of the bat, but still good enough. Really just about managed to get it back. Didn't sound middle of the blade, but still managed to play it well enough. Oh, he's done his finger, I think. It's Azhar Ali.
Now where's that right knee? You see a bit of movement in the rope. Or is it a case of hand on ball and knee on the rope at the same time?
What about his other hand? Because that ball hit his left hand as he's trying to get that ball back into play. Trying to shovel it back, and so that ball got his left hand in the process as he was touching the rope. I think that should be given as a 4.
Well spotted, Ramesh.
Once again, that invite outside the off stump. This time, Olga just lets it go. So from captaincy point of view, I think Pakistan would be keen to let South Africa know that we're going to hit you with a bit of spin. So when do they introduce their top quality S in the shape of a spinner? Yasir Shah. Is it going to be the left armour? That's gone fine. It's a 4. Shine Shah really trying his level best, but the ball managing to escape his big wings.
The second gift here for Algar. Picked up the boundary through the cover drive, and this is a bread and butter shot for him. Just gets onto that off stump. And he likes to work the ball through the leg side. On this occasion, it's drifting even further down the leg stump. And all it needed was just that little turn of the wrist, and it found the fine leg boundary.
Right outside the off stump, 11 without a wicket.
Immediate signs that there's not much bounce here. But hardly getting to the keeper. The last over, there was a shout, Shaheen Afridi, and this was the first ball to Markham. That pitch is in line, and height. Height, the obvious factor there. Not one you want him to look to leave.
So here's a deal for Pakistan. They must not waste this new ball. There's some small sideways movement, but South Africa will want to be a little aggressive against the new ball before the spin or the spinners are brought into the attack. So Pakistan must be mindful of the fact that they must not lose this little opportunity that they've been given with the new ball. So try to be as accurate as possible, make it tough for this player to get runs. It's been a bit of an up and down performance so far in the first 2 odd overs.
It's a balancing act between attack and defense. You run the risk of going too straight, too full, and then batsmen are able to pick up some easy boundary balls.
It's good batting. Showed a lot of control on that occasion.
I guess it's disheartening for bowlers with a new ball. You don't see the carry, and it's so tempting to come straight. But I agree with you, Ramesh. Pakistan have got to view this as an opportunity with a new ball to get an early wicket or two, and then set it up, build pressure from both ends, introduce spin. I'm sure we'll see a bit of spin, give them a run if they don't get a wicket or two with a new ball. Perhaps go back to pace and then settle into looking to bowl spin from one end.
That's a beauty. Got him on the walk. Nice shape away from the left-hander's off stump.
At good pace as well. It's a fair amount of movement. Right, seeing that late swing. That's got to the keeper on this occasion. Carrying 3 slips, he's got a gully. But he is a taller man, so one can expect with a new ball for him to be getting more bounce.
Another good delivery. It's going to be about consistency. How long can he persist with that line and make it tough for Dinalga? It's kind of a newfound angle for him. Early in his career, he was more kind of an angle bowler. He'd get the ball away through towards slips, but of late, in the last year, 12 months, has improved his in-swinging angle and has become a lot better bowler as a result. Nicely played, beautiful shot. Didn't go hard at it, managed it so well through mid-off.
Well, this is typical Dean Elgar. He's not the most beautiful batsman to watch. He nudges, he pushes. Few have the ability to stay at the crease you understand their game better. Hand comes off the bat, but he's presented a straight face, and that's all he needs to do, using the pace of the bowler. I must say as well, it's a beautiful outfield. You get value for your shots here.
After 3 overs, South Africans are looking good. 16 without a wicket down. Still operating with 3 slips in a gully. 2 men in the offside, 2 on the leg side. Next to the umpires, the square leg fielder, mid-on, and then got the fine leg in position as well.
It's sure making a good sound with the bat. Probably describe it, Rummy, as this bit of a skiddy sort of pitch. The way that ball has hit the bat, it's hard. Markram's the guy that he likes to stand up. He likes to get bat on ball. Always in test cricket, first-class cricket, very good strike rate.
Played it down with soft hands into the gap for 4. You seldom rate a batsman an opener when he plays a shot like this, but this is an important arsenal up his sleeve, playing with a dead bat with soft hands and not going hard at the ball. Expertly played, in fact.
Well, Ramiz, it's the view that I have about his game. It's exactly what you've said. He does tend to go hard at the ball. You could almost say he's a one-pace sort of player. So that skill of soft hands is important.
Nicely done through square leg this time. It's going to be another 4. Lovely batting from Markram.
Well, this is not the start. Pakistan captain Babar Azam would have wanted from Ali. Too inconsistent, both sides of the wicket. Hard new ball, leg stump half volley. And for an international opener, that's a real gift. Needs to settle down yet. Another over or 2 of this, and the captain maybe will have second thoughts about keeping him going.
Hassan Ali bowling the length that you probably bowl with the older ball. Paul looking for a bit of reverse. I think that's an ideal length for you, but with the new ball, it's got to be a little bit on the shorter side. He's not very tall, he's not going to get a lot of bounce, but it's imperative for him really to sum up the pitch conditions and then adjust accordingly. Lovely drive, Rolls Royce through the offside was Markram, beautifully struck.
Captain having a word, no doubt that's about the lengths. First time back after a while for Hassan Ali, maybe nerves playing a role. And that's why Markram is so highly rated. Great finish, good timing. Gentlest of away swinging half volleys.
Like you get in the morning before the test, a perfect throwdown. It's generally been a little expensive in his career with the ball, Hassan Ali. 28 without a wicket. But then he picks up wickets as well. 10 matches and 31 wickets is not a bad track record.
It's interesting you make the point about he's probably bowling a reverse swing line and then. On a few occasions leading up to the series, Mark Boucher spoke about it. Expecting, Rabada spoke about it, reverse swing to play a role. I'll come back to that after a moment or two, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on it, Ramis. Can we expect reverse swing to play a big role?
Certainly, yes. Especially in the afternoon sessions when the sea breeze picks up a little bit. That's good batting. You've got to adjust in the field because Algar is going to hurt you with a regular rotation of strike. He's not a big basher of the ball. He waits and then tries to get into position and then caresses the ball more than anything.
Now that's classic opening pair batting. Understanding, taking those quick singles, rotating the strike. But during the break, I was just talking about Boucher and Rabada in the lead up to the series, talking about reverse swing and they expect it to play a big role. It's something that we haven't seen in recent times simply because it's not really on offer, but this part of the world where the surface is more abrasive. But it's also about working that ball, getting it into the condition to be able to reverse swing, but then you also need to be able to know how to bowl reverse swing. Point of delivery, the wrist position and all of that. So it's something to look out for as the day goes on. And who will be able to do it the best.
I'm sure Wasim Akram, who's due to come in next, will be able to explain reverse swing a lot better than myself. But you know, when we played here, when Wasim and Waqar were playing for us, we used to have a very bare square to make sure that not only the pitch but the entire square was abrasive to get that natural wear and tear on the ball. So it is clearly a science. It's an art.
Well, no two did it better than those two. And I can attest for that. I remember a match where they never took the new ball. It wasn't worth bowling with the new ball. They came on, I think Waqar was the first in the 25th over.
Last ball, by the way, was a no ball. The other balance that the new bowling pair has got to find is how many for the batsman to play and how many to bowl that around that fourth stump angle.
Well, I like the look of that. I think he's got to be persistent there. We saw an absolute masterclass, James Anderson down at ball against Sri Lanka. Whatever the conditions, it just hammered away, ball after ball, finding that length. Occasionally came straighter. But we did talk earlier, so it's again, it's about finding that balance. Do you come straight? He does bring it back into the right-hander. But he's got to still give himself a chance of just on and about off stump. I'm just thinking from a batting point of view, the bowler's consistently asking the question of you, where's your off stump? You know in your mind that he does bring it back. So I've got to be aware of keeping my balance good. I don't want to be playing around it or falling over it. But if it's consistently coming in there and lines are varied, lengths are varied, you feel you're winning the battle. He's got a new ball in his hands. So it's controlled aggression, just controlled approach in terms of how to attack the new batsman with a new ball.
I'd be also very keen to reboot the field positions on a track like this. Now, this is a typical normal field for a normal pitch. 3 slips and a gully. We know that the ball is struggling to get to the keeper, so and there's a possibility that if you are looking for a leg cutter, an off cutter with the new ball, the ball may just jump a little bit more and do something extraordinarily out of the surface. So have a short cover or a short mid wicket. Just reboot the field a little bit. This is a typical field set for a typical good batting surface. Edge end. Is it taken? I think it is. Wonderful hands in the slips. I think it's Imran Butt, the debutant, who's plucked up beauty. The ball was dying on him, and somehow he managed to get around that one. A really, really tough catch. Beautifully held.
It is beautifully held, because this isn't easy. Just keep in mind there that as the second slipped, he's gone low to his left. The temptation is always to think that it's the first slip's catch. He's read the carry. That is beautifully taken. That is a top catch. And well bowled to Afridi, just hammering it in there on and about that off stump, and it's brought results for Pakistan. Markram, the batsman, to go. South Africa 30-1.
Dessen Fender-Dusen is in. Is that right?
Fender-Dusen.
Fender-Dusen. He's slotted at number 3. Batted reasonably well against Sri Lanka in the last series. Well, that's a wasted effort down the leg side. Now, it's all about applying pressure from both ends. The wicket has gone down, so Hassan Ali has got to up his game a little.
The one down may just help him settle down a little bit. New ball's done the trick. The responsibility lies with both new ball bowlers, but his partner's found a wicket. Yeah, he's probably, since he's been back, probably just feeling a bit anxious today. And that's where he wants to persist, on and about that off stump around there. Now let's have a look at this wicket. Keep an eye on the slip. I've just said that's a great catch. Now that could easily go to first slip. He's picked it up early. It may in fact have dropped short of first slip, so he just had the presence of mind there. A bit squared up, Markram. What an angle. Gosh, that's a great angle. And you got to say, as a slip fielder, that's a very good catch.
Especially if you're playing your first test match. That adds a little bit more pressure, and so he's been given the all-important position in the slips. He's a very good fielder, but showed a lot of common sense. Never easy diving in the slips and getting there with both hands. Had the confidence really to pull it off, and slip catching is mostly about being confident. Wow, that's a bit of Nadia Comaneci there.
It's 10 out of 10.
Perfect, yeah.
We haven't discussed the dimensions of this ground, but just from our viewpoint, it's a big, big ground. Square is long. It just looks like a real traditional cricket ground. I'm not one in favour of these small grounds. With the outfield being quick, you do get value for your runs, but you're going to get on a... If you're going to get on a 6-hitting spree here, you've got to hit it well. So Fender-Dusen off the mark, and he'll pick up 2. Again, Ali just getting too straight there. As an away swinger, often they run that risk of getting too straight, looking for that magic ball, and often it just doesn't swing from there. The wicket's falling, you don't want to give away easy runs here. You want to keep the pressure from the other side. So, oh, he's about to finish his 3rd over. that is a bit too many runs. So he might have to look at his second spell and see how that goes.
Nicely bowled to a new batsman. A little shaky on that occasion. Number 3 batsman, South Africa, 33 for 1.
Six overs gone, 33 for 1 at the moment. Really has been interesting first half hour. Those are just joining us, and I know that people in South Africa at 7:30 will be tuning in. Just to know what's going on in Pakistan, the first test match in Karachi. So South Africa won the toss and elected to bat first, and they've selected a couple of spinners. There was talk of actually playing 3 spinners, but Shamsi pulled up with a bit of a back spasm. The ever steady Elgar is still there. One down, Markram. Afridi picked him up. And was Akram's alongside me. Was, good morning.
Good morning, Mikey. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Pakistan after a long, long time.
18 years. Great to be back. Thank you.
Good to have you here, buddy. 33 for 1, South Africa. They won the toss. Pitch looked really good when I saw it in the morning. Typical National Stadium pitch. The groundsman said it'll probably turn from the day one. I said, hang on a minute. Just wait for till lunch, buddy.
The run rate has been good. I know it's strange to say in a test match, but so far it has. Brilliant catch from Butt. Outstanding catch from Butt to get rid of Aiden Markram.
I think we finally found a slip fielder. I hope I don't jinx him. But that particular catch he took in second slip, making his debut, Imran Butt, today. Congratulations, young man. And what a catch. You very rarely see Pakistani slip fielders diving around. And this guy actually was, it appears from here, Mikey, that he wanted that catch. Look at this. Stunning.
Yep, absolutely outstanding. Short ball, there you go. There's something that warmed your heart, I'm sure, was him.
Yeah, that's what I was discussing early on with you, Mikey, off air. That as a bowler, you run in, you see the pitch. After 2-3 overs, you realize, okay, nothing's going to happen with the new ball. And then you go to plan B. The plan B is absolutely this. Couple of short deliveries, and then, of course, you have to contain as well. You can't just give away runs unnecessarily. So far, the plan is working for Shaheen. He's into his fourth over, conceded 10 runs and got a wicket.
Nicely worked by Dean Elgar. That's an area that he likes to use the pace of the bowler. That's probably going to win. Yes, it does. So there's another boundary to Elgar.
Brilliant effort by Abid Ali. So far what I see, as far as fielding concerned, Pakistan team looked really good first half an hour. Outside edge, open the face of the bat to create that gap between point and gully. And outfield is lightning fast.
It's been quite interesting to see a couple of technique changes also from the South African batsmen. You can do this sort of thing on a slow track. Markram's batting right in front of the stumps. Batting on around about off stump, maybe just even a fraction outside off stump. Allowing that one to go through. You've got to know exactly where your off stump is, of course, when you make that change. 37 for 1. Fanadussin just arrived. Good work now. The fielding has been really good so far, and that's something that Misbah or Huck has been spending a lot of time not necessarily talking about, but working on over the last couple of days after Pakistan, the tour of New Zealand.
Yeah, especially after New Zealand, the fielding over there was really not the best under pressure. And of course, when they came back, and that's where they worked on it. But so far, like you said, they're looking phenomenal out there, Pakistan team. Ground fielding and catches. Hassan Ali making a comeback after almost a couple of years into Pakistan squad. He was injured and then he performed beautifully in this recent domestic season. Runs, wickets, final. He's got 158 deliveries in the finals of the Quaid-e-Azam Trophy. Got picked up on his nick, on his form. Good character, I like his character. Runs in every ball, gives it 100%.
Just hasn't quite found his groove today, though.
We played pitches like this all the time, but that was what we did with the new ball, okay? Try to get a wicket if you can. Otherwise, just ball short of a length, finishing into the stumps every time. If a batsman misses, you have a chance of leg before, and obviously you contain. The debutant, Imran Butt, took a stunner a couple of overs ago of Shaheen Shafidi. First wicket for Pakistan and for Shaheen.
There's another nick. It's on the bounce this time. Skipper doing the hard yards from third slip on that occasion.
First test as a skipper. Babar Azam didn't carry. There's no pace in the pitch. Good effort by the skipper in third slip.
So this is really good stuff now from Hassan Ali. Last three deliveries, found the outside edge with the second last one, but his lines have been good.
That's the plan. The great Waqar must have told them, short of a length early on with the new ball, wait for the ball to get reverse. Most wickets in the Quaid-e-Azam Trophy. Was the best fast bowler, averaging 20, 2 fivers, so he's in good nick. And he was also skipper of the side. 37 for 1.
Lovely view now of the National Stadium, Karachi. Outfielders nice and lush. Now that's something that the South Africans have been talking about over the last couple of days as well. Here's Elgar. There you'll see he's batting on a roundabout off stump, if not just outside. Happy that the stump is, the pitch is slow enough that anything straight, he's not going to be able to be rushed and turn it too square on the leg side and play down the line on the leg side.
Okay.
So the only person with any real experience in the South African camp coming to Pakistan is the coach, Mark Boucher. And he was thinking reverse swing, reverse swing, reverse swing over the last couple of weeks, and that was going to play the game here. There we go, right in front of the stumps.
Good spell. Yeah, reverse swing will come in play, but it won't reverse as much. It happens in summers. But once the wind starts after 3:30, 4 o'clock from the south of Karachi, and that's where the reverse swing comes in really handy after about 3 o'clock, I reckon. But Islamabad will be a little tough because of the weather, cold conditions. And look at this outfield you're talking about, Maki. Prime condition. I must say credit to the groundsman. A lot of cricket has been played on this particular ground, the Quaid-e-Azam Trophy.
squeezed away, and that's why the change of plans from Mark Boucher and Quinton de Kock. They were going to go with reverse swing and relying on someone like a Rabada, who is an expert of that. Charles Langerfeld, as the bowling coach, can do it, but no, they decided to go for the spin department, and as I mentioned earlier, we're even tempted to play 3. There's Mark Boucher.
Looking good, Boucher. Lost a bit of weight, I reckon.
Look, he's busy. He loves the role as coach. He was someone who thought he perhaps never would get back into cricket once he finished. But he couldn't stay away. The magnet got him. Was him.
I worked with him in IPL as a consultant when he was there. We played a lot of golf with Yak Kallis, myself and him, every second day when they were on the golf course, and they're very good golfers. So Mark Boucher is enjoying.
He's a tough coach as well. Someone who relies on discipline, as you can imagine. Very good record at provincial level. Really determined to make sure his charges do well on this series.
Good spell by young Shaheen Shah Afridi. Enjoying a national tea tapal, a kupa. This is the weather for it. I think he's feeling a bit cold. He's got gloves on for some odd reason. I don't think so. It's a glove weather out there.
My guess is it's around about 23 degrees Celsius right now. It's just absolutely perfect. Chilly in the mornings when we get up. It's around about 8, I guess. Later will be probably 27, 28, but it's just beautiful for cricket. 9 gone, 38 for 1. Was run a ball for the first 30 minutes. It's been a little bit slow since then, but that doesn't matter. Being a test match, Helga's the mainstay, always is the mainstay, it seems. And it doesn't just arrive. Faf du Plessis is really determined to play well on this tour. Quinton de Kock playing in his 50th test match as well. It's a little milestone for him, 28 years of age.
Change of angle for Hassan Ali around the wicket to the left-hander. 2 slips now. And a gully. Man in front of square. Mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, point. So, well-spread field. Good tactics by Babar Azam, the skipper. Contained them early on. They got the wicket. And they've got 2 spinners. So Shah and Noman Ali making his debut today.
Just out there, maybe annoyed with himself, Dean Elgar. Spin departments, Wasim, are interesting. Of course, Pakistan, as you mentioned, a debutant, off spinner, and of course, Shah, left arm orthodox spinner, and then of course, Yasir Shah, a couple of left arm orthodox spinners for South Africa, so they're doubling up.
Yeah, they doubled it up. They saw the wicket, and obviously it looked it might turn in the next couple of days. And Yasir Shah, the leading wicket taker. As far as spin is concerned for Pakistan, Noman Ali, the debutant, bowled beautifully in domestic season, got lots of wickets. So on this sort of pitch, this is the perfect length. Maybe direction wasn't there, but perfect length, back of a length within the stumps. It's difficult to score with this field set. Batsman had to take a risk. 39 for 1 now, South Africa.
It's nicely worked. Right out of the middle, indication again of the fast outfield. That's gone for 4. That's a really good controlled shot.
He checked his shot. He was going after hard and then he realized it's a slow pitch. He just timed it beautifully. Let's have a look. Nice, he was shaping away. He just checked his shot, and that's the quality of a very good player. Boundary for him.
Dustin is someone who's really keen to nail down this number 3 spot. He got a 90-odd against England at the Wanderers. Played very briskly then. Sometimes he just struggles with his tempo a little bit. It's like he's now just decided to become a little bit busier. Very good player. Always been a big rap for him, mentally as well.
And he's quite strong physically, it appears from here. It's mentally very strong, this boy. I always liked his batting, his attitude. He can play some big shots as well in a shorter format. Look at this average early days in his career. 7 games, 362 runs, 450 so far.
He had a few problems against England, spin department in particular, and I think that made him sit back and really think about his technique a bit. That's beautifully played. Slow track, plenty of time to play that. That's well in front of square for 4. The second boundary in the over, 47 for 1. .7 of the over. That's the run rate, so it's tidy. Short, no pace. So much time to control that.
With this sort of length, you've got to have a fielder back in front of the leg umpire and then bowl a bouncer slightly shorter outside off stump and higher. Another good delivery. Going down leg side with a dot ball. He's bowling with good pace. Shaheen Afridi. 115.
I think one of the problems for Pakistan, and in particular when bowling to Dean Elgar, we haven't seen any swing at all, and we're not likely to see any swing. The ball has just gone fairly straight throughout the entire innings so far, and we might see a little bit of reverse later, but everyone knows that if you get Dean Elgar sparring or something and swinging away from him and around about the 5th stump, can be a bit of a concern, but not there. That again is beautifully played. 4 more runs.
Another boundary. He's looking good, Elgar. He's on 26 now. He was slightly short and wide, and on this pitch, easy pickings for any batsman. Short and wide, and just time it. No fielder there. The slip is out now. The right field set. 2 slips and a gully. Extra fielder from slip cordon gone into extra cover, so now bowler can bowl with lot more freedom.
.50 up.
Mushrooms is warming up. He's going to bat at number 7 for Pakistan and being a 5th bowler, so 3 seamers with 2 spinners. Balanced bowling attack. Obviously with 5 batsmen, Rizwan is in good nick, so I consider him a proper batsman. Short and wide, straight to the fielder. Not a great delivery.
He got 100 against Sri Lanka. Did Elgar in a really good nick. His biggest attribute is determination. Wazim, I'm quite interested to see Yasir Shah when he comes in the attack. He's been saying a little bit of the last couple of weeks about the fact that he's been used a lot recently as a holding bowler. Now, it's not going to be the case here in this test match. He's just starting to loosen up a little bit. He's getting wickets at 50 apiece over the last 15 innings.
A lot of overs in last year or so, 50 overs in an inning, maybe 40 overs in an inning. That's a lot of overs. Doesn't matter if you're spinner or not. But yeah, a wicket taker for Pakistan, a different kind of role he has to play in this particular test match because they got extra spinner from the other end. 52 for 1.
Eleven overs gone, 52 for 1 it is. Olga's playing really nicely for his 27. Van der Dussen has just unleashed a couple of very controlled boundaries. Track is flat. And the toss went up and Quinton de Kock won the toss. I heard a cry of delight behind me. I turned around, it was Rabada behind me. He was quite happy with that. He said it's the first time that South Africa's won a toss in Asia for a long, long time.
That's a lot of pressure on a skipper to win a toss. You can't control a toss, and every time you go out on a flat pitch, the whole team is looking at you. Please, please win the toss.
Raheem now. Good start, nicely bowled. The comment from the groundsman to Wazim Akram alongside me before he did the pitch report that he said that this track will turn on day one. The positives of winning the toss and batting first are quite enormous. They've gone away from their normal plan, the reverse swing. The South Africans include some spinners, but they've got Rabada playing, Nokia playing, and also Ngidi. There's no Viren Mulder.
Looked a balanced bowling attack. 3 quick bowlers, proper quick bowlers. 2 spinners, so 5 bowlers in playing 11, always a positive sign.
Sure, it's not going to be long before we see Yasir Shah. There's lots of talk out there from the Pakistan players, and I like that, I must say. It's all encouragement about their own players. Nice to see. Nice to hear as well.
Especially under these circumstances, different times, testing times, no crowd. It's very difficult for a player to motivate himself, especially when the chips are down. And that's where, like you were mentioning, the whole team has to support the bowlers. He's got 2 slips for him. There is someone probably standing on top of the screen. I don't see anyone there.
Really interesting to have a quick look at Dean Elgar's career. His numbers against Pakistan are quite startling. You can see that his, there we go, his, what is it, 3rd from the right on that screen, Pakistan. His batting average is 27.1 against Pakistan, which is it the lowest? Yes, it is the lowest against all teams. That's an interesting stat.
So bowlers got to be spot on every time on pitch like this if you want to create a pressure on the batsman. This was middle leg delivery. He checked his shot though, he got a couple of runs, but that's pressure off from a batsman. So especially as a third bowler like Fahim is where he is now, short of a length within the stumps, this was pitched outside leg and it was going down leg, not the best delivery.
Important, I think, you've got to keep the bat in your hand as well. That probably helps. I really have been a huge rap for a long time about Dean Elgar as a person, as a player. He's such an important cog, and you know the guys, Wazim, you've played with guys, you've played against guys. You just know they're the blokes you've got to get out, or the blokes you want on your side.
Absolutely, and you know them. In 1300s, look at this healthy average of almost 41.
Takes him on his body, doesn't mind that. Famous innings he played against India on a horrible wicket, really, at the Wanderers. Took many blows in the body, a helmet as well. Into that over, 12 gone now, 54 for 1. So a little bit of movement with the helmets out there, but gives us a chance, Wazim, for me to ask you what this means, this test series here in Pakistan.
I think it means a lot to Pakistanis, to cricket lovers, to Pakistan cricket itself, that South Africa have toured here, one of the top sides in world cricket. And you know, Mikey, you've been here a long time ago, but cricket is part of our kind of culture. This is the sport we love. And it's kind of a love and hate relationship between Pakistan cricket team and the Pakistanis, because they want their team to win every time. But the passion of the game is so much, and this series means a lot. So thanks to South African Cricket Board, South African government, and of course team, and of course you and Daryl, and all the staff. The debutant Noman bowled his first delivery in Test cricket. Massive feeling it is to represent your country. He performed well in the first-class system, got lots of wickets.
And let's give him a few deliveries, maybe an over or so, to see if this ball's going to turn. That's the important thing. See if there is a little bit of grip on the surface in Karachi. Historic tour, that's for sure, and the South African players are very aware of that and really want to play their bit for Pakistan cricket.
No turn so far because probably Noman hasn't tried to turn the ball. He's bowling his first over in Test cricket. Like Mikey said, give him an over or two, warming up, getting the line right, getting the length right. And he's getting his cap from Yasir Shah. Huge day for Noman Ali and his family, obviously.
That's beautifully bowled. That's come back nicely. Not out, says Alim Dar.
Was it inside edge? It looked very, very close. A quicker delivery with the arm. They're not going up so far. No, they're not. Maybe inside edge. You can't tell from here.
Beautiful flight. Here's a look at that, the appeal. Yep, inside edge, thick inside edge.
Huge inside edge. Good decision, Aleem, one of the most experienced umpires in world cricket, Aleem Dar.
And what a moment it is also for Alim Dar to be umpiring in Pakistan. 13 overs gone now, 57 for 1 it is. Alim Dar's thirsty, which means the rest of the guys are also, so drinks it is.
Well, first hour of play done, and South Africa going at over fours. Just that one wicket. Shine Shah Afridi getting rid of Markram, but it's been quite a positive first 13 overs for the South African batsmen. Bit of swing early morning, early doors, but just a one over for Noman Ali. Shine Shah Afridi, the wicket taker. Darrell's been obviously first session jousting for position, but it's been a good start for South Africa.
It has been a good start, Baz. They've taken advantage of some different bowling at times by Pakistan, which is understandable. They've wanted to get wickets with a new ball, so they've come straight on occasions. But they'll probably now, with the drinks break, had a chat, perhaps settle more into line and length with a guy like Fahim on. That's his speciality. Look to get a good few overs in. The spinner got a ball before the drinks break. Will he continue, or could the captain turn to Afridi again? Probably find the left armer will continue. But generally, when Elgar's played well, started well, I mentioned earlier that he, in many ways, is the backbone of this South African batting. They tend to score well, they play well around him. Experienced guy. I'm sure he speaks very well to new batsmen coming in. And Van der Dussen took advantage of 1 or 2 little half volleys on leg stump. 12 from 19, so he's had a nice little start here. Ideal start, coming in at 3 and you get a few early runs. And that's where he's good. I'm going to stick my neck out. I think he's going to have a good series. Van der Dussen. Why I say it, I think this ground, the wickets out here suit his game. He's a good player of slow bowling. He leaves very well outside off stump. Very good leg side play because we can anticipate.
I like the early call, but if it goes wrong, what are you offering us?
I'll have to think about that. And he's similar to Elgar. He's good in terms of concentration, occupying the crease, and that's what South Africa need here. As the ball gets older, I found from experience in playing in the subcontinent, it gets a bit more difficult to score. It slows up a little bit. So it's a really good, interesting study of how you go about constructing a test innings when you play in this part of the world.
Beautiful shot, just times it, length on that and goes to the fence. Classy cover drive.
That's all it takes against this fairly new ball. Good timing. We saw in the previous shot that he stands a fair way out of his crease, so he's looking to get forward. Thinking along the lines of taking the LBW out or any swing, but that's where he's good. He identifies the lengths to attack outside or stump. Another confidence booster for him.
Solid in defense, stride out, 61 for 1. Elgar 30, Van der Dussen 16, so these two now have the job to do to get to lunch. I think first couple of sessions, especially that first session, there'll be a bit, obviously fresh pitch, and there's going to be something in it for that man as well and for Noman Ali, who's playing his first game.
Baz, we did the build-up and something's been lingering. You spoke of this pitch in a different light than a lot of us have spoken about it, and you've done a lot of domestic cricket here, and your thoughts were, well, let's not expect what we necessarily are. It won't really deteriorate. Will it take as much spin as anticipated? You care to just elaborate a bit on that?
Well, there was 10 first-class games played here, back-to-back. And in that Kaiser Trophy, the spinners on this surface or at National Stadium weren't very effective. And it was almost as if the pitch got better and better and better for batting. And yes, it looks bare. Yes, you think that it'll break up. This may be slightly drier than what we saw in those first-class games, but to take you back to the final of that first-class tournament, and in the fourth innings, 356 was chased down. Well, it wasn't chased down, it was a tie. So that shows you that the pitch hasn't deteriorated. So most of the times you come to the subcontinent and expect the pitch to probably be best for batting for first 3 days and then sort of deteriorate. I think this pitch, what it has shown in Kaiser, we'll have to wait and see this game, but second and third day, best batting situation ever. And then, even the fourth and fifth day, quick single, well judged. That's rotational strike, very important against spin. We'll come back to that. 62 for 1. Yeah, and just on that, Daryl, talking about the first-class game, which was, the final was about a month ago, and it was a 5-day game. And fourth innings, fifth day, you expect the side to be rolled over. In the fourth innings, they get to 350, and it was an amazing game. It went, well, it was tied in the end, but that just shows you that maybe this Karachi pitch isn't as easy to decipher as others.
This is tight, and straight away the umpire has referred it. In fact, Alim Dar's given him out. A run out. My goodness me. My goodness me. Good batting conditions, and South Africa at 63 for 1. They end up with a run out. So Van der Dussen is left to collect his bat. It was his call. He set off immediately. Elgar sent him back. And I think we're just in a situation right now where Alim Dar gave him out.
To director, we have an umpire referral for run out. Show me the best side on angle, please. Yes, I can see the ball is in the hand. The stumps are off. The batsman is out of the ground. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Yeah, pandemonium, and decision out. So it's out for 17, and it's a run out, which South Africa will not be best pleased. 63 for 2. Duplessis in, and it's the two most experienced batsmen at the crease right now. 199 in the last game, so it comes in, last series comes in with form, and we need all that form because South Africa in a spot of bother. Rizwan has been exceptional with the gloves throughout this year or so. He's done really well with that run out. And first we saw exceptional catch at second slip, but just have a look at where Rizwan collects this. Van der Dussen goes yes, yes, yes. Elgar's not looking, not interested at all. Wasn't the greatest of throws, but brilliantly done. Pull and dive and made sure that he had the ball in his gloves.
The big question is, was there a run? Was there a single? Du Plessis off the mark. Is a single worth a run out? You saw there, Van der Dussen called immediately. Probably ball watching. Algar at the other end felt immediately. Just a moment there. It's gone to Algar's left, so he's not sighted. He's not sighted in terms of where the field is. Van Dussen sets off. Bat then falls out of his hands. As you mentioned, a great take there. But he's gone down the pitch almost halfway, then got back. But would you be pushing hard for a single, dodgy single at this stage of the innings? Tough call, but I don't think a single's worth a run out. Not at this stage. Or at any time in cricket. Just
Correct.
out of the blue. You got to say it's a gift, and Van der Dussen was the guy that South Africa would be looking towards to play a long innings. So this is a great angle because straight away he's ball watching. Algar in his defence has immediately called no. Come on, Baz, help me out here. What do you reckon? A run or no run? I think it wasn't a run, quite frankly. Not worth it.
Well, it was a run out for sure. No run. 64 for 2.
Algar, 31 from 49. He would consider this a good start. Generally, he's a slower starter. Lovely aerial view. Markram the first to go, and just recently the run out of Van der Dussen. That's South Africa's batting card. De Kock, Bavuma. That's where you would consider the top order to end. Linda's not bad. He scored some good runs in first-class cricket, but it's actually a fairly long tail, which places the emphasis really on these top 4-5 here for someone to bat big and bat through. South Africa will definitely feel that they want to get as many runs as possible in this first innings.
And probably this partnership key. This man on screen, Faf, doesn't have a great record in Asia though. 16 tests and averages just 22. He has to put that right.
Guys keep bringing it up. Every batsman doesn't have a good record here. Yeah, it's a challenge. You're faced with a few different challenges when you come to this part of the world. What can we expect from him? Orthodox, turn of the ball, wicket to wicket sort of bowler?
Well, he's been around for a while. His first-class debut in 2007, Naman Ali. And the arm ball is his wicket taker. It just comes back in and attacks that front pad. Be very accurate. And the good thing with him that he'll give the captain control.
Yes, that's the impression I do get. It's gold when you've got someone who can tie and end up, do a job. It's so important when you bowl here. As a batsman, you've got to be aware of it. That now suddenly the pace and tempo of the match is going to change. You'll slow down, runs will be a bit more tougher to come by. But as you get in, you kind of pick up the pace and you work it out and you find areas where you're going to score. So it's always tough to get in here. That first 40 minutes is the key as a batsman here. You just got to allow yourself that opportunity to just get in, get a feel for it.
What Naman Ali wants is one ball to actually grip and spin, and then that that straighter one or the arm ball will become even more potent. Right now we haven't seen any that has really gripped in the surface or spun. So he's consistently just attacking that front pad. 64 for 2.
You may find as the day goes on that as the ball gets a bit older and the spinners can get their fingers around it, it may just start to turn a bit more. Right now it's wicket to wicket for him.
All the tools in this production. That's the buggy. And at some stage you want Darrell Hugh to race the buggy. Fittest out of us all in the combox, so maybe that's a challenge which we'll give to you. And then I think the remote control should be in my hand, so whenever you're gaining on it, then you just press the accelerator.
I've had a look around the commentary box and I backed myself, quite frankly. All a bit overweight, but I
Not
think...
hazy?
No. I think the last time he ran was when he batted. He's not a man of too much exercise.
1970s, is it?
That's a lovely innovation. That buggy cam gives us some really good shots. Ground level, look at the field, the perspective of the field and the condition of the field. So short cover now. That's the one area of his game that often he gets into trouble. That one across him, that length, tends to push it at times.
Well, you weren't fit in the com box, but this is a good delivery ball, just seaming away. Rizwan has been exceptional behind the stumps this past year or so and just carried on. Even today, he's been very good with the ball not carrying to the full. But the fielding today from Pakistan has been spot on. Straight away on the ball, on the money, and you want them to support the ball. That was an exceptional catch. Diving and flying away to all parts. And it's been brilliant take from Rizwan as well. So both the wickets falling to some tremendous stuff in the field.
I've said it a few times this morning. It's a lovely outfield. There's every reason you want to dive and throw your body around here. But it's very true, Baz. Let's also, that run out where it was a clean pickup, great piece of keeping. That could so easily have gone wrong. You got to work for your wickets, and when the field's backing you up, as a bowler, that's just even more encouragement.
Darrell, crowd or no crowd, you're playing in Timbuktu, there's always problems with the side stream. That's a constant. Somebody somewhere will cause a problem. I don't know if I've ever seen a game where that hasn't happened. Have you? As expected, quite an absorbing first 18 overs or so of the South African innings. They won the toss and elected to bat. Elgar now 32, not out, but you just feel that this partnership very early on. It's this partnership that will probably be a decisive factor come the second innings, third innings. So if they want a big score in that first innings, these two have to fire. Maybe just stopping in the pitch as he plays that one off the back foot. It's 65 for 2.
Interesting field placing there. We had 2 men on the drive. Cover and someone more squarer to Du Plessis. So Pakistan have given a fair amount of thought to how they're going to bowl at South Africa.
The lush outfield, they run really well at National Stadium Karachi. There's been a lot of cricket played and still a lot to come. We've got PSL also being played here. We've got this test match and then a bit of a gap and then PSL. So this season there's been a lot of cricket played at National Stadium Karachi, but the outfield doesn't show it at all.
Baz, is this what's the general feelings? Is this the start of more cricket to come, particularly Test cricket in Pakistan?
Oh yes, for sure. And unfortunately, well, unfortunate for everyone that COVID-19 came in, but Pakistan were actually just starting to rejuvenate cricket back at home. And Bangladesh series had to be rescheduled, but I think Test match cricket obviously has arrived. Now with South Africa coming, the major sides now want to come back to Pakistan and play cricket here, and that's the way forward. PSL last time being held all in Pakistan was a major step towards bringing cricket back home. Still leave it off in place. And that'll make him just think about that forward defense. He can't just now push forward because there are 2 men close to the bat.
Well, that's what Du Plessis does. He gets out in front, brings the outside edge and the inside edge into play, and that's the forward short leg. It's a left-arm spinner, granted, but he's a good player of spin Faf. Du Plessis. He's a very composed sort of player. Making room there. That's a class shot. Gets it wide of middle for the boundary.
Composed is the right word for that. A lovely cover drive, didn't rush it. The ball just come onto the bat, eased it through the offside. So pressure of the close-in fielders didn't affect his shot making.
Yeah, and this newer ball's going to skid on more. It shouldn't really turn. It's as the day goes on and that ball gets a bit older, the spinner gets his fingers around it better. Expect the pitch to be a little bit drier. So anything that's full is definitely a driving option.
Well, 12 boundaries already in a score of 70, so shows that you will get value for your shots.
Lovely picture from the drone. So we've got the buggy cam, we've got the drone. 28 camera production. So everything's come out for this test series. Wonderful to see. And a no ball called. Unusual when the spinner's bowling. Now that's the second time against Fahim that Du Plessis once seemed to have stopped on him. Almost got back to Fahim in the previous over. And on this occasion, it was just a word from the keeper of it has popped up ever so slightly, but we've seen signs of something, a pitch that's a bit too paced. this occasion. Both set off immediately, well taken single. It's always important to be rotating the strike against the slow bowlers. These two also have a very good understanding when it comes to running between the wickets. Played a lot of cricket together, and du Plessis brought good form. You mentioned it earlier, as into this test series. He spoke of how much he's enjoying his test cricket. He knows there's not a lot of it left in him, so he's going to make the most of it. Often a very good frame of mind to have when you're playing test cricket.
$72 for 2.
There's a decent rhythm to this innings. Alga has fought hard, has batted well on 33. Du Plessis, we know he's a class act. Strange grip on the bat, but it works for him. There's a gap between the top hand and the bottom hand, covering the stumps and flicking it ever so nicely.
Yeah, I think he's probably the only one that does that, actually. So look at this gap. You'll see between the top hand and the bottom hand, there's about an inch, I think. He's got his chosen colours as well, Rambo. Pretty in pink.
Played a blinder against the Sri Lankans at home. A massive 199, and played the variable bounce beautifully. There's always room for unorthodoxy in our great game of cricket, and so that grip may appear a bit unorthodox, but it works, and something different for us to comment on.
And I'm one of those that really encourages that. I think if you're doing something different as a batsman or as a bowler, and these days coaches don't try and turn you into robots, and that's great news. And I just think if you're a little bit different, then I think that's got to be encouraged, because that can make a real difference. It really can.
Different field set for Faf du Plessis. Shot mid-off. Shot cover in place. .199 and did not bat. That 199 was a classic. Sri Lanka was in a bit of a strife when he got that big 199.
He hasn't scored 100 in Asia. Asia and England are the two countries where he hasn't scored 100 in, so he'll be determined in this series. Bazir Khan also referenced the fact that his average in this part of the world in Asia is only 22 compared to 41 being his normal career average, 41.2 basically. But he's a wonderful player. You've seen a lot of him, Rambo, over the years, and I think those viewers watching this telecast now know his ability, and also the fact that he adds so much to the leadership group these days now that he's stepped down as skipper.
Yasir Shah still not introduced into the attack. Just 4 overs from the left-arm spinner. Oh, that one kept low and played well in the end by Faf. 76 for 2. .76 for the loss of 2. South Africa have fought well in the first session. There would have been apprehensions, there would have been a little nervousness in the system. They've largely weathered the storm. Noman Ali is the debutant. A little round armish is, but he's supposed to be accurate. Once again on target, 34-year-old playing his first test match. Right, oldest test debutants for Pakistan is at number 4 in the list. Mira Baksh, way back in the 50s. 47 years, 284 days. Yeah, with that bowling action, he's not going to get a lot of bounce. But that probably will allow him to be accurate. On a surface like this, Hazy, I think you're looking to spin one and then try to straighten the others to create that doubt in the mind of the batsman. Let him play for that spin.
If he can get one to turn a little bit, that's going to add a whole new dimension in the mind of the batsman. His action is solid, there's reasonable revolutions on the ball, he doesn't give it a huge rip, but he's got a wonderful arm ball. We've seen examples of that already in this test match. He doesn't give too much away, that's for sure. He's nice and accurate.
Bowling around 90 kilometers an hour. Speed is going to be critical here on a track like this. There isn't a lot of pace off the surface, so you've got to create your own. It's got to be on now, before lunch.
He was warming up about an hour ago. He was keen.
Beautifully struck. What a shot that is. Outstanding use of the feet and worked it with the spin.
Yeah, that is superb from Dean Elgar. Quickly out of the crease. A little bit of extra flight, he spotted that and down he went and didn't have to hit too hard. It was just nicely controlled. It was a really good shot from Elgar. Frantic signals the dressing room soon after as well.
Difficult angle to get through the lakeside field. Played it wide of the fielder at mid-on, who's since been pushed back.
Which is interesting.
Waiting on that one. It's 82 for 2 now.
So we saw those signals from Dean Elgar to the change room. He wants a new rubber. And there it is in his hand. He's going to quickly put it on. There we go, just in the helmet there.
Would you like to expound on that? That experiment we just saw.
Just wanting to feel more comfortable, that's all. A little extra protection. So 82 for 2 it is. Just to show that things are different when you come to Pakistan, I put a little package together here from Hawkeye, just to show you all the deliveries that have seemed so far. Count them.
For a second, I thought you were talking about samosas and pakoras.
That's it, only 3. So things are very different in Pakistan, obviously. So it's a different task you've got against these bowlers, who generally look to bowl a little bit straighter, as we know. There's less bounce around the place. I mean, think about that. What are we now? 21 overs into a test match on day 1. 3 balls have seamed only. Compare that to if South Africa were playing at home in South Africa. I hate to think how many balls would have seemed in that period of time in 21 overs, or some of the other countries around the world. But that just illustrates how different and the different challenges you've got here. 2 spinners picked for Pakistan, 2 spinners picked for South Africa. They thought about picking 3, in fact, South Africa. What did Quinton de Kock say to you at the toss there about that?
He's fine. I think South Africa wanted to play 3 spinners. The idea might have been right, but how to captain 3 spinners, I think that was going to be the critical task for a South African skipper, because they're so used to leading pace charge, and certainly now to manage 3 spinners. Slower in pace, that's the way to go on this track. Off cutter. We've got 2 men close to the bat on the offside. A little hard push may just work for the pacer Hassan Ali.
Beautifully bowled, beautiful to bounce. Yeah, 3 spinners is an overkill. So you don't need 3. So I think the fact that Shamsi pulled up, actually, I saw him just before they had the toss. He went off the park with the doctor. Looked like he had a bit of a back spasm. That was my view of the situation. Nothing official from the team, by the way, but that's what looked like happened. And hence the comment from Quinton de Kock at the toss.
That's well defended at cover. As early fields it well, 82 for 2. First look at Yasir Shah as having a little casual tack from a good distance with Waqar Younis, and he said that he's bowling well in the nets. Yasir, they need him to succeed. Absolutely vital for Pakistan in this series. If they are going to put pressure on South Africa, he's got to be the key player for them.
Let's just run through the great spinners, the leggies in particular, past. I mean, Abdul Qadir, of course, was just outstanding. Mushtaq, yeah, he was brilliant as well. These leg spinners can make a huge difference to games in Pakistan. What's interesting to me already, if you have a closer look as we go throughout this test match day, you'll see there's a little bit of scarring on this pitch. There's a little bit around the place now, nothing to talk about really. In a day 1, it might be just breaking a little. It's got a bounce though.
Don't like that long on fielder. Seriously, first ball, why would you want Elgar to be off strike?
Into Karbalam, another one.
Wicket with his first ball in Test cricket in Takabala. It was Chris McDonald, and the batsman McDonald, definitely, Australia, in 1959.
Not so sure. I'll be delighted with the fact that he's now playing an attacking role. He's not playing a holding role.
Off late, he's been extremely expensive, and they say that he doesn't give his skipper a lot of control. He's not picked a lot of wickets on overseas trips, so he's under a little bit of stress and pressure. But normally with leg spinners, you expect them to leak runs, so a good captain would always back them and not worry about free scoring. The wickets column, 16 times he's picked up 5 wickets. Quickest to 200 Test match wickets ever.
It's at 50 apiece though in the last 15 innings. But he really is a talented cricketer. And he's got a real opportunity here to make a difference. So that's the end of his first over. 23 gone, 85 for 2. Nope, we're not finished. Looks like it's a no ball. No ball called by the third umpire, the TV umpire, which is common sense and great to see.
Maybe this could be the extra delivery that he's looking at. He's way over. So extra delivery. What about a wicket? How many times we've seen that? Only the 6th no ball from Yasir Shah in his entire career. 87 for 2. Yeah, time for Tapal Danedar T. Oh, another chance of a run out, is it? Oh, almost took the head off the non-striker.
Well, the whole idea of cricket is to get a batsman out. There's an apology. Almost got him out in a different way.
That would have clearly tested the extra rubber around his helmet. How close was the umpire? Ooh. Weather is nice here in Karachi. Afternoons are pleasant.
Brilliant to have these sponsors involved, really is. Historic tour, obviously.
The tactics have remarkably changed from the first burst that we saw from Pacers to this one here, because the feel is completely different. Lesser Arsenal in the slip cordon, more in front of the batsman, and a lot of off-cutters from Hassan Ali, trying to squeeze the singles and make it tough for Faf du Plessis. Okay. He's the new man in.
And a couple of catches either side. One fielded that ball. There's one in the short cover region as well. So a short straight mid-wicket and a short cover. clear indication that the length of the line has changed. Going to be honing in towards that off stump. Therefore bowling straight up. So the track is slower. Hasn't been any pace actually in it from the start, but change of tactics. Ramiz is dead right.
Pakistan very keen to look after the ball, keep one side shiny and keep the other as rough as possible. When you bowl a lot of off-cutters or leg cutters, you are roughing up the ball as well, so it's not a bad ploy, not a bad tactics at all. Wider of the stumps and played well by Faf on this occasion. Seam up ball, located well by the striker. It's 87 for 2. Yasir Shah has got to reboot his field a little bit. That field at long on is a wasted effort. Got to call him in. Around the stumps, he'll be looking to get something out of the rough area. It's not really been heavily used for him to get extra bit of spice out of it, but usually is very good round the stumps against the left-handers by pitching the ball into the rough.
Still got that fielder nice and deep at long on, which is dead wrong, I think. Ramiz, you spotted it in the last over as well. I think that's a wasted fielder out there. See if we can locate that fielder at long on. Where is he? There he is. Bottom left of the screen. What is he doing down there? Surely be happy for the batsman to try and have a go and loft him over a standard at the mid-on position.
A couple of things that Pakistan need to understand. It's just 7 minutes to go before lunch, so obviously you don't expect batsmen to go absolutely crazy. And B, Algar is normally a very circumspect kind of a batsman. Will look to defend, backs his defensive instincts more than his aggressive ones. So it's not going to really hurt you over long on for a 6.
But obviously Yasir Shah feels that he just needs a little bit of extra protection at the moment, I guess, just to find a bit of a groove. Looks like he's got some pretty good rhythm to me at the moment. Have to wait and see what he does after a break.
Fielded a lot myself at short leg against great Abdul Qadir, and one great quality that he had, he would have an attacking field, and Imran Khan, his skipper, absolutely loved him for that. He would still go for runs, but at least he backed the attitude, the idea of a leg spinner asking for more fielders round the bat. Because with such a field set, obviously, you know, you appear to be unsettled a little bit. 90 for 2.
He played a couple of first-class games this season. Yasir Shah picked up 16 wickets. So he's bound to be pretty high in confidence and coming to this test match looking to make a difference.
I think he's got to realize very quickly that he's playing at home in bowling-friendly conditions. It's not as if he's been asked to bowl on unfriendly pitches. So he's got to feel at home completely and be just a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I agree. He is a real talent, he really is. One thing that's going to help him enormously is if he picks up a wicket early, of course. That's what spinners want right at the start. Gets him into the game, gets him mentally attuned, gives him a lot of confidence. Ali again. Now he's building a nice little line here. Hassan Ali, his last over I thought was really good. Change of line now this time to Dean Elgar.
And he can be a handful round the stumps to the left-handers because he gets that natural arc away from left-handers off stump.
And there's a lot of work being done by the Pakistan players on the ball at the moment.
Beautifully timed. Hardly seemed to have hit it, yet it makes to the fence very easily. Nice batting from Elgar. He's looked in good control here.
See, that was a wonderful stroke, it really was. Hardly any effort. Right out of the middle, and the fast outfield just took it away for a boundary. Reminds me of something that happened in the Test match, Sri Lanka versus England recently in Gaul, and Joe Root was batting. Played a wonderful shot. Joe Root, of course, he got 186 and batted superbly and got a particular boundary, and the stump mics just picked up Diguela after the shot, just admiring the shot that Root played, and then just casually asked him, have you got a second bat, have you got a spare one to give me? And Joe turned around and said, yeah, I have, you can have one, I'll sort you out after the game.
The strike rate is pretty impressive, 63, 46 of 73 balls.
He never looks at a pitch before a test match, Dean Elgar. It's one of those guys that will never go out and have a good look at the surface the day before or the morning of the game. He'll walk out and have one quick glance, and then he'll go out and do some warm-ups or doing a bit of hitting up and do his own little warm-ups before he knows he's going to have to perform. He just takes the view, whatever the surface is, he's got a bat on it, so he never looks at it.
We had a couple of cricketers who would go have a look at the pitch and translate it as impossible. And so after a while, Imran Khan, who was our leader during that period, stopped all of us from going near the pitch before the game. So deal with it, boys. We're not going to have any negativity regarding the 22 yards.
Believe me, Dean faces some good bowling on green ones in South Africa when they win the toss and look to bat first. That's his attitude. 94 for 2.
So at lunch, South Africans have done extremely well. 2 wickets down, but runs have been scored, and Dean Elgar has looked in great touch. He's a regular opener for you, a typical opener that you'd want in test match cricket. Pakistan fielded well. Imran Butt taking a blinder in the slips, and another wicket fell because of good ground fielding. Overall, Pakistan would be just a little bit disappointed. Another wicket or two would have given them a bit of a lift. But now they'll have to come back after lunch with different tactics, more of Yasir Shah. Bit of reverse swing probably in the afternoon session can help them set up something important moving forward into the game.
I think that's been a really good couple of hours of test match cricket. I really have enjoyed the way that Pakistan have buzzed out there in the field. Winning the toss is important for South Africa. They've done a really good job at lunch on day one. The run rate's good, a couple of wickets down. But I think that Pakistan in the field, superb. And it's been a really nice couple of hours of test match cricket.
Yeah, opener Alga batting beautifully, 46 of 76 balls. He was the highlight for South Africa in that first session. Markram looked decent before he was picked up brilliantly by Imran Butt in the slips of Shine for 13. Van der Dusen run out for 17, and Du Plessis, who is solid as a rock, on 14. Pakistan experimented with Shine and Hassan Ali as an opening pair. Fahim came in handy. He was miserly. Noman Ali on debut, none for 18, and Yasir Shah used briefly, just for 2 overs, none for 8. Right then, day one session summary for you. 26 overs, 94 runs scored by South Africa after winning the toss and deciding to bat. 2 wickets for Pakistan. Run rate was pretty decent, so good contest between bat and ball. We are on a break here for lunch. We'll be back in about 40 minutes' time.
So link 1, right?
No music. Yes, they can just only record. Match locator.
Right, so we're ready to go. You happy? Okay, where are the titles in blue? There's no opener, is it? Just titles. Yep. Sound of blue then. And roll blue. Okay, there's no sound there.
Let's not do the sound. Let's not worry about titles. Let's just move on.
Straight to the locator.
Yeah, okay. Not happening. Okay.
Locator.
Locator. Okay. There's no bubble on this, is there? So
historic National Stadium, Karachi, hosting a historic first Test match. And South Africa, well, Bank Alpha presents Bright Open Series, the first Test match, South Africa visiting Pakistan after 14 years. And South Africa won the toss and without hesitation batted first. A couple of wickets for Pakistan, but Dean Elgar, he's looked organised for his 46 and Faf du Plessis 14 not out. Akram and Elgar started off. Elgar looked in fine fiddle. He looks very comfortable today. He's been able to maneuver the ball into the gaps. A little push down the ground, went to the fence. Akram started off well. He looked to have things under control. Classic cover drive, probably the shot of the morning. But this, the catch of the game. Diving second slip, debutant Imran Butt with a magnificent catch. Meanwhile, Elgar, as we know, just carried on. Van der Dusen, he came in and looked the part. The pull shot worked well. And pace on the ball was disappearing to the fence pretty regularly. But then this happened. Complete confusion, a fantastic take from Rizwan and affects the run out, and don't want that in the first session where you've elected to bat on a pitch where it looks good for batting. That looked comfortable, being able to time the ball, and the outfield is giving you value for your shots. And they went over 3.5 for no in that first session to lunch, and we're pretty satisfied, barring that run out. Hassan Ali went at over 4, Shaheen with that first wicket, but I suspect that Numan and Yasir Shah will get a lot of work come the second and third session. 26 overs bowled, and South Africa going at 3.62. A post-last session, Wasim Bhai alongside me. Probably the session where look at the batsmen to consolidate.
Yeah, it's a very important session for either sides. I mean, South Africa 94 for 2, they have 8 wickets in hand. Elgar looking good, he's on 46, and du Plessis on 14. It's a good pitch to bat on, especially the first 2 sessions. And for Pakistan, they got 2 wickets, yes, and they've got 2 spinners in playing 11, 3 fast bowlers, including Fahim, the third one as an all-rounder. So plenty of options for the skipper, Babar Azam. But they need a couple of quick wickets here. Spinners to continue from one end at least. Yasir Shah probably will take the ball.
Two most experienced batsmen of this South African team. It'll be up to them to build a partnership. First inning runs, very important. And once you win the toss and bats first, especially in conditions where you think that it's batting friendly, you need to post a big score.
Possibly this pitch looks batting friendly, but I think it's not that easy because ball is keeping low a bit. If as a bowler you bowl within the stumps, back of a length, hit aim the stumps every time, it'll be difficult for the batsman to get runs, unless until obviously you bowl fuller or wider or shorter.
Always very composed at the crease, but for the series, he said he wants to improve on his Asian record. He has the opportunity to do so. This man, well, as always, top of the order. Straight away, inside edge. Is that a chance?
Let's have a look. Was it a catch? Abid Ali, the fielder. Still leave it on. First delivery after lunch. Straight a one, no turn. Inside edge, onto the pads. And yes, a drop chance. Abid Ali, the culprit.
Definite chance. Yasir Shah was in. He thought he was in straight away after lunch. Pakistan have been exceptional in the field. First session, we saw a couple of brilliant fielding displays, a catch and a run out. Straight away the opportunity, and what a start that would have been.
Would have been ideal start and an important wicket of Faf du Plessis as well. And the frustration you could see on Yasir Shah's face.
Yeah, the ball which doesn't spin the inside edge and just hit his hands. Beaten by pace off the delivery, Yasir Shah well. Oh, spin tries the reverse sweep, and that's gone through. And it'll make the fence of 4 byes.
That was an odd shot at this stage of the game. First day of a test match, second session, playing against the spin, reverse sweep. He missed it completely, and so did the keeper, Rizwan. Boundary buys for South Africa, 99 for 2 now.
Around the wicket, 2 left-handers. That is standard operation where he bowls really well to left-handers because of that angle. And we've seen this especially in UAE, where he dislodged a lot of left-handers with this big leg spinner, the one that does spin. Well, a terrific start from Yasir. Should have had a wicket. 99 for 2. Yasir Shah creating the opportunity straight after lunch, only to be shelled by Abid Ali. Went quickly, but you expect a short leg to just gobble that up.
And mind you, guys, that fielding position short leg is not that easy. Every time you got to have a specialist there, and I suppose Abid Ali is. He fields regularly there. But that catch should have been taken. It would have been such a crucial wicket for Pakistan and Yasir Shah at this stage of the game. 1 slip, 1 gully for Shaheen. 1 for 20 in his 6 so far. Well spread out field, so it'll be difficult for batsmen unless you bowled a poor delivery to get runs.
That's what he's aiming for. I'd like to hear your comments about this. He's got a short mid-off and a short cover. You just try and feed him outside that off stump. You were just mentioning the fact that you don't want to be too full on this track.
I mean, as a bowler, you can judge the pitch in first 2 overs. Okay, it's going to swing or not, it's going to seam or not. If not, I'll contain back of a length and try to get a wicket with the new ball, and then obviously not to give away extra and unnecessary runs. And of course, you wait after the tea session, maybe last half an hour, 45 minutes of the day, that it might reverse a bit, and then you can run in again and get a couple of wickets. Especially on pitches like this. Beautiful weather here in Karachi. About 24 degrees right now, 25 maybe.
And just the line of attack would be on about off stump. This very interesting feel. I just feel that if you're going to attack the stumps, you're better off having a short catcher on the leg side. If you have both the catches on the off side, the short cover and the short mid off, you're just showing that You're going to try and feed him just outside of stump.
A good delivery. He's taking the stumps. Shaheen Afridi. He's got one slip and Yasir Shah is in the slip cordon. So my point is, if there's one fielder in slips, it should be Imran Butt, the way he caught the ball earlier on. Yasir Shah is bowling. So you don't want your bowler to stand in the slips, especially you have to concentrate a lot. It appears an easy position, but it's not. You got to be on the ball every delivery.
Classy shot. Ball too full, outside off. Going to get punished. Boundary brings up the 100.
103 for 2 now. That's what exactly I was mentioning. Everything has to be within the stumps. If he's bowling from outside off stump, it should be aiming, hitting the off stump and middle stump. But they was obviously wide. First 50 of 62 deliveries. So runs are coming. Long days ahead. But fine leg slightly wider because the slow pitch, if anything, will go wide behind square.
$103 for 2. Partnership growing 40 now. The challenge now with Yasir Shah round the wicket. We've already seen previous over. He tried the reverse sweep. That's a better option. Punch it down the ground, get off strike.
But you see, that's where I differ with Babar Azam or even Yasir Shah. I mean, he's the most experienced bowler, 200 plus wickets already in Test cricket. For any batsman, especially straight after a break, you can't have mid-on or mid-off back. You got to create pressure. Get hit for boundary. Be brave about it. And probably boundary. Another boundary. Not a great delivery. Short delivery. There was no mid-wicket. We're talking about mid-on and mid-off, not mid-wicket, guys.
Well, he heard you. He said get hit for a boundary. He did. But obviously wrong length, wrong line. Easy shot. Whipped it off. But it's too short. Nicely played though, right back onto the stumps and being able to maneuver that into the leg side. You can't drop short, slow pitch, so you need to be erring on the fuller side, if anything. Yeah! Exactly like that, spin, and he's gone. Classic leg spinner.
What a delivery from Yasir Shah. He's got the important breakthrough of Faf du Plessis at this stage of the game. And it got the sharp turn, extra bounce, faint edge, and very good catch by Rizwan behind the stumps. Look at this. That's why he's one of the top keepers in world cricket, Mohammad Rizwan. And look at the excitement from Yasir Shah. First wicket for the series for him. So Faf departs for 23, South Africa 108 for 3.
captain walks out, Quinton de Kock. His 50th test match, third as captain. And he walks out where suddenly, after lunch, spinner Yasir Shah is into the game. He's a fantastic player. Just play his shots and will apply pressure back on the bowling. But right now, previous over, Yasir Shah almost had his man, Faf, but this over, beautiful leg spin, went off the straight, and Pakistan attacking.
3 wickets down, South Africa, new batsman in. Under pressure now, South Africa. There's man at mid-on, on the boundary, halfway. And that too for a new batsman. I can understand if it's a set batsman, you can have mid-on back. Mid-on back. For the new batsman, have him up. Just save single. And don't bowl there. First ball. Easy too.
Only into the 29th over, but this delivery spun is a terrific length. This one yet again is exceptional with the gloves. But I'm going to blame you, Wasim Bhai. We've done 10 games, Kaizen Trophy, we haven't seen the ball spin on day 4. Come day 1 and started to spin already. So you've gone and done the pitch report and things are happening.
Absolutely. That's what I'm here for. Doing my job. 110 for 3.
Pakistan now in search of wickets. Suddenly after lunch, Yasir Shah has hit his straps. Need pressure from both ends. Shaheen Shah Afridi now with a packed leg side field, so he's going to angle the ball back into the stumps. Just too far down the leg side and is tickled away to the fence. Needs to just finish the ball within the stumps.
50 up for Algar. 51 of 83. Good innings on this pitch. Second 50 against Pakistan in his career. It's a very awkward field set for Algar. They've got 5 fielders leg side. Fine leg obviously. Man behind square saving 1. Then there's a short mid-wicket, then there's a shorter mid-wicket, and of course mid-on. So with this sort of field, it appears everything's probably most of the deliveries will come in to the left-hander from Shaheen.
And he'll have to bowl quite a tight line. He can't stray down the leg side, but he has to make sure that he doesn't give Elgar any room outside the off stump. So even the ball tailing back in, he needs to start it quite close to the off stump so that it finishes within those maybe middle and off or even middle stump.
You see, coming back to that point, pitch report, I had a look at the pitch. I knew it probably will turn. I asked the groundsman, you know, that's what you do. And he said it in Urdu obviously. He said it's going to turn straight away. I said, hang on a minute, buddy. It's the first day of a test match, and he did. So at least he knows what he was talking about. Variations are so important on pitches like this. So this was his last delivery from the last over. A leg cutter, and it grips. So that's very important as well for any young bowler to see the pitch, read the pitch, and of course then use the crease as well. Lifted to the fielder, Imran Butt. So I was talking about, as a bowler, variations are very important, and of course using the crease is so important on slow pitches. That's what exactly Shaheen did in his first spell. Wide of the crease, close to the stumps, wider as well. And the idea of a bowler is to create a doubt in batsman's mind, and that's what exactly Shaheen Afridi did. And look at the release point. All different bowlers have all different release points, and sometimes you as a bowler also change your release point as well. Sometimes high arm, again poor delivery, another boundary. Every run is important. 118 for 3 now.
They're just too wide, allowing Elgar to throw his hands at the ball. It's a controlled shot, timed it really well, but the room provided outside of stump.
And he's not a big front foot player, especially in this innings. He's mostly staying in on back foot, Elgar. So anything wide, obviously, or full, he will have a go at it as a batsman. He's well set. He's on 55 now.
Swing and a miss. The ball doesn't carry to the keeper. 30 gone. It's 118 for 3. Dean Elgar is looking the part, but challenge after lunch has been Yasir Shah. He's getting the ball to spin. It's too full that time, but just into the 31st over of the game. Last couple of overs for the ball to let you go off the straight. Slightly too short. The opportunity, if you bowl short, to get runs. You also the opportunity to get $500 if you hit that service tyres board. That is square of the wicket.
But you have to hit the board or the circle in the board. Come on, Baz, please explain.
Well, if service are quite frugal, then probably the circle. But if they're not, then I think it's a very difficult thing to do, to be able to hit it over extra cover and hit it straight on there.
It'll be next to impossible. Mark should be little bigger, in my opinion.
And Yasir should be a little fuller. He's bowling around the wicket, but once he drops short, it's easier to camp on the back foot. Oh. That's better. He's getting spin. He is getting that from round the wickets. 119 for 3. Quinton de Kock, first time he's going to face Shaheen Shah Afridi.
His guard is taking his time. Yeah, just wandering, getting his head space right. It's quite a straight field set. Short cover, short mid-wicket, so you can expect the ball to be tailing back in and then bowling within those stumps. Shaheen Shah Afridi, well, that's the plan. Quinton de Kock, a dangerous player. He does take the attack to the bowler, so important when you start to not give him any freebies whatsoever. He will go after the bowling.
Yeah, spot on, Bazid. He's an attacking player. Likes his style. I like his style, the way he bats, especially in a shorter format. 500s and 2150s so far for him in this format. Quinton de Kock.
A change in field, square leg drops back, so the bouncer in play as well. Protection on the leg side. Gets us through the covers, get a couple of runs.
Straight to the fielder, Fawad Alam, backward point. 121 for 3. Pakistan probably will be hoping to get another wicket here early on in this session. Got one straight away. Yasir Shah bowled beauty to Faf du Plessis. One slip, and that's kind of in second slip, not first slip. Huge gap between slip and gully cordon. It's the skipper. Delivery from Shaheen within the stumps. That's the right plan. When at this stage of the game, his job is, or even Fahim or Hassan Ali, bowl from one end, 4 over, 5 over burst. If you're not getting wickets, contain and then attack with the spinners from the other end. That should be the plan.
Through the offside, cut short of a length, has been easy to put away. And they'll come back 4-3, so Quinton de Kock is off and running. It's 124 for 3.
.124 for 3 in 32. First day of a test match between South Africa and Pakistan at National Stadium. Yasir Shah to continue. Got a wicket, 1 for 17 in his 5. This is the line, right line, outside off stump. He's got a field for it. Leg gully, slip, and short leg.
another confusion. Oh, almost. Elgar's already been involved in a run out.
And I've heard it from here. Quinton de Kock screaming, no, no, no. Elgar just ran for the second one, and lucky for South Africa, nothing happened.
Slightly too short and pushed away into the leg side, and it's been given a pretty naughty stat, Wasimba. He says that Elgar's been involved in run-outs 3 times in Test cricket. 3 times, but he's never been run out himself. It's always the partner.
I've heard that somewhere before. Believe me, I'm the last guy, Baz, who can talk about run-outs. I think I myself has been involved with lots. I wasn't the best, I suppose.
With the first day pitch, we've talked about the variations, and Yasir worked Faf over. Straight away after lunch, first delivery, didn't spin it, it went straight on. The inside edge, which was dropped at short leg. And then he got one to rip. The sweep shot works well. It's finer of deep square leg and a boundary to end the over. 130 for 3. Yeah, the stat that sort of comes out to you is 24s conceded already, so a score of 130 and you've already given away 24 balls. That just gives away control. Noman Ali now has changed ends, and 2 spinners now operating in tandem.
Debutant Noman Ali. In 5 overs, 18 runs so far, no wicket for him. He's got square leg in front of the umpire for sweep. Obviously, Midon is back halfway. Easy runs, easy singles. If you play with the spin. That's what annoys me. You know, just giving away unnecessarily easy singles. Okay, let the batsman hit out of the park. They're 3 wickets down. They're under pressure.
First test players, there's a lot of attention being paid to the pitch and gardening and looking at the aspects where first day normally doesn't spin this much, but it's starting to spin already. And with Yasir Shah, the way that he worked Faf over, this is the first ball after lunch where he gets the ball just to go straight, the inside edge dropped at short leg, and then because there's purchase off the wicket, same length, same sort of line, and the ball spins, so that's attacking both edges off the bat. And with the ball spinning, it gives Yasir the option straight away. First day of the test match, things happening. And we've already blamed you for that because you did the pitch report. You know how things happen. Your record in Karachi is exceptional. And you know everything about Karachi because you wake up at the crack of dawn and you don't go to sleep till the sun's gone down.
That's me, Baz.
And that's exactly why you went out there and called it, and you were right, because of the fact that Karachi is, how do I say this? Karachi is love for you.
Karachi is love for you.
Is love for you.
It really is.
Bowling, and look at those stats, 20, 41 wickets, and you're saying the ball spins there. Come on.
Always spun when we bowled. Apart from, I think, 89 series against India, the first test match where great Sachin Tendulkar made his debut. And so the great Waqar Yunus in 89 here at National Stadium, there was a proper green top pitch. And I dropped a catch in second slip, obviously. What was I doing in slips? Don't ask me.
Having a rest. Spin again. Those spinners having their say, 132 for 3.
There's generally been a little bit of confusion. Every now and then you see batsmen struggling to call it correctly for a quick single. And that can happen if you've got a lot of people around the bat. Trying a reverse flick on the bounce. Avoids the leaping slip fielder. What is done well here, Dean Algar, is played the ball late. So he's not really gone with hard hands. He's waited for the spin and pretty comfortable with his defensive play.
Just bar those reverse sweep attempts. I think there's no need for that. He's a comfortable player. He's a good player against spin bowling. It's one of those when you pull it off, it looks good, but you get out, you're going to have the whole world criticizing you. But the good thing for Algar is that he's converted well in Test cricket, gone past 15 times, and 13 of those have gone on to be 100. So if you're a betting man right now, it's a good time to put some money on Algar, getting 100. There we are, 16 now, and 13 have gone to 100s.
I like this field, except for that long on fielder for the left-hander, because what they're trying to do is to make sure he's not given an easy single, an easy passage to the non-striker zone.
That seems to be the trend now in Test cricket, where you have the deep mid-on, mid-off immediately to a batsman. Gone are the days, well, let him hit you over the top once or twice and let him hit you again. They seem to be quite happy to just give away the single, try and take that shot out of his game, going over the top.
One double 3 for 3.
I'm of the school that let him go over the top. Back your bowler. There's enough rough out there already that you could mistime it. Perhaps from that line he's not really looking to go over the top. But at 133 for 3, could be 135 for 4, and then it's advantage to Pakistan.
Quinton de Kock is a special talent, and a go-getter, is going to play his instinctive cricket.
Yeah, that he is. He's a guy, and he's admitted it himself, that he doesn't like to think too much about it, not get in his own way. It's almost a see-ball, hit-ball cricket, but he is a very special talent.
There he goes, and gone. Imran Butt is a smart fielder, this time at mid-wicket. Took care of the business, and the debutant is off the mark, his first wicket, and not a bad one at all. Quinton de Kock losing it.
Well, this is the risk you take. We've just been talking about what a special talent he is. He scores well, he scores quickly, and then when he tries to make something which is not on, he may be that good, but even the very best can end up doing that. Straight to mid-wicket. He was down on his knees immediately, as if to say, well, what have I done? There you go. But when you're looking to go over the top, it's not quite there. That could easily be the result. So it's advantage to Pakistan right now. De Kock gone for 15. South Africa 133 for 4.
.133 for the loss of 4, so action happening after lunch. Pakistan have picked up a couple of wickets. Quinton de Kock trying to heave one over mid-wicket, caught by Imran Butt at mid-wicket. Temba Bavuma, the entire SA wants him to get more hundreds, just 100 to his name. But he's a good situational player. Good against spin. Babar Azam captaining Pakistan for the first time in Test match cricket, so this will be a bit of an experience for him. The learning curve, as they say, so after every session he'll be looking to redo the field positions, the bowling options. Slip in a gully in place now.
De Kock's downfall never really bounced. Probably was a bit too full for that shot, but was the shot on at all? He'll sit down, and I think that will be his exact thoughts. Wasn't on.
A lot of oohs and ahs. Pakistan very keen to go for the special effects. The decibels have gone up a notch. Got to be careful when you play on the back foot. Make sure that you play it mostly with your bat. It's a low pitch. It's a pitch that is now taking a bit of spin. And watch out for the arm ball, the straighter ball. Seen so many spinners do a fair bit of damage with a straighter one. Quicker through the air on that off-stump line. He'll be happy chappy. His first Test match wicket, that of Quinton de Kock. 133 for 4.
Good figures. 7 bowled, 1 for 20. You mentioned watch out for that arm ball, and Bazid Khan earlier had said that that's one of his strengths. Now and then just serves up a very good arm ball.
trying to look for a bit more elevation. Just didn't get it in the middle of the bat. And suddenly, possibly there's rush of blood, because he's trying to play that one along the ground most times, and suddenly he tried to pick one or a 6 possibly. Not to be.
That's the one, down to deep mid-on, brings the new batsman on strike. My only advice to Quinton de Kock would be to, particularly in Test cricket, to play as straight as possible. He has that special talent where the ball will go in areas, but when he tries to make a shot out of when it's not on, square of the wicket generally, there it's over mid-wicket, he gets himself into trouble. You have that sort of ability and you trust your talent, you can just keep it going down the ground, whether you're on 20, 30 or 100, the runs will come, they'll accumulate. And getting out there, that's a mental thing. That's your approach to your batting. It's the way you think about your batting, your game plan. That's not a technical thing. A lot of heat here on Temba Bavuma. There's always a discussion point about him when it comes to him being selected for South Africa. But I've always said from day one, he's got something about him.
I absolutely admire his batting against spin. There you see, he's not going to be rushed, hassled at all, because he's got this confidence to play the dead bat shot. And he picks up the line very early as well, gets into good positions. It's just that tag of not scoring enough hundreds that can get you, or you're thinking a little muddled. Nicely played. Wristy work from the right-hander. 136 for 4.
So what's to come for South Africa? Lindy the next, and then it's a fairly long tail.
In need of a partnership, South Africa.
Well, they've had someone willingly looking for a partnership. That's been Dean Elgar, keeping this innings together. Just typical Elgar. I'm a big fan of his batting. Big admirer of the way he goes about his cricket, the way he plays, he constructs his innings. Wanted to have got in fairly well, but just haven't been able to go with him. Back on the subject of Bavuma, because he doesn't look out of his depth. I don't agree with that thinking. It's just that ability to just take those 30s and 40s and on more occasions take them further. And May, just all he needs is just 1, 2 to kickstart it, and away he'll go. And it's finding that bit of momentum.
Every time I watched him, he appears to be built for tough runs. He bats well when the pressure is on.
Today is the day, Ramesh. Well, let's hope for him. Let's just think of him as the cricketer, and he's only trying his best and out there playing for his country.
Gone, beautifully held, nice catch by the skipper. 2 now for the left armour, and well, they've removed Dean Elgar, who was playing so well, expecting the ball to spin back. Probably it stayed the course, and nicely taken in the slips by Babar.
Good sharp chance. And here we are with Elgar. Was that really the shot? Good straightforward catch, but credit to the bowler. He's toiled away, he's built up a bit of pressure. It's almost as if we've started to see the ball turn a little bit. South Africa panicked a bit, starting to look for runs where they aren't. This occasion, Elgar chasing something which is not normally his type of game, a little bit wider. Maybe didn't turn, We'll have a closer look at it later. So good innings from Elgar. He fought bravely here. And South Africa now at 136 for 5.
George Linde is in. Left arm spinner, can bat a bit as well. Second test match average of 32. 3 first-class hundreds for the left-hander. He has this responsibility to build a partnership with Bavuma. Let's see off this threat from Noman Ali. 2 for 20 now for the left armer.
All Pakistan, 5 down South Africa. Now, how wide was this? Was the shot on? It just didn't really turn, did it? Just went straight on, but it's not really an area Elgar's good in, and that's playing anything wide.
That's a beautifully bowled delivery. Stumps taken out of the socket, but no danger being run out. 137 for 5.
Very noisy now, the Pakistanis. Will have every reason to be. It's 137 for 5 and 2 new batsmen at the crease. They're sensing an opportunity here. Another wicket or 2 and they're well into the tail when it comes to the South African lineup. They're a happy bunch right now.
It's been a good session for Pakistan. 3 wickets they've taken. South Africa, bit of an issue here. 137 for the loss of 5. 2 newcomers at the crease. Pakistan dominating through spin.
And you make that point, and I alluded to it earlier. It just seemed the moment there was a bit of action in terms of the spin. We saw reverse sweeps come out. It's almost as if it raised anxiety levels amongst the South African batsmen. It was always the talk about it. They would have given it a lot of thought as batsmen. Don't try and kid yourself. How do we deal with it? Just wonder if it was a little bit unnecessary. You can only play to what you have out there. But when you start to look for things that aren't there, or make too much of it, invariably you find yourself in trouble. Never easy for the left-hander. There's a bit of rough out there. You've got a quality leg spinner.
And that is exactly what he's trying to do. Get the ball landed in one of those rough areas outside left-hander's off stump. Get more purchase. Wider the stumps. He's not a big googly bowler. So what he'll do is just hammer away looking for that rapid spin out of the rough patch.
Worth a silly point? If you consider one, Ramesh?
Yeah, I think so. More the merrier.
Short leg. He's got a man just behind, catching, leg slip. But Lindy's a good player. I'll tell you, he's scored some good runs at first-class cricket. You mentioned 3 first-class hundreds. Likes to take it on when it's there. He's having a glance in the mid-wicket direction.
They usually ask Yasir Shah to take it easy. Just wait at the top of your run-up and don't rush things. When he's not bowling well, he seems to be a little anxious in his run-up and his mannerism. I think that part has been taught well by Mushi, his guru, his coach, that when you're not bowling well, you're just rushing things. But the over 139 for 5.
Very experienced Alim Dar. In recent times it's been not the case for local umpires to umpire at home, but due to circumstances, and I guess as a player, the opportunity to stand at home is always something you've wanted. A lot of noise here from Pakistan. I always say when they came to South Africa with your quicks and the ball going past the bat, you made a lot of noise. It's not always the case. I wouldn't really say about Pakistan and their history of quicks, but spinners and the ball goes past the bat, they want to remind you about that. And something Faf du Plessis brought up leading into this test match is exactly that, where you've just got to play what you see. If it beats the bat, so what? But us as young guys coming here in the early days, it was a strange experience.
It challenges your cricketing DNA, from high bounce to low bounce, and then probably playing the surface as well at times, like it happens to subcontinent sides in South Africa. They get scared by the amount of grass on the pitch, and they try to read too much into the situation and falter as a result. It's a good learning curve for some of these guys, you know, how to play spin, how to bat tightly in tough situations. They fall back on your defense and you'd be fine. Just watch the ball and not worry about the 22 yards. And today should be good batting conditions. As the game goes into day 3, day 4, day 5, if South Africa can still remain relevant and engaged, it'll be a big challenge for Pakistan. That is what they need to do to remain relevant throughout the next 4 days. Take it deep. Make it tough for Pakistan.
It's worth reminding all our viewers that the side that has lost the toss had to bowl first has won more test matches here. And a fair amount more. 139 for 5.
The ground is in good condition, well manicured. South Africa still maintaining good, decent run rate of almost 3.5.
And the game is stalled. Whilst this is all happening, South Africa have to keep in mind, look, 2 new batsmen, but where can they pick up the odd single?
Got to be careful with that straight drive or that extravagant drive, because the ball is gripping and spinning, not a lot but enough for you to get out cotton bowl. Nicely played, good roll of the wrist.
Where would you look in to be scored if you were Bavuma right now? Granted, he's just got to the wicket. But a man who's grown up on these wickets, what sort of game plan would you have at the back of your mind.
Yeah, I mean, the first 10, 15 runs, played safe, look for just little gaps. Don't look for extravagant drives, for example. Slip in a gully in place, a short leg included. So he's not a googly bowler. So he probably tease you with a top spinner and may end up in the lap of that short leg fielder. But otherwise, the strategy is pretty clear. He's going to fight the ball, spin it across to use those two fielders, slip and gully.
Would you think of using your feet?
I'd be looking for that shot definitely, because it's not a bouncy quick track, so it allows you time to get on the back foot and play that shot with the spin. But you can do that actually. If you can use your feet, you can work the ball away towards, say, mid-wicket, pick up a couple of runs. Don't hit the ball hard. Look to be on the front foot more than the back foot. Good last ball from Shah, 140 for 5.
He probably doesn't bowl that pace where you can get down, really, I guess. To say it's hit forward when you have to and look for that scoring opportunity off the back foot. But he's found a nice rhythm now, both these spinners. They're settling in nicely. Success to Afridi up front, and it's been Ali and Yasser. 3 between them.
Pakistan have bowled well, particularly well in this session. 2 for Noman and 1 for Yasser. Wicket to Shaheen Afridi. Pakistan look to be now more in control compared to how things were in the first session. Almost 100 runs were scored in that first session for the loss of 2 wickets. Yeah, he bowled well to Olga before he got his wicket, trying to work that spin back into the stumps, and certainly floated one wider of the mark and was beautifully held by Babar Azam. So it was well constructed few balls that got the better of the batsman. Into the gap. I think he got bit of the fielder at silly mid-off. I was supposed to hit the fence at mid-off.
Just to go back to that clip of Algar, it was a good one because you saw Algar there looking leg side, and then something a fraction wider, bat face closing on it. You'd probably look at it and think, well, should I have played with a straighter bat for longer, perhaps got closer to the ball. But it definitely just held its line, it went straight on. And you get a feel for it and you kind of work in it, and then you get one like that. But he battled hard and he did well today. You've got to give him credit.
Oh yeah!
You see, you look at Bavuma, and why I asked you, what would you be thinking? You know, it's just all defense or a really bad ball, and it doesn't look like you're going to get too many right now. These two spinners have settled down nicely. So at what point do you think, well, before the pressure becomes too much, where can I manipulate a run? Where can I get myself one side of the ball, or just eye gap, or little shuffle down the pitch, push it wider mid-on, take a single. See, otherwise you just become a stationary target for the bowler. You can just keep going there looking for that outside edge or want to go straight on. One thing he does do is sweep very well.
Gotcha.
That's the one. That's that fuller one. He's opened it nicely there.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a challenge, because when you're in that defensive frame of mind, you tend to sort of miss out on opportunities that are afforded to you. So he's got to understand the value of a single. As you just mentioned, I've seen him play that sweep shot extremely well. I think it's a kind of pitch also, Daryl, where you feel a little confident when you bat about 20 balls. You get used to the pace or the lack of it. And so you get used to the turn as well. It's not a massive turn, but enough to keep the bowling side interested.
No, I think you're right, Ramesh. It's more question than, as you say, and you are spot on. Give yourself a few more balls. Not too worried about where you are. Just get a good feel of it, and from there you can build it.
144 for the loss of 5, and we have a drinks break here at National Stadium, Karachi.
Welcome back to the National Stadium, Karachi. That's the story at the moment. South Africa won the toss. They elected to bat first. The bowlers were ecstatic about that. 144 for 5 will not make the batsmen particularly happy at the moment. 42 overs gone. They were sitting pretty actually at the lunch break. But since then, Pakistan have been superb. 50 runs have been scored, but they've picked up 3 wickets, Pakistan. So it really has been a really good performance by them. The spinners have done the damage. A little bit of indifferent running between the wickets also hasn't helped South Africa's cause. But at the moment it's now Temba Bavuma and George Linder who are there to try and get things back on track. Ashish Shah 1 for 30. Just one ball into his 11th over. Looks like he's found a nice little groove. Buzz Khan's alongside me. Buzz, how do you read things?
Pakistan on top, the ball's spinning, and this is what they planned for. They wanted a pitch which would spin, and with that Yasir comes into play. And it's interesting because we did a lot of first-class cricket here, about 40 days of first-class cricket. We haven't at all seen the ball spin as much, even on the 4th day. So obviously there's a different preparation to this pitch.
There's some scarring out there as well. But it's also turning off the straight. That's the interesting part about it. So this track is, and I would say the South Africans would think this is more like a day 3 pitch, the way it's turning at the moment, but they've got their work cut out. They've had problems over the last little while getting to 300 when they've been batting first. Single on that occasion. They've only got to 300 4 times when batting first in a test match. So it's either the first or the second innings of a test match. Only got to 300 4 times in the last 16 first innings. It's not good reading. They're struggling now at 145 for 5. Just joining us, George Linder's got 3 first-class hundreds, so he's considered a bowling all-rounder. And that's the end of the 43rd over, 146 for 5.
Yeah, post-lunch it's all been about spin. Noman Ali, a couple of wickets, Yasir Shah, but the way the ball's reacting off the surface, Pakistan well happy. As you talked about the problems with the bat, obviously in South Africa there's spicy pitches, but also factor from afar. You look at the South African side and then you always associate some quality all-rounders at the bottom half or the lower order. So when you want to scrap, you want to play shots like that and then get to 300.
That's a fine drive, really is. Advancing strong, straight back past the bowler. Beautifully played by Linder. Brings up the 150. First boundary in 16 overs, that one. 62 deliveries. And that's kept low, a little bit flatter. He really has bowled cleverly. I think that's the description of the way the debutant has performed today.
An experienced bowler in first-class cricket. He's played first cricket, what, 14 years now. The subtle variation in pace, and you don't normally pick those up, where he just manages to change pace all the time. And last couple of seasons, whenever Noman Ali has got a pitch which is helping him, he's able to get wickets, but also bowl long spells where he doesn't give batsmen anything to score off. So he applies pressure that way as well.
287 wickets, Noman Ali, in his first-class career. Average is very tidy, under 24. 18 5-wicket hauls. With an extremely good arm ball.
And as a spinner, I'm always of the opinion that you need to play a lot of cricket, and then you get to realize how you bowl and your strengths. And normally a spinner and a batsman take longer to develop than an out-and-out fast bowler. 152 for 5.
Well, I think for the rest of this test match, the South Africans can get used to these spin twins for Pakistan. doing a great deal of bowling. Now, George Lind will be very interested to see what is happening out there, because he's going to be called upon and has bowled in these sort of conditions before in India. But I guess George Linder, to a certain extent, is perhaps a little bit of a surprise selection. Now, the second spinner in the lineup was Tabraiz Shamsi, who had a bit of a back spasm, or tweaked the back just warming up, actually, it looked. I saw him this morning just hobbling off with the doctor just before the toss. He would have been number 2 in line, I'm sure. Nicely played. But in saying that, Linder is a far better batsman than Shamsi. But George Linder is exactly the same as Maharaj as a bowler, both left-arm orthodox bowlers. Whereas Tabraiz Shamsi is a left-arm unorthodox bowler, and certainly asks some questions. Concern about that leg, which is on the rope at the moment, but as he gets the second grab of that, it's not, so that's fine.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that at the toss. Quinton de Kock saying that because of that injury they played 2 spinners. They were actually thinking of playing 3 spinners.
I mean, that would have been extraordinary had they done that. They've got 3 big quicks: Rabada, Nokia and Ngidi, which means that Mulder, the all-rounder, who did such a sterling job against Sri Lanka, doesn't get a run. A sterling job with the bat and also the ball. At the moment, as we look at this test match, Pakistan can be absolutely delighted with the work that they're doing. Keeping the batsmen quiet and at the same time just chipping away and picking up wickets.
Also important for Pakistan just to keep patient. There will be partnership, there will be resistance, so to go searching, and well, Yasir Shah's done it again. And Lind goes straight upstairs.
Wasted no time in setting this
Stadium
upstairs.
R2 director, we have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. We may start from front on spin again, please. No need to see the note. Yeah. Just nice and slow. Keep rolling. Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through ultras, please. Okay. Waiting for ultras, guys. Yes, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Yes, I can see a gap between bat and ball, and flat line when ball next to the bat. I'm satisfied, no bat in ball. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision out. Pitch in line, impact in line, wickets missing. Go back to on-field umpire. Alim, you need to reverse your decision. You're on screen, please signal.
So that's a good review from South Africa. 157 for 5. So a couple of interesting things about that review from George Linder. One is that he sent it up straight away, and that must have been because he thought he hit it. He clearly didn't, but it was missing leg stump, so he got a little bit of a bonus there, I think. As that one clearly gripped and went down the leg side by some distance. So 157 for 5 it is. Nicely bowled by Yasir Shah. I think for those who have watched Temba Bavuma over the years, they know that his tempo is important.
Here's a review. It's pretty full, and it's just Hawkeye shows that the ball's turning down leg. The other aspect to that is when Yasir Shah bowls round the wicket, he's very wide off the stumps anyway. And because he's so wide, the angle is always pushing it towards the leg side. So look, he's almost coming, well, extremely wide, right at the... If he goes any further, it'll probably be a no ball.
Yeah, that replay also showed us where the if you looked at where the keeper was going, he was clearly darting down the leg side as well. But you're right, the angle, if you just look quite simply at the angle of this, from the wide delivery. Back to Bavuma's tempo. He's at his best when he's busy. Now, he hasn't been able to be busy up until now. The bowling's been so good from Pakistan. The track is on the slow side. It's turning. Men around the bat. It's quite a difficult thing when you first arrive at the crease to get going in these sort of conditions. So that's where he's been hamstrung. Nicely bowled again. 158 for 5. On the basics of any game of cricket, partnerships, if you get them big, then it makes a massive difference, and South Africa know that. They will be so annoyed looking at that. 30 stands, 30, 33, 45 between Elgar and Faf du Plessis. 25, Elgar and de Kock. De Kock's shot wasn't great. Elgar will still be smarting, I think, the fact that he chased that wide one.
Now South Africa's perspective, they won't want this pitch now to quiet down. On the second day, they want it to still be spinning. It's nicely done. Let's get the single. But whatever runs they get in this first innings, it's important for them that this pitch come tomorrow is on the way down or deteriorating or getting more difficult to bat on. Sometimes in Karachi's second, third day, the pitch becomes pristine. But today we've seen, as you mentioned, spin off the surface. So in theory, you're looking at the pitch getting worse and worse.
Bowlers to come for South Africa too after this. They break this partnership. Maharaj, who's no fool with the bat, that's for sure. And you have the likes of Rabada, Norkia and also Ngidi. What's left in that change room? It's nicely worked. This outfield is lightning quick.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just short enough for Linda to rock back and have the time to hit it through the onside. The timing was perfect, just places it and it races away.
.163 for 5. Shaheen Afridi now back into the attack. 1 for 37. His return at the moment, so just a little bit of a change in conditions for the South African batsman. He is a class act, Shaheen Afridi, really is. Big tall lad, still young. Full of the joys of life this morning when he was warming up. Saw some footage of him training over the last couple of days. He was putting it 100% all the time with the ball in hand. Operating with a couple of slips, one at second and about a fifth.
Yeah, straight away, Shaheen Afridi is going around the wicket. One delivery from over the wicket, he's now decided that he'll change the angle and maybe just to be angling the ball back into the stumps, bowl as tight into the stumps as possible.
Big game in the middle at the moment. Games on around the ground as well.
Tic-tac-toe. Never understood the rules though. It's a difficult game. Should come with a manual of explaining the rules.
I mentioned he's a big lad, Afridi. Probably got size 12 feet, I would imagine. Look at the size of those wheels of Afridi. He's now going around the wicket. So every time he follows through from around the wicket, there's going to be a little bit of breakage of the pitch, providing more areas for the spinners to target as this game unfolds. both spinners and both teams. Follow through of 3 or 4 paces. Not running in the danger area, so it's all totally legitimate. And it's not a bad tactic bowling around the wicket, by the way, to Bavuma anyway, but those big feet, you get some big quicks doing some damage. It delights the spinners.
Normally is the way the fast bowlers do operate is once that juice from the pitch has gone early doors, they sort of bring their length back. You want to be erring on the shorter side, but the slowness of this pitch, I don't think that will be of much use. If you go short of a length, it's easier for the batsman to A, survive and also maybe probably score runs. So again, even with the old ball, you need to be erring fuller.
It's a good first over back in the game for Afridi, 164 for 5. "18 years ago I was here, Baz, and that stadium was rocking at the time. It was full of people. We will get to that, I'm sure, before too long, but what a momentous day this is to have South Africa back playing Test cricket in Pakistan. South African players are totally aware of the history of this also. Keen to contribute to Pakistan cricket. Keen to make this Test series something to remember, something special.
"18 years ago, Ace, and you'd be commentating then for what, 25 years? 25 plus 18 now is 43?
I was also here in 98 as well, so 98 and also 2003. Started commentary in 94. I've
Seen
lost
it
count.
all.
I've lost count.
You've seen it all. So you had 98, 2003, you missed out on that?
Here then in 2003.
Oh, so you've done all of them.
Missed out in 2007.
So since those 18 years, anything has changed in the National Stadium, Karachi, or it's almost the same?
Outfield's greener at the ground. I haven't seen Karachi much, I must say. It certainly arrived. Oh, that's brilliant. That really is brilliant. This fielding has been vastly improved from Pakistan today. I think we all are aware that they had a bit of a fielding nightmare in New Zealand, but gee, they've been top-notch today. Really impressive.
A diving stop. You mentioned the outfield and Pakistan are using it. It dives here, there and everywhere.
Just to finish that, I've only been here a couple of days, Baz. I have no doubt that Karachi's improved and expanded substantially. I haven't had a chance to get outside the hotel and check that out yet, but at some stage I will. But the hospitality is certainly there, which has always been the case.
But hey, the best is yet to come. You move to Islamabad, which is the next test match in Rawalpindi. So just hold your horses. 165 for 5.
Okay. 165 for the loss of 5, South Africa. It's been a bit of a battle for them in this session. Got Wasim Akram here with me. Waz, you know, we often wonder why our left arm is bowling from round the stumps or over the stumps. Now Shaheen Afridi is bowling round the stumps. Just tell us a bit about the strategy here.
I think as a bowler, when you see nothing is happening from over the wicket, you try a different angle. That's why you go, hence you go around the wicket, and obviously we haven't seen any swing so far. With the new ball, little bit and nothing so far from Shaheen Afridi, especially from fast bowlers. So that's why they're changing the angles and using the crease. Inside edge. Good bowling this. Good comeback by Pakistan side in this test match. 5 wickets down, South Africa with 165 runs on board. And I must say the groundsman was spot on in the morning. He said the ball will turn from the day one, and that's what exactly happening.
I think your game plan becomes that much more clearer if you know how the 22 yards will behave. You can pick the right 11, get your strategy in place.
The ball is also keeping low. It's not an easy wicket to bat on in a way. It's not a batting deck, that's for sure. This was again the variation I was talking about, the slow ball, the leg cutter, inside edge. Lucky for the batsman, missed the stumps. And no ball has been called. The previous ball by Shaheen Afridi.
Clearly over the line.
We were lucky this technology wasn't around when we were playing. I would have bowled so many no balls.
You would have probably killed the machine.
Probably after my spell, walked straight into the OB van down there and got a hang of a director. Hey,
Hawkeye people,
get this thing off.
It's an excellent single. Knew exactly how hard he had played that ball. Is built for hardy knocks, this fella, Bavuma. His record may not be that outstanding as a test cricketer, but you bet your bottom dollar that he'll give you his best.
He's a very gutsy player. He takes his time, especially in this format. A lot of noise from Pakistani team, and obviously they're on top of this game so far. 5 wickets down, 167 runs, South Africa. Well spread out field, only one slip, one gully for Shaheen.
There's a clear desire that he wants to pitch the ball up on a pitch like this, which is the way to go, I guess, Waz, because you're not going to get a lot of lateral movement by pitching it back at the length, so might as well try the fuller length and keep it within the stumps. Another no ball, so It's a bit of an issue now for Shaheen.
He's sprinting in. Previous delivery was 143 kilometers an hour, so he's running in. And yes, absolutely spot on, Ramiz. This is the right ploy by Shaheen Shafri. All the fast bowlers, in fact, should be doing exactly what he's doing right now. Another full delivery. And the spinners can attack from the other end.
How's it looking? Waka looks a bit anxious. He is very good with not bowling no balls. In fact, Waka hardly ever bowled a no ball. Oh, it was tight, extremely tight. That's the other thing, you can't really win over a machine. With an umpire, you could contest the issue, but not with a machine.
You can argue with the umpire, but not with the machine. That's a good shot. Beautifully middled. Probably will race away to the boundary. There's a Hassan Ali after it. Good effort. We'll have a look in the replay.
He wants to have it looked again. Oh, he's in contact with the rope when he stopped that ball. So a 4. Deserved a 4, that shot. Hassan Raza will signal a boundary. 50 overs of the innings completed, 172 for 5. .172 for the loss of 5, and I guess the big question would be how many runs are enough in the first innings. What are South Africa looking at? 250 plus? Would that make Pakistan a little uncomfortable?
250 plus definitely will put pressure on Pakistan batting in second innings, that's for sure. Because like I said, it's not an easy wicket to bat on. You really have to work hard on it as a batsman. So they need another wicket quickly, Pakistanis. This partnership is building up as well. 36 of 77.
And there's kind of a data variation regarding the National Stadium pitch also. At times, it could be a killer for bowlers. Progressively, it would get a bit better come day 3, day 4, day 5. That's the reason why we've seen so many draw matches here. So you can't really have a reference point regarding the surface. On day 1 it was supposed to be good for batting, but we've seen batsmen to struggle against spin.
Yes, the fast bowlers, the ball is not coming nicely on the bat. It's not a batting flat deck. It's just one of those pitches, awkward pitches for a batters. They really have to grind in and work hard every time. Against the spinner, against the fast bowler. Obviously, it's a front foot pitch as a batsman. We hardly seen any short pitch deliveries from Pakistani bowlers.
Catch it!
He's covering the entire set of stumps when he's facing the left armour. Different methods of playing spin. Some would want to maintain that leg stump guard. Some would want to cover the stumps so that they know exactly how they're going to meet.
Some would stand outside off stump, right?
Yeah, sure. Boom on the other end, very much on leg stump. Is it with soft hands? His defense has been almost immaculate so far against spin. 174 for 5.
45 for 1 in his 11, bowled well. Hassan Ali, tad expensive, 35 in his 8. Fahim 5 for 12. Noman, debutant, 2 for 34. Pick of the bowlers, and Yasir Shah bowled really well as well, got 1 wicket already in this innings for Pakistan.
Yasir Shah bowling for the first time from this end, which is our end, pavilion end. It's been another absorbing session. 3 wickets, 80 runs. Nearing tea on day 1.
Straight to round the wicket to the left-handers, Yasir. I've seen all the great bowlers from Abdul Qadir to Mushtaq to Saklan. They start off normal and then nothing happens. Then they change their end and then they change their, around the wicket or over the wicket variation comes later. But I suppose he's comfortable. He's got 200 plus test wickets. He knows what he's doing. Down leg side. Sometime when he bowls his delivery, his release points go slightly wider and hence the ball drifts down leg side to the left-hander Yasir Shah's.
The other thing that he's got to understand is the pace of the pitch, because every session will make it slow for him. This pitch is not going to bounce and pick up speed and pace. So he's got to adjust his pace on the ball in almost every session. He's doing the basic stuff here, which is targeting the stumps and get his leg spin going. Very much bowling within his parameters. Slower in pace once again. Ball at 81.4 kph, that last ball. 175 for 5. Partnership of 39 of 88 balls. It's been a hard grind, but South Africa very much still existing. 5 down for 175.
Very important partnership this for South Africa. 39 of 88 between these two. Noman to continue. 2 wickets already on his debut. Excellent performance.
He's a good player. That sweep shot. Played it fine. Can give you a lot of value on such pitches, that sweep shot.
Run is crucial at this stage of the game, for South Africa at least. And Bavuma, busy player. Not a big hitter of the ball, but he keeps scorecard ticking all the time.
Good bowling.
He's seen big turn from Noman, although he's got 2 wickets. I think he's bowling slightly quicker instead of just giving more air to the ball. Probably the skipper have told him to just you contain and let Yasir start attack from the other end.
Wider at the stumps this time, trying to create different angles. Different optics, visuals for Bavuma to deal with. Fielder very close to Bavuma. Silly mid off. Solid in defense, the right-hander, 178 for 5. He's batted well, Linda. 25 of 39 now. Not being hampered because of that challenge from Yasir Shah around the stumps, trying to hit the rough area. Nicely on the back foot, looking hard at the ball, and that is what you need to do. Just wash the ball, tell yourself all the time.
Solid defense. That's so important, especially if you're playing in Pakistan, against Pakistan, or somewhere in subcontinent. This sort of technique is very crucial and important.
Rizwan seemed to be very happy with the progress of Shaji. Chance. Big inside edge on that occasion. The last 3 deliveries have been a bit challenging for the left-hander. Nice loop flight, and he's got them pitched in the area as well that he desires. Oh, it was the other one that skidded off the surface, probably the top spinner. Nicely done.
Clever bowling from Yasir Shah. Couple of leg breaks, and then the googly from around the wicket. Yeah, no clue whatsoever. Missed it completely. Was playing for the leg spin.
Gotcha.
Excellent over comes to an end. 178 for 5. got to be careful when you're playing the cut shot. The ball is not really coming at pace. It is staying low at times, so be mindful of the fact that it can get you done.
And he's not turning the ball, so he's bowling more straighter, Noman. So hence it's more difficult to play this back foot cut.
Nice pressure being built now from both ends. This is a good start to the over after Yasser bowled that excellent last over.
That's how you build pressure on the opposition. When we talk about pressure, that's what you do. You just don't give them runs. And now both the batsmen are under pressure a bit because they're not rating the strike, they're not getting any runs.
There's the sweep shot, nicely played. Chance of a run out, strike. Strong appeal from Pakistan. The bails were removed. Bavuma is quick, but was it quick enough?
Umpire to director. We have an umpire referral for run out. Show me best side on angle, please. Let's keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Roll forward, roll forward. One more frame, one more frame, one more frame. Yes. Bails are off. Bat is still short of the ground. I'm ready to make my decision. My decision for the big screen is
what a breakthrough. What a mighty breakthrough. Against the run of play, Pakistan have picked up a wicket, and that too courtesy run out. Hassan Ali was the fielder, brilliant fielding because he had to slide, get to the ball, picked it up cleanly, the throw was in, and Bavuma, like was the case once in South Africa recently against Sri Lanka, where he didn't hit the ball but yet walked off. It was flat, it was straight over the bails removed by Rizwan, and so Bavuma gets himself run out after battling for 17. 179 for the loss of 6. Keshav Maharaj is in, is a bit of a fighter with the bat. 350s and best of 73. What a breakthrough for Pakistan. From nowhere, that produced a beauty in the field. Hassan Ali sliding, picking up the ball cleanly, and a rocket arm straight over the bails.
Great effort from Hassan Ali. Smiling, bubble of the team. Good to have him back in the squad. Let's have a look at the wicket. Nicely played shot. He thought easy two. Ran first one, quick one, but Hassan Ali was just too quick for him. Look at the throw. Straight on top of the stumps.
At times you're so consumed with your own performance when you're fielding in that area that you forget the value of of good fielding, but Hassan Ali was aware of the situation. Sliding and getting Pakistan a fabulous breakthrough. A pick-up moment for Pakistan in this session and an important breakthrough achieved. 179 for 6. Couple of runouts, and South Africa 179 for the loss of 6. Losing wicket just at the wrong time when the partnership was brewing, was building up. Pressure on Pakistan, and Pakistan were in need of a wicket, a breakthrough, and so it was achieved in the end, courtesy great ground fielding by Hassan Ali.
On top here, Pakistan team. They're noisy on the field, they're diving around the minute they came out to field. Slightly short delivery, Midon is up in the circle. That's a very good captaincy by Babar Azam, doing his obviously first test match as a skipper.
Just trying to work out this sloppy effort from South Africa when it comes to running between the wickets. And I think at times, whereas when you put under pressure, when you're not being given easy runs, you look for that extra single, and that can get you into a very tight situation, as was the case twice now in this innings.
Absolutely. Spot on, Ramiz. That's what pressure does to you. If you're not leaking runs, you're containing them, not giving them unnecessary singles, and batsmen meant to make mistakes like the South Africans did. 2 run-outs already in 6 wickets. Foul today.
Should he try a different angle against the left-hander? He's been bowling regularly from round the stumps. Maybe a couple of overs from over the stumps may not harm him.
Not at all. There's no harm trying different angles. Linda looks quite set now. He can see the ball from around the wicket. 179 for 6.
Last over before tea interval. Pakistan sit comfortably. 6 wickets down South Africa, so they need a fight back, some resistance in the next session.
They need partnership here, South Africans.
Run rate has dropped down to 2.8 knot from almost 3.5.
First session they scored 3.6 and now the run rate has gone down.
Time for a bit of tea, Tapal tea. Bit of discussion to go with tea. Is that phony? Is that phony? Are they serious?
They were repeating themselves, it appears to me, from here. but tea is our national drink. Everybody loves it, and you love it too, Rams.
Oh,
you just ordered
absolutely.
one.
Just finished one. So Noman has not been bad at all on debut. 2 for 38 in 16.4 overs. Just about a complete performance from the debutant. Miserly economy is good to go with 2 wickets. A little lighter, that delivery, slower in pace.
This one was 82.8 kilometers an hour. Usually he's bowling 89, 90 kilometers an hour. So that was slightly slower. He's getting his confidence back. He's got 2 wickets on his debut. Noman 2 for 38 into his 17th. 2 slips now for him and short leg.
That arm ball, the straighter ball, well collected by the keeper. Pakistan are off, and they've had a good session. South Africa resisted, but in the end, it was Pakistan who were very good in tough situation, in critical moments. They had the better of the South Africans. Yasir Shah is going to remain the key for them in this test match. If he bowls well, has a good day, Pakistan will have a good time of it in test match. First session produced 94, second session producing 85, but South Africa lost a bit of flow, momentum, bit of run rate, and 4 wickets. Linda has played extremely well. He's on 25 from 50. And so they go into that break feeling a lot easier, a lot better. This is what they needed, a strong midday performance. Weather is set fair here in Karachi for today and rest of the test match. And so that is what we have for you at tea break. 179 for the loss of 6. Dean Algar batted purposefully for his 58. Markram for 13. Anderdusen for 17. Du Plessis for 23. So all the batsmen have had starts, but except for Elgar, there's not been enough substantial contributions. Linde on 25 has got Maharaj as his partner. Shaheen Afridi 1 for 45, but the pick of the bowlers, Noman and Yasir, both spinners bowled splendidly well, and the highlight of Pakistan innings has got to be their fielding. One great catch in the slips and 2 run-outs to go with it. Right, we'll be on a break here and back with live action in 15 minutes.
Welcome back to the National Stadium in Karachi, where we have the first test match, historic first test match, Pakistan vs South Africa. Day one, of course. It is the first day of 2 test matches, and it really is going to be a wonderful series. Both teams raring to go in Pakistan. Great to see cricket played here again, the first time in a long, long time. 14 years. South Africa have been here, so South Africa haven't made the most of this after winning the toss, that's for sure. And if you just look at the runs scored by the batsmen, they've all got starts really. 58 to Elgar. He'll be really disappointed with the way he got out. We'll show that shortly. Markram also. Van der Dussen run out by the skipper, Du Plessis. Got a pretty good delivery actually of Yashir Shah. Gone for 23 though. He'll be annoyed. De Kock wasn't a very good shot, out for 15. And Bavuma run out, the second of the batsmen in the top 6 run out, so again he'll be disappointed. But at the moment it's George Linden, 25 not out, and Maharaj has just arrived. So let's have a look at the highlights. Players made their way into the middle to the start of session number 2, and there was action. The very first ball after lunch, drop catch. Faf du Plessis was dropped at short leg, so that certainly got some excitement from the Pakistan players, but it didn't last long. Faf du Plessis got a thin outside edge. Good catch by the keeper, and he was on his way. Dean Elgar continued and picked up his 50. De Kock arrived at the crease, didn't score too many runs, and played what can only be described as a rash shot. He's an aggressive player. Elgar chased a wide one, caught a first slip by the skipper, and Linda was given out LBW. That was reviewed. He thought he hit it, reviewed it straight away. He didn't hit it, but it was missing leg stump by some distance. So a reprieve for him. Good review in the end by South Africa. But unfortunately for South Africa, things got a little bit worse because Temba Bavuma, after being involved in a little bit of a stand, played a couple of nice shots. And the South Africans would have been hoping that he was going to be there at the interval, but it wasn't to be. It was a very good throw. It was sent upstairs. He's 5'4", is Faf du Plessis. Is Temba Bavuma, I should say. He'd have been 5'7", he probably would still be there. He was out by about an inch or 2. So the bowling figures at the moment, Numan Ali 2 for 38 on debut. He's done a really good job. Has bowled well and kept it nice and tight. Shaheen Afridi 1 for 45, and Yashir Shah has got his teeth into this game. He's got his teeth into the series. 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 43, and he is making the ball turn out of the rough and also out of some virgin areas as well. So he's certainly got the batsman thinking. Was Makram's alongside me? What are your views looking back at the first 2 sessions?
I think first session belonged to South Africa and second one definitely Pakistan. 4 for 80 odd. They took wickets. The South Africa 6 down for 179. They should be happy, Pakistan, here right now, especially after losing a toss on this good deck. But it appeared a very good wicket early on in the morning, but it's not that easy pitch to bat on. The ball is not coming nicely on the bat. It's turning as well. So it's a big test for South African batsmen here today at National Stadium in Karachi.
Yeah, it's a far cry from what they're used to playing on, the South Africans, but that's what touring's all about. You've got to get used to the foreign conditions, adjust. We've spoken throughout the day about some of the players who haven't performed as well in Asian conditions as other parts. They've got to make sure they step up and certainly play a role for South Africa in this series. Because Pakistan have, I think, been really good. They came back superbly in that second session, picking up 4 wickets. The fielding has just been brilliant.
Has to be said, fielding has been exceptional today by the Pakistanis on, ground fielding, catching. 1 drop catch of Yashir Shah at short leg. Hassan Ali will take the ball from pavilion end. Bowled 8 overs for 35 so far in his spell. He's got similar field as Shaheen Shah Afridi, slip and a gully, and spread out field around the circle.
I think he'd be the first to admit, Hassan Ali, that didn't quite get it right. Wasn't consistent enough in his first couple of spells, but it looked like in his second spell that he'd found a little bit of a groove. It's a good start.
probably bowling mindset has changed over the years. As a bowler, you start off with your strength, bowling over the wicket, and nothing happens, then you come around the wicket. Nowadays, bowlers start straight away from around the wicket, to the left-handers or to the right-handers. I suppose a different era of bowling, different mindset, different kind of techniques.
Well, he's got the whites on now. He was ranked #1 in the one-dayers as a bowler, but then in 2019 he suffered that back injury which kept him sidelined for some 7 weeks. Came back straight away and fractured a rib on return, which also put him on the sideline. So he hasn't had it easy, but good domestic form has got him back to this position, which is what it's all about. You've got to show the selectors.
He's a very talented cricketer. He can bat as well if he concentrates. And then we just saw his fielding a little while ago. I mean, this is what 100 in the final of Quaid-e-Azam Trophy, of 58 deliveries, and that too under pressure. They were chasing 356, and he came to bat at #7, maybe #8, got 100. 58 deliveries.
That's some going.
Final was tied.
Oh no.
Pakistan Cricket Board have changed the system of first class. Now there are only 6 teams, no more departments, no more banks. So 6 teams: Balochistan, Central Punjab, Southern Punjab, Sindh, Balochistan, and KP. KP is up north. Peshawar is one of the main cities.
And has that made it stronger?
Show the effects in 2 to 3 years. There are 2 schools of thoughts on this particular, first-class structure. But I think, in the long run, it's quality. Before it was quantity. Now you've got to be good enough player to be in those 6 sides, and then they have second 11s. And now PCB, I think, concentrating on city cricket as well.
Good stuff after the break from Hassan Ali, 179 for 6. To come for South Africa, there is not much when it comes to the batting department. Rabada, Nokia and Ngidi.
Rabada can whack a bit. The lefty, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He certainly can. He looks talented. He plays some very good shots. He doesn't seem to go on and get scores, though. That's a bit of a problem. I know it's something he's working on.
You see this last delivery, the drift, the ball slants in and then it turns away. That's why Yasir Shah is so dangerous on pitches like this. His variations.
That is a beauty. That is all about flight. That is sensational stuff from Yasir Shah. Magnificent bowling.
This is proper bowling from Yasir Shah. The first one was slower. This one was straighter, but slightly quicker. And the batsman, Linder, missed it completely. Let's have a look. Straight delivery, no turn, on the back foot, missed it completely. Off stump gone. And a crucial breakthrough for Pakistan. And second wicket for Yasir Shah in this innings. So South Africa now under the pump here. Played well, Maharaj. I beg your pardon, he didn't play it well. He departs for 0. 179 for 7.
Rabada is the next man in for South Africa. Now, this has been a pretty ordinary situation for South Africa. They were 2 wickets down for 108. They're now 179 for 7. Average of just under 11.5 for Rabada. Best of 34. He needs every bit of that today. Somehow they've got to try and dig themselves out of this pretty ordinary situation.
Not a great performance by the South African batsman. It's not such a difficult wicket to bat on. It's okay. It's one of those pitches where you really have to work hard. But bat on. But they played some silly shots and a couple of runouts. Especially, 2 of the batsmen out of main 6. Another good delivery right on the money. Yasir Shah got his wicket.
So look at the way they undid him with the length. It was the flight from Yasir Shah which undid him. He realises then, of course, hearing the clatter on the stumps, that he should have gone forward. South Africans, I think, will be quite disappointed with this. Dean Elgar will certainly be one. He really worked hard for his runs. He's a fighter. Got stuck in, got 50. That expression tells a bit of a story. Sharp turn again. He is now giving the ball quite a rep. Now remember, this is still just day 1 of this test match. 179 for 7. There's the captain. Too many smiles in that viewing area. Short delivery, haven't seen too many of those. Top edge. Has found himself a boundary.
First runs in 28 deliveries. Short delivery. Not a bad idea, having a go. He's got a man back in front of square for this particular delivery, but on this occasion, top edged. Much needed boundary for South Africa. Struggling here, 7 down from 183. Not a controlled shot, it's a slow pitch.
Five for 71 is what they lost. It's a little cluster which is going to be talked about, presumably, by the coach. Maybe muttered or no ball called as well. Again, the no balls are called by the third umpire, the TV umpire. There's confirmation.
Yeah, he struggled during Quaid-e-Azam Trophy as well. He bowled about 47 no balls. So a lot of youngsters ask me this question, how to control no balls. It's not a rocket science. Just try not to bowl no balls in nets. So if you bowl no ball in nets and you try to come back in a pressure game, your front foot bound to go over the line. So I can imagine it's difficult to control yourself in nets to bowl behind the line. But once you get used to it, especially nowadays in shorter formats, no ball is a slow, free hit. I mean, our times no ball was a no ball. You give 1 run and bowl the next ball.
So, Wasim, what did you do? I mean, I presume you didn't bowl. I'll look at Muzzer here as I ask this. I presume you didn't bowl too many no balls in test matches. Oh, okay, he's nodding. He's nodding. He's saying you bowled a few.
Lots.
Okay, but what did you do when you were bowling quite a few and missing your run-up, perhaps?
it does put a lot of pressure on you as a bowler. When you're bowling no ball and suddenly your rhythm is not there, you're looking, instead of concentrating where you pitch the ball, you concentrating on your front foot every time. And obviously when you're concentrating on your front foot, you're not sprinting in, you're not running in, you just, bowling within your limits. Yeah, hesitant is the word.
Did you adjust your starting marker?
A little bit. I used to run from behind my mark. That was the idea. But again, I wasn't very disciplined in nets. Vakar was. He really bowled no ball in nets, and that's why I didn't bowl no ball in the game. But I was, half-heartedly bowled in nets and over the line every time. And whenever the pressure came in, the front foot always go over the line.
As a bloke that I'm sure you admired, and I grew up watching, Dennis Lillee. He used to say that when you bowled no balls as a fast bowler, the worst thing you could do was be hesitant in your run-up. But at the same time, his plan, what he used to do that worked for him, was he would move his marker half a yard forward, not back, but forward. Which doesn't really make sense, but it worked for him. We'll come back to that. That's the last ball of that over. Good stuff again from Hassan Ali, trying that short 1-2, 185 for 7. There we go, there's a discussion at the moment going on about that no ball to make sure he doesn't overstep. And well, one thing's for sure, it's a great idea that the TV umpire is now calling it rather than the umpires in the middle. So was let's just continue that, Dennis Lillee.
Yeah, I think it varies from bowlers to bowlers. If you're experienced bowler, that you can control it. If you're a young upcoming bowler and you're bowling no balls, it puts pressure on yourself and on your bowling. You're not giving you 100%, you try to control your pace, and that's what happens. So that's why it's so important for any youngster who's listening, try not to bowl no ball in nets. And I also tell the youngsters, so whenever you're bowling your first ball of the spell, make sure your front foot is behind the line. First ball of your spell, every time. So it means when you warm up, if you run in, at the most you'll go half and half, a little over.
There you go, there's some advice. Only one other thing I can add to this discussion was in a conversation I had, I did a masterclass actually with Alan Donald. And he was playing for South Africa at the time. He was also deeply involved in county cricket. And he wasn't having any problems at all, but he said it helped him enormously in his run-up and his rhythm and everything. He decided that he was a rubbish athlete. And he decided that he needed to become an athlete. And he spent months and months and months training as an athlete. Now this is interesting, the umpires are now just having a look at the ball. There's a bit of a scuff on it they need to just address. Looks like that's been sorted out. Concern was out of shape perhaps.
Remember AD, Alan Donald, playing against him in 1989, Lancashire versus Warwickshire at Old Trafford. 20 stitches under my chin.
I remember that story.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the first game he played for Warwickshire?
I think it was 89 or 88. No, it was 89. Second year of from Lancashire.
Okay.
It was an uneven pitch and AD was quick. Like really
sharp.
quick.
Well, and also quite stupid, I think, to do that to you. I bet you remembered it.
I still remember it. 80.
But anyway, he said you got to become an athlete. You got to learn how to run properly.
Balance-wise, in general, as an athlete.
Strides, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, become a runner.
Become a runner.
Become a sprinter. Yeah.
I mean, I'm all for fast bowlers to do weight training and all. That's fine for individual muscle. But for fast bowling, you need to run. the more you run, your bowling muscle will get strong. Gym is good for individual muscles, you know, your shoulders, your back, your lower back, your hamstrings, and obviously you look good.
That's a beautiful drive by Rabada. He didn't want to move for that. He wanted to stay in position so the photographers could just keep snapping. Lovely way to finish the over for Big KG. 190 for 7 now. "61 overs into this test series. It has been a fascinating day so far. There's no doubt that Pakistan have been on top of South Africa. South Africa had the best of the first couple of hours. Great fight back by Pakistan. Linda's playing nicely.
The skipper should be having a word with Hassan Ali. His job should be just contained. I can imagine he's got fast bowlers mentality that go for a wicket. He should go for a wicket, but again set his field. He was slightly wide on this particular pitch. Just make sure everything finishes within the stumps. On this pitch, every run is crucial. I mean, 250, I reckon 260 is a good total first inning.
Tell you what, that last delivery certainly kept low as well. Hit right at the bottom of the bat, really. Tries a catch at 2 men back, should be out, and is out. That is not a very smart shot, I'm afraid. He'd done a lot of the hard work, George Linda, and in the end it was the short delivery. He got a top edge in the previous over. Tried it again, this time with 2 men back, hit it in front of square, but straight to the man.
Another breakthrough, a wicket for Hassan Ali. Nawaz was the fielder, short delivery. There was a fielder there for this particular shot, went straight to him. The plan worked for Hassan Ali and for Pakistan. Under pressure, South Africa now. Played well, Linda. 35 of 64. South Africa, 194 for 8.
Two wickets down for 15 runs already in this session. We've only had 4 overs on a couple of balls. That's the problems that South Africa have got themselves in. Nokia now, he was a very quick bowler, and he's no mug with the bat. He's done a sterling job as a night watchman from time to time for South Africa.
Saw him last year first time, and he impressed me straight away with his pace and consistency of the pace, not just one off. That duel between fast bowlers. Hassan Ali should be expecting some when he comes out to bat from Rabada. That's positive. It means he's attacking Hassan Ali. I like his attitude, always liked his attitude. Gun fielder. No ball has been called.
Here's another look at the dismissal of Linda. Just scooped it up in the air, really, to a well-placed field. Plan for Pakistan worked to perfection. But another man in the 30s and back in the hut.
Oh!
Delighted, of course, to see Hassan Raza there. He's standing in his first Test match as well. He's had some challenges. Great to see him here. And thoroughly deserved that he's now got this role.
He's one of the best umpires we have, with alongside Aleem Dar. Hassan. 195 for 8. Pakistani camp should be happy. Misbah, Bakar Yunus, Yunus Khan, and of course the staff. So far, the plan worked.
Well, these bowlers for South Africa have now got to do the job that the batsman couldn't. He's got a good memory too, Rabada. 195 for 8. All good fast bowlers have got to have that good memory. Remember those that bounce them.
It's part of the job.
I don't think I'm being harsh if I say there are 7 batsmen that got starts.
Especially on this wicket, when you won the toss, you think of 350 at least. Pakistan probably at the time was hoping, okay, let's get them under 300, but so far they've done a great job. That's that team. Bowled beautifully today. Yasir Shah, 2 for 48. He's into his 19th. Attacking field set, 2 slips and a short leg.
Yasir Shah can pick up a couple here to finish with 4 for 60, for example. 20 odd overs. Oh, that's not a bad shout. Did a pitch in line with leg stump? I guess that's the question that's in the umpire's mind. He can send it upstairs to have a second look, Pakistan, but deciding against. Reasonable stride in. I'm not sure it was turning all that much though. There's the one that just goes straight on, didn't really come back in towards the right-handed Nokia.
Looked very close. Let's have a look in a replay. Pitched middle, inside edge maybe.
That's why they didn't send it upstairs. He certainly has found a nice speed today. Quicker that time from the previous delivery. That one almost 90 k's per hour. The other one wasn't even 80 k's per hour. 195 for 8. Nice shot from our drone that's been working overtime today, doing a good job, sending us some nice shots. I'd imagine, Wasim, there'll be plenty of people around Pakistan glued to this broadcast today.
Lots of viewers. They've been waiting for this series to happen, and of course they want Pakistan to perform, and so far Pakistan has done a great job in this test match. Early days obviously in this game, but Pakistan on top so far.
There's a nick, and it's down.
That's the reason I've been saying since the morning that first slip is a specialist job. Babar should be there, Imran Butt should be there on a regular basis. And Yasir Shah, I can imagine he's safe hands may be, but not safe enough. It was a straight catch, and he missed it completely.
Well, after what I saw from the debutant Butt earlier today, I would have him in the slips at every opportunity. Tries of catch it. Oh, is it out? No, it's down. That was a difficult chance. Couldn't get it on about the third attempt, but it goes down as another chance, and that's 2 and 2 balls.
Yeah, unbelievable. It was a good effort by Rizwan behind the stumps, not by Yasir Shah, the first one. It was a well-directed bouncer towards middle leg, and a good height as well from Hassan Ali. And I think a bit of reverse swing is placed as well. Here we go, got the top edge. Height was in question. Good effort. And that's where he fumbled.
He doesn't put many down.
So reverse swing is happening, that's for sure. So that's a good sign for South African bowlers, I suppose. You can see the square is quite dry as well, because a lot of first-class cricket has been played here at National Stadium in the last couple of months.
Rabada will certainly be noticing this reverse. He's someone who has relied upon heavily to get the ball to reverse. And of course, Shah Langerfeldt, the bowling coach, was one of the kings of that art. Eventual over that one. 64 overs gone, 195 for 8.
Eight wickets down, and Yasir Shah probably just honing in, looking for that straighter one which cannons into the pads. But it's been a great day for Pakistan so far. South Africa won the toss and elected to bat, and a couple of run-outs. And a few knocked over by Yasir Shah's straighter one.
Just showing the value here of his change of pace, a little bit flatter. Mulkeer caught it going back. The result was that it was straight through him. A pleased coach, and South Africa now find themselves 9 down. Straight on. too full to be going back. That's a poor batting error. So successful. It's a Shah here. And South Africa 195 for now.
There's a Shah on roll and able to defeat batsman with his pace. 11th man walks out, Giri, and he wouldn't have thought that after South Africa batting first at Karachi that he would be needed in the final session of play.
Now he would have been hoping to have put his feet up all day, watch the boys bat for a good few hours.
Yasser with that build-up of slow deliveries then fires one in, and more often than not tail enders miss the length, miss the pace. It's a wicket-taking delivery. Doesn't spin, just comes on to you quickly. And he'll build this again. He'll toss a few up and then he'll make sure that he gets that straighter one in line with the stumps.
The criticism in the past has been the amount of runs he's gone for, but he's been so economical today. 3 for 48, just about to finish his 20th, so that's good going.
Remember, it's the first innings, first day of the test match is 195 for 9.
Well, the one positive is Lungini Giri will have an opportunity here to see the pitch and get a feel for it. He'll no doubt have the bowling boots on soon, unless he has other plans. He's not the worst with the bat. Well, that's the South African scorecard. Algar, the pick of the batsman. Lindy played well too. A few starts, but no one really capitalised.
It's been all Pakistan. And the spinners have done most of the damage. But Hassan Ali in this spell, getting that reverse swing, that's lofted and lofted well. Gets it over mid-off and a welcome boundary.
Well, this is what Kagiso Rabada's capable of doing. He's not a low-order batsman. I've always felt that he really worked harder on his bat and he could be more up the order. As he plays these shots, I mean, this is a really good cricket shot. And 9 down, he's decided, well, I'll play them. And he's played that beautifully.
Short one and goes leg side, times that pretty well. And get back for 2, the 200 brought up. Babar Azam still with the field up. Wada probably looking at piercing that field, going over the top, get as many runs this over as possible. Well, we want a lot more of this, South Africa. They'll want to see more of this. This is the first day and they'll want this to carry on, not disappear.
It's been Pakistan's day, but let's not forget they still have to bat. And South Africa have to take the ball. think then we'll have a true indication of who this pitch is really in favour of and how good or bad a pitch it is once Pakistan get to bat. It's not an ideal day. We know 201. Perhaps these two push it on and get another 40-50 runs. It's not an ideal first innings, but if we've seen that sort of bounce, we've seen a bit of turn, then everything suggests, which was probably against our thinking earlier on in the day, that this wicket could deteriorate quite significantly.
Shot smashed through the leg side. This will go to the fence.
Was this over from Rabada with a bat which does have you thinking that he is more than just a good old tail-ender, pulling the opening bowl in front to square. Granted, he's not the quickest, but it's a shot of authority. Beautiful timing.
Ends the over with a dot ball, so that means that Rabada is off strike. 205 for 9.
Hasn't been the day that he would have wanted. Hassan Ali 1 for 56 from 13. Yeah, and that reaction there just says it all. Had a nervous start, battled in his first spell just to find a line and length. Pakistan flag flying proudly. It's been a good day of cricket for them.
I think the attempted wrong one. A bit more bounce. Once the ball is spinning, Yasir Shah is quite a handful because has those changes in pace and has that one which goes straight on. So he's attacking all edges and the pads.
His control has been good today. He's found a very good rhythm. And the big feature has been his change of pace. Now, this was the dismissal of Nortje, where that's at 86. He's just slowed that one up, and the very next one, that change of pace. So that's that subtle variation which he's had today.
Slows it up, gets spin from the surface. Confidence sky high now. Been very good. Pakistan are playing away from home. Adopted home of UAE. And I think this is the pitch that he's come back on and said, yes, thank God for that. Because it's spinning from the very first day. And after lunch, it was appreciable spin that started to happen. The googly again, too much bounce. Probing over, probing over. 5 for 9.
The other one out the back of the hand. Oh, right through him.
That's another from round the wicket, trying to accentuate that angle. and get the ball to straighten. He's already got Rabada to nick one towards Yasir Shah. Yasir Shah floored that, but there is a bit of reverse.
And he's got some cover. He's got a wide first slip. Call him a second slip and then a gully. Man back at deep square leg.
Pulled in the air slightly. He'll take the single, so trusting Ngidi.
Well, Ngedi's happy to take him on. So it's a mixture of the short ball and then getting it fuller with that reverse swing. So it brings Ngidi on strike. And Rabada has just come down the wicket. Perhaps the suggestion there was watch for a bit of reverse swing. Telltale signs would be the ball's lighter or darker. Try and pick that up. It's not easy when the bowler's running in and he's hiding the ball. So here we go. Let's have a look. Short mid wicket.
Plays that nicely. Reverse swing or not, he's just punched it back down the ground.
No, he's more than useful. He plays straight, he backs himself, he's brave, he gets in line. He's not going to stand back. I never realised what a big ground this is for Pakistan. They've only ever lost two test matches here. And a winning streak since 1955 to 2000. "34 matches.
And one of the test matches that Pakistan lost here was against England. That was the first ever day-night test match because it went on till after sunset. England ended up winning that. Steve Buckner made sure that the match carried on because he thought that Moin Khan, the captain then, was short, lovely shot, short and wide, but cut away. And that's proper back cut.
A shot at top order batsman would be happy with. Are we going to see a little 40-50 partnership here? Just have a look at this. No real bounce and no one behind backward point. And with this outfield being so good, he'd have known immediately once it had left the bat that was 4. Man has been pushed back to square leg.
Again, he survives. It's 210 for 9. Karachi, the fortress for Pakistan. This is 2 matches lost. 1 to South Africa. And the one that I mentioned earlier, cheekily saying that it was a day-night game. It went on forever. It went on after dark. And Steve Buckner thought that Moin Khan was doing all he could to delay or not get his overs in. And he made sure that he did get his overs in. And it was a historic test match for England because they won in the dark. Probably the precursor to actual day-night test matches.
And South Africa won in 2007. It was a test match where Jacques Kallis got 100 in each innings. And then Dale Steyn finished them off. Great spell of bowling. It was reverse swinging. I think Pakistan needed 300 odd and it bowled out for about 250.
Right now, we're probably thinking that New ball from South Africa will have to cause a lot of damage. In the air, down the ground, Shaheen Shah Afridi. Has he caught that or not? He stepped over. He thinks he hasn't. He's signaling 6. We'll have to make sure.
Did he have the awareness? Was he aware of where the rope was? And Alim Dar will just go over and have it confirmed that it was in fact a 6. But he got the signal, didn't he? Fielder said that it was 6. But they're going to have a look.
Shaheen Shah Afridi does well in taking the catch and just steps onto the rope. He knew straight away that it was 6 and he signaled 6. So a not out, but more importantly, 6 runs to Rabada.
Now this is a big boundary. He's hit this very well. In that moment he could have looked to have tossed it up and got himself back into the field of play, which he tries then, but he would have felt the rope beneath his foot.
Al Webe is so spoiled nowadays with the quality of fielding, especially the boundary riders being able to do that for fun.
Well, it's something they practice, and it's just building that awareness of what's around you and how far you are off the rope. Just don't take it for granted. But I was had a long day. He's been bowling. Oh, it's doing too much. It's been appreciable. 216 for 9.
2007, where South Africa won the first test at Karachi, then went to Lahore, match drawn, and they won the series 1-0. And to actually defeat Pakistan in Karachi, it was a special effort. Mention Jack Callis.
Well, they'd come in 2003 and lost. Graham Smith was the captain. He was captain in the 2007 series. And this trickles away down to third man, so this little partnership now has grown to 25. Some useful runs here for South Africa.
Yeah, just runs leaking. The 6th in the last over. This one outside edge. Goes away to third man. 88, Rabada 17, so 10th wicket partnership. Big appeal, reverse swing. Ehsan Raza says, on your bike.
There were 2 sounds and it has been referred, and why wouldn't he? Man down, referral remains, and Ngidi is
the on-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Let's start with front on spin again, please. Just keep rolling, keep rolling. Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through ultra edge, please. Just waiting for ultra edge, guys. Yes. Flat line, roll it through to the bat, please. Roll it through the bat. Yes. Yes, keep rolling, keep rolling. You're satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Okay, waiting for ball tracking, guys. It's still building. It's coming up. Original decision out. Pitch outside off. Impact in line. Wickets umpire's call. Go back to on-field umpire. SN. Stay with your original decision. You're on screen. Please signal. Thank you.
Shaheen Shah Afridi ends the South African innings. Reverse swing, full enough and hitting the stumps. So overall, it's been a terrific performance. South Africa having won the toss, asked Pakistan to bowl, and Pakistan have come up trumps.
It's a day they would have wanted. They would have taken this any time. 220, having been asked to bowl first. That's what you knock the opposition over for. And can they now capitalise on that? Good all-round bowling performance. Let's also highlight it's been a very good fielding performance by Pakistan, and it's left South Africa here with a lot to think about. But they'll have the ball in hand, and we'll get a better idea of what potentially lies in store for us during this test match.
Elgoward 58, 35 Olinda, but nothing whatsoever. Lots of starts, but nobody getting through. Pakistan bowling South Africa out in under 70 overs. Bowling, Shaheen Shah Afridi with a couple of wickets, Hassan Ali with one, but the spinners, the stars. Yasir Shah 3 for 54 and Numan Ali on debut 2 for 38, and that meant that South Africa never got off and running. So time for a short break. We'll be back very, very soon.
Okay, everyone, so out of the break, got the bumper in blue. Is the drone going to be up? My drone, Paul, drone, is it going to be up, or are you changing batteries?
Those guys.
Ah, okay, drone can't fly. We'll come back with Stop Cam, one of them. Bit of rollage. Are you able to, Johnny, are you able to record Stump 3 if you get like good 20-30 seconds of non-breakup? Hello, Nick. Batting, you want to do the batting, wickets?
Maz, wicket किसे मिली है? Maz, Mazhar, wicket किसे मिली है? आखिरी दो, तीन, दो, you mean mixed bag?
Welcome to glorious Karachi. Sun is out, weather is nice. Pakistan have done exceedingly well to limit South Africa's excess to 220. Dean Algar was outstanding with his dogged defense. He got 58 of 106. A lot of their batsmen got starts, but nothing substantial to get the scorecard moving. So they were limited to 220, courtesy some very nice bowling from the spin department, from pace, and the fielding was outstanding as well. A couple of run-outs thrown in those list of dismissals. Dean Algar was outstanding. Just mentioned his batting. He was very good, very methodical, very precise, and got things moving rather nicely for South Africa. Looked in good shape, in control. Is your typical test match opener. Nothing flamboyant regarding his batting, but he's effective. Every now and then he'll deliver the punch, play those lovely shots. Doesn't believe in hitting the ball hard, but gets the job done as an opener. 58 he got of 106 and got out just at the wrong time, Waz, when they needed his services a little bit longer.
Yeah, he was well set and he was the anchor for South African batting. Played well for his 58. But overall, like you just said, Rams, South African batting struggled on this pitch against the good Pakistan bowling. Everybody chipped in. Shaheen, 49 for 2, bowled well with the new ball, got a wicket as well. Then Hassan Ali came back well, got a wicket. Fahim, wicketless. Noman making his debut today, 2 for 38. And pick of the bowlers, Yasir Shah, 54 for 3 in his 22.
Yes, Yasir's role was critical. Shaheen Afridi got things moving for Pakistan, courtesy a brilliant catch by the debutant Imran Butt. And then there was a confusion between the two runners. The run out was initiated, needless run out. And then beautifully deceived by a bit of extra zip and spin. Yasir Shah deceiving Faf du Plessis, and Quinton de Kock needlessly trying to airlift the ball. Found the fielder perfectly at mid-wicket. This was a well-constructed dismissal. 3 balls spun back into the stumps. This one stayed the course, was caught well in the slips. And then Bavuma finding a novel way to get out, run out. Hassan Ali with magnificent rocket-like return over the stumps, sliding, picking up the ball neatly and getting rid of Bavuma. Maharaj undone by a ball that straightened off the surface. Yasir Shah generally has been accurate. Lunde looked decent, fought hard on the fielder instead of the fence at mid-wicket. Deceived by the length more than anything. A little bit quicker through the air was Yasir Shah. Last man dismissed was Ngidi, leg before wicket. Right then, 220. Do you think South Africans have got enough runs to make it tough for Pakistan, or Pakistan have been given the driver's seat in this battle so far?
I think Pakistan are definitely in the driving seat in this test match so far. 220 is one of those pitches where Pakistani batsmen are used to bat on, and obviously partnerships are very crucial, especially with the new ball. And South African, knowing their psyche, knowing their mentality, they're going to come up hard. Fast bowlers are going to bowl within the stumps, and 150 plus, a couple of bowlers, Nokia, and then Rabada, Nagidi as well. So it'll be a tough ask, but yes, Pakistan in the driving seat right now in this test match first day. And Imran Butt is warming up. Big day for him as well.
Light roller being applied on the surface. And it's going to be a tough ask, a tough task for both Abid Ali and Imran Butt. Because as Wes was just mentioning, Rabada has got pace, has got style and quality, has got wickets as well in test match cricket, even though this looks a little raw in test match experience, this bowling attack from South Africa. But with the new ball, they can be lethal. We're talking about Nokia, who can clock 150, talking about Rabada, who can extract a different kind of response from this pitch. If you're quick, Waz, you know that you can get extra bit of life and awkward bounce out of the surface.
Especially on a slow pitches, it's difficult to play a fast bowler who bowls 150 plus, even on a low and slow pitch like this one today at National Stadium. Faf du Plessis having a word as a senior player. must be telling them right now, we can get a couple of wickets early on, we can put Pakistan under pressure here. But what I don't want to see by Pakistan is that they bog down. They should be rotating the strike all the time, looking to rotate the strike.
It's an 18-over spell that is available for South Africa, so they can go hard at Pakistan in this last stint. And talk would be regarding control, about being aggressive, about playing on the nerves of this batting unit of Pakistan. Two young openers at the crease, so you've got to make it tough for them.
You know, that situation, 18 overs to go, as a bowler, you think of it as a blessing. You know, okay, I have to bowl one spell, 4 to 5 to 6 overs. I'm going to run in every ball. So that's what exactly these three fast bowlers are going to do for South Africa.
He's a young captain in terms of test match experience. So he'll need a lot of help from the guys who've played here in similar situations, conditions in subcontinent. And Faf du Plessis has been a regular for T20 leagues in Asia. Rabada playing after a gap of 1 year. This is his first test match in 12 months. Was injured during the Sri Lankan series, so he didn't feature in that contest. Is a beautiful bowler to watch, very rhythmical in style. 197 wickets in 44 matches, average of 22, strike rate of 40. Brilliant stats.
Really unbelievable stats in this day and age. Imran Butt making his debut for Pakistan. 3 slips in place for Rabada and a gully, no short leg. That's his first-class career.
They say it's always useful to get the debutant off and running in home conditions. So this would have been a different ball game altogether for Imran had he been batting in South Africa. This should look a little less burdensome for him.
And he's used to playing on pitches like this, Imran. You just have to be careful in first 4-5 overs, obviously, with the new ball. It's not easy for bowlers coming from abroad, especially from South Africa, Australia, early on in the first test match, to get the hang of the length, because it's slow, and they're used to bowling on quick, bouncy tracks with good carry.
I think two things they need to look after. One, it's not about hitting the deck hard in subcontinent conditions, because you'll get nothing, basically nothing, if you try to hit the deck hard. And B, your line. It's got to be more within the stumps rather than aiming for that South African line that we've seen so far from Rabada outside that off stump.
So true, Rams. Everything has to finish within the stumps on pitch like this. In South Africa, Australia, England, you can just bowl off stump all day long. It's difficult for batsmen coming from subcontinent there, but here, different psyche, different mindset.
Oh, got him playing at that line. A little reckless from the debutant, but you can expect a bit of butterflies in the system. Wants to get going, wants to get off the mark.
But if I was Abid, I would have told my young boy, okay, you're playing your first test match, I'll take the new ball, and you can hang at the other side, and if you take a single, fair enough. But probably he wanted to face the first ball.
I opened a great many times with Mudassar Nazar. And so I was a huge fan of his because he would go out there, take the strike first. Later on, he told me that, you know, he was such a smart cookie because he said, there's a reason why I took the strike first. I said, why? What was the reason? He says, because I was expecting a loosener to get off the mark. You're the dumb one.
He got a loosener in Jamaica in a 4-day game, if you remember that, Rams.
So funny, it struck him on the helmet. None for none. Abid Ali, 9 matches for him. Average of 44. Century on debut for Abid Ali in Test match cricket, in ODI cricket. Got 100 against Australia and when he was making his one-day debut. Nokia coming on the ball. He is lively, he's fast and furious. That's the other thing regarding pace on this pitch, Waz. Would you tell him to just go flat out, or would you want him to conserve his energy and bowl the subcontinent style?
Ram's pace matters. If you got pace, you got to try pace. That's what I would tell him. Any fast bowler. 30 wickets early on in his career, but like Ramiz was just saying, he is quick, consistently quick. First ball, 145 kilometers an hour. And his dream is to pass 160 kilometer, 100-mile delivery. He had to tell you the story what happened in Jamaica. Rams, you and Mudipa went, I remember, as an opener. It was a 4-day game against, I think Ambrose playing was his first game. Nobody saw Ambrose before.
True, that's right.
And
Bishop was playing his first game, I think, side match against Pakistan. Nice and full. Let's concentrate on this little action here, Waz, because we'll take another 20 minutes telling that story. It's such a funny story. Well,
20 minutes.
In Jamaica, and we had no idea how the pitch will behave. This is going way back in 1988 when television was scarce. And so Mudassar and I went out to bat, and he faced the ball. First ball, drove just like that. Abid Ali, straight driving the bowler, 3-4 drives. End of the over, he takes a run of the last ball, and so we have this mid-wicket little chat, and I said, wow, because Mudassar never would straight drive a ball, so he's driving the ball through mid-off, through mid-on, right smack out of the middle of the bat. I said, wow, Mudipa looked to be in good form. This is, and so Tony Gray was coming back after an injury, and he told me, clearly remember those words, I think he's done, he's finished. I said, well, he's just started. That was his first over. He says, no, I'm telling you, he's done, he's gone. And from the other end, there was a young bowler. We had no idea how quick this other bowler was. It was Ian Bishop. And so Mudassar wanted the side screen to be adjusted, so it took 5 minutes. So we got things rolling again. Second ball, shot of good length. And it was such a slow pitch very similar to this. And the ball jumped from length and hit him smack on the helmet, and he was down for the count. It's a little airy-fairy, no need to play that shot. And so he's down for the count, and I ran. And he asked me, what happened there? I said, you face the ball, you tell me what happened. He says, I said, are you okay, Mudipa? He says, yeah, I'm okay. I'm ready to face the next one. So he gets to his stance. As the bowler is running in, he falls backwards on his backside. And so we had to take him out. Never appeared again for the rest of that 4-day game. Rest of the tour, yeah. It's a lovely story.
Yeah, I was witness of it. I was there. Good over, first over. It's one of those pitches, especially with the new ball, you try to play straight towards mid-on and mid-off because there is no bounce. So you can't play this back foot drive towards extra cover because of the slowness in the pitch. So early on, talk to yourself, Abid and Imran, play straight, play straight, play straight. Only 2 slips now. Man back for the bouncer. Then short leg as well. That's a good thinking by the skipper and the bowler. So that means on a slow pitch like this, bouncer is always difficult to leave. So if you want to pull, there's a fielder there, and then if you want to block, there's a fielder there at short leg. On a bouncy track, it's easier to leave a bouncer, isn't it, for you as a batsman?
Absolutely, yeah. I remember you doing it so many times on dead pitches. Get the length a bit shorter at times.
That's the technique you should be applying early on. Either it's Imran or Abid Ali. Straight bat. Just play with the straight bat. Get your eyes in. Another good delivery. Another good delivery from Rabada. They're on the money, both of them so far.
South Africa need to make use of this new ball because that is where their strength is, in fast bowling. Can't afford to waste those deliveries outside the off stump.
Literally every run is important for them. That's what I was talking about. Short ball on a slow pitch is very difficult with this field set. Short leg is there, man at square leg, man at fine leg. You can't even pull or hook your chance of top edge. There are 2 fielders, one is behind square obviously, and then fine legs little wider because again the pitch is slow. If anything, he'll go wide.
Nicely played, stretching forward. It's another maiden, so 3 overs bowled, none for none Pakistan.
Good start by the South Africans. 3 overs has been bowled, no runs scored by Pakistan. Abid Ali and Imran Butt. This is the big session for both the sides. Last 1 hour, 45 minutes.
Off and running. Healthy edge, as they say. South Africans are a very athletic side, and they'll make sure that they make it tough for Pakistan, not allow them easy singles, easy runs. It was well chased down. I think it was Miraj chased it down effectively.
So if you play with soft hands and a straightish bat, everything will go along the ground, doesn't matter. Goes towards the 3rd man as long as you get runs. So they're off the mark. Pakistanis are off here.
First run in Test cricket for Imran Butt. He'll remember this shot for the rest of his life. He'll keep things moving. That's his quality. Always looking for runs is Abid Ali. Had a tough gig against New Zealand in New Zealand, but this is his home zone, home territory, where he feels comfortable, knows how to get runs. in such situations, in such conditions.
Compact player, no doubt. He's not a stroke maker, but a compact player. Good technique, no doubt. Happy for Imran, he's off the mark now. First run is Test cricket, huge deal.
Nice bowling. Turned him around just a little bit. He's made it to the playing 11 of Pakistan, Imran Butt, on the back of some seriously good performances last season. We almost got 1,000 runs with an average of 62 400s. Played for Balochistan in domestic cricket. Solid fielder.
Catch he took in slips. It was unbelievable catch. You very rarely see catches like this from Pakistani fielders in slip cordon. And that's where he should be, the regular slip cordon. If he's, there's no point having Yasir Shah there. Let's have a look at the catch again. Slow pitch, outside edge, didn't carry. He was in second slip, and look at this. Unreal. Tremendous performance from this youngster.
Nice shot. Doesn't give him any runs. It's 5 without a wicket. It's a new opening pair for Pakistan, Butt and Abid Ali. It's a difficult little session for any opener. Oh, bowled him, cleaned him up. That one stayed just a little bit low, I think. But it zipped across. And Rabada getting the ball, hitting the stumps.
That's what happens when you have pace. And it's a front foot pitch. Look at Abid Ali. He's gone on a back foot, missed the ball completely, and off stump gone. First wicket for Rabada, first wicket for South Africa. Pakistan under pressure here. They'll be worried a bit here. Abid Ali departs for 5 for 1.
Number 3 for Pakistan is Azhar Ali. Plenty of experience, over 80 test match experience for Azhar Ali. Best of 302. It's not going to be easy for the newcomer. South Africans will go hard at Azhar Ali. They know his value to Pakistan. If they can get rid of him ASAP, it'll be great for their chances in this test.
He's the most experienced batsman in this Pakistan playing 11, Azhar Ali. 1700s already to his name. Similar field, short leg, square leg and fine leg. 2 slips, full delivery. That's good bowling.
Beautifully bowled and nicely played by Azhar Ali. He gets a lot of Yorkers these days when he comes into bat because of his high back lift. He's got this back and across technique as well. Abid Ali just couldn't handle this lack of bounce probably, but that should have been played rather easily. It wasn't such a tough ball to play, and looked a little surprised, a bit shaken as well.
Definitely looks easier from a commentary box. Right length on this particular track, short of a length, and just every time try to aim the stumps. Not stumps, pad probably in front of the stumps, but that should be the idea, and that's what exactly they're doing. That's the wicket. Abid Ali nipped back a little bit, missed it completely.
Late on it, in fact. Shouldn't have a lot of problem with the short ball on this surface, Azhar Ali, because he's not a puller of the ball. He rides generally with that length, shorter length, and tries to play it down.
But again, there's a short leg there as well, so that's where the problem is, because there's no consistent bounce on this particular pitch. So you don't know what to do. If it's a short ball, I'll go behind, or should I leave it, or should I pull it? Here we go. Didn't look very pretty there.
I mean, on a surface like this, you've got to look at the ball. Simple as that. It's a difficult job to do because you never know at what height the ball is coming your way. I think at times you're better off playing the pull shot or the swivel pull, because then you're able to maintain your focus on the ball more. Well left outside that off stump. Good over from Rabada. 5 for 1. Babar hasn't played a game after getting his thumb broken, so he'll be rather raw. Fawad got 100 in New Zealand. Rizwan has played well for Pakistan in all the formats. Nicely behind that one, knows the call.
I've seen this before. Yes, no, no, yes, yes, no. Azhar should go to Imran and say, okay, if I say yes, then we are running. Otherwise, there's no point taking a risky single at this stage of the game. I can understand he wants to rotate the strike, Imran, but calm him down. He's playing his first test match under pressure, obviously 1 wicket down. So Azhar should be talking to him after every over. Not every delivery is a bit too much, every over.
There's the pull shot, and delightfully played in front of mid-wicket.
First boundary for Imran in his first test match, and a positive shot too against one of the quickest bowlers in world cricket. Good shift of the weight, and controlled his shot towards the mid-wicket. It's a difficult shot to play against the pace. That shows this boy got some time.
It's a good leave outside the off stump. It's a surface where you can play the pull shot if you're good at it, especially against Nokia, who's quick through the air off the surface. He's not going to get any awkward height, awkward bounce. So if you're willing to take him on, I think there are runs to be had. There's so many things you're looking at from the debutant point of view. Obviously, your technique is under scrutiny, your temperament, because it challenges your temperament, Test match cricket. Whether you have the ticker, whether you've got the resolve to survive. Because you doubt yourself whether you're good enough to make it at this level, at this stage. And once you're out there, then you've got to think that you're the best in the business.
Believe in yourself, believe in your ability, believe in your hard work. Doesn't matter whatever you do in life. Good delivery, good seam position from Nokia. 6 overs gone, 10 for 1.
Just a single. Looks like he's got some really nice rhythm. Rabada, now he hasn't played Test level for 12 months. Would have been champing at the bit to get back in and start running in and having that feeling again. He's got some nice rhythm. He hasn't bowled extreme pace. That one just nudging the 140 kph mark, but it's not a legitimate delivery.
It is a cliche that we say every sort of little period of play is very important, but right now with the new ball, the strength of South Africa, fast bowlers, they need to make inroads. And you would think if they don't get those, well, 3 or 4 wickets up front, they'll be chasing the game.
Yeah, it's a real chance for them now. There's a little bit of variable bounce out there also, which is going to help their cause a little bit. So you've got Rabada, you've got Nokia, you've got Ngidi. He'll be champing at the bit to also run in. Good line on that occasion from Rabada. So there's variable bounce, which is going to be causing a few problems for the batsmen from some of the bowlers throughout the day. This is the examples of it. That one was, I think, more pace than variable bounce. Kept a little bit low, but just went through because of pace more than anything else. But there's certainly 3 balls that just kept down a little bit.
Off the back foot, nicely played. Rode the bounce and just eased it through the offside. It's been a good start to his career. Imran Butt, exceptional in the field. We always knew that he's a fantastic fielder, but that first catch just started it off, and he's looking pretty composed.
There'll be 11 overs left in the day after this one from Rabada, so there's an opportunity to make some inroads.
And inroads it is! Extra bounce off the glove. Rabada has 2.
And he's got 2 in no time. Look at those smiles out there from the South Africans. They know the quality of this guy, Rabada. They had a bit of extra bounce, wrap onto the glove, Man was positioned exactly the right spot. And suddenly they've picked up their second. Just the perfect line again. Piece of cake for the man at leg gully. And that's a celebration we've seen a few times before over the years. So Butt is the man that goes, caught by a sub. Peterson. 15 for 2 it is.
Captain walks in, Babar Azam. First test match as captain and coming back into the side. Missed the 2 tests in New Zealand. A fantastic average, fantastic player. All format player. You need to be at his best because Rabada's teaming in.
That one's even fooled Quinton de Kock. His own little battle there, Quinton de Kock, to take that nice and clearly. He's always got a problem with a hand, Quinton. It's not a job, I think, that a lot of people like to do, this keeping caper when you're taking deliveries, these thunderbolts like this from Rabada. It's always a bruise somewhere.
A terrific over, Rabada. It's 15 for 2. It's a no-ball check, so it's not the end of the over. Rabada has to go back and re-bowl this one.
Well, it gives him a chance now to maybe notch up that wicket number 200. On 199 now is Rabada. Expect he's going to get that 200 test wicket not too far away. Upon doing that, he's going to be the 4th youngest ever to notch up that mark.
And that is the end of the over. 16 for 2. The 199 wickets. So Rabada is always at you. South Africa, even in this test match, looking at him, and he started off perfectly, but looking at him to strike, and he's done exactly that.
So he's got a couple of interesting wickets so far, has Hiso Rabada. This is the first one that went straight through the batsman. The next one was bouncing a little bit higher, both coming from pretty much the same sort of region. And you can see considerable more bounce with the second.
And a couple of reasons that the new ball is so important. Obviously the strength lies in that new ball, the faster men for South Africa, but with the hard new ball being slammed into the pitch, it'll exaggerate that indifferent bounce. And we've seen that in the couple of wickets.
Interesting surface to bat on, that's for sure.
You look at this partnership, Azhar Ali, Babar Azam, two most experienced batsmen in the side. And Pakistan look to Azhar Ali, especially in Test match cricket, to get those runs. The important moments if South Africa can get another one before stumps.
Now there's some extra bounce there and some good pace as well from Nokia. This track is very slow. Just have a look at the distance between Quinton de Kock and also the batsman on a slow surface, and he's taking most of these deliveries at around about shoulder height from Nokia. That last one just knocked him back a little bit. Leg gully in position as well.
Yeah, who would want to be a batsman? Thunderbolts, 87 miles an hour, trying to knock your head off. Even on a slow pitch, indifferent bounce, and you're in the fire line all the time. Another good over, good pace. 16-2. New ball working, Rabada 2 for 6. Babar Azam on strike. This is a matchup which you don't want to take your eyes off.
Yeah, this is the challenge. This is the one. This is what people want to see. He is a magnificent cricketer, is Babar Azam. Rabada is an outstanding cricketer as well. So a little head-to-head here, which is going to be wonderful to watch now. It's going to be wonderful to watch throughout the series. Rabada's the winner at this stage. Picked him up 3 times.
You mentioned in a press conference pre-match as well, did Rabada, saying that Babar Azam is the key wicket. Obviously the captain, but the player that also stood out in that tour of South Africa, where Pakistan went to South Africa. Lost the series, but Babar Azam came out strong.
He's an exceptional player, Babar Azam. Just magnificent to watch when he's in full flow. He's got a battle on his hands now.
Pakistan missed him dearly in New Zealand. Fractured thumb, didn't play. He's come back off sorts, but his balance is so exceptional all the time that you never feel as if he's stayed away from cricket, or never feel he's struggling or out of form.
I think the thing about watching Babar Azam play is the fact that he's always got time. and his balance is so good, and he's always in control. And if you've got a bowler who occasionally makes him look rushed, then you know that there's someone special that's bowling to him. That's a great thing about him. He's just got extra time, and the way that he flows so beautifully when he plays his drives. It really is a treat to watch.
3 test matches in Pakistan, 300s. The short bowlers are really almost ducking into that. Now Babar Azam, well, 3 consecutive hundreds, and he's probably looking at becoming the first ever Pakistani player to get 4 on the trot.
Suddenly the South Africans have got a little bit noisier out there in the slips cordon, realising that Ali certainly wasn't as confident as he normally is against the likes of Rabada, hitting hard on that splice.
Another check over the no ball. So he walks away, does this, and draws at 17 for 2. First 9 overs, just 17 runs scored, couple of wickets. And it's a change of bowling. First look at Nagiri.
Another tall lad, somewhere around about the 6'4" mark, Ngidi.
It's always the taller bowlers who get more indifferent bounce on surfaces like this, and they smash the ball short of a length. And with the new ball, we've seen that indifferent bounce, but it suits the type of bowling that's South African attack prospers on, just banging it in short of a length.
It's nicely bowled by Ngidi, and it's important that he follows up from the work that was done by Nortje and Rabada, because this South African bowling attack is really special. Have a look at the work done by the fast bowlers. Now this is South Africa's, in fact it's all the fast bowlers since 2015. South Africa are #1 there. Now this is the averages in tests. It's the best of any team at 24.19. You've got to go all the way down to #7 to look at Pakistan at 32.78, that average there. And then India at #2 and Australia at #3. These are numbers before today's game started, by the way, but it proves they're the best fast bowling group since 2015.
And that's courtesy Steyn, Philander, Morkel, Rabada, Olivia. And if we didn't lose, South Africa didn't lose players to Kolpak, they'd be, well, the A team would have bowlers who'll be getting wickets for fun.
Yeah, it really has been an amazing tradition in South Africa, actually. We go back to some of the great fast bowlers of the past, and then you the more recent past, the likes of Alan Donald as well, and those sort of guys. It's unbelievable the way they come through, and now you got these guys. Rabada, Ngidi, Nortje. Standing tall and certainly showing the way as well. He's got himself fitter, Ngidi. Doing some hard yards. Big, strong lad now.
And also you like the way the field is set. Yes, you want to be bowling short of a length, but also you want to be attacking the stumps. So you've got almost a leg gully, a short mid-wicket, you've got a mid-on, and you've also got the man back on the hook. So the line of attack will be pretty straight. And that is the way to go, especially where there's indifferent bounce and the way that the new ball will be. There won't be a lot of swing, but it's just working on that bounce and being as accurately hitting the stumps every delivery. Straight lines, nicely bowled. It's 18 for 2. Rabada carrying on, and he should really, because of those wickets that he's got. Babar Azam should also be aware that maybe 1, maybe 2 more overs. The importance of these couple of overs is huge.
Yeah, I think you're right. The fact that he's picked up 2 for 7, and also this is the head-to-head. This is the challenge. Babar Azam versus Rabada. If he can pick up another one, and if it happens to be the Pakistan skipper, then that really gives South Africa a real chance to run right into this Pakistan lineup.
You like the way South Africa are honing in on the stumps. They're targeting that front pad. Well, if you target that hit and win, you get $500. I think right now none of the batsmen will be actually looking at that, because it's more about survival. It is, well, it is square of the wicket, so you've got a chance with back of length bowling, but that will be a lot further from his mind.
That's exactly where Rabada wants to bowl to Babar right now. Wants to bowl that sort of line. Just that 5th stump line. He's just arrived at the crease. He's not moving as comfortably as he would like. He knows the challenge that is being posed by Rabada. Operating with only a couple of slips. In fact, it's a fine gully really, and a man at 2nd slip.
And the way onside, just a single. I think that this man, well, he get a few overs today. And the way that he bowls as well, very important. But right now, all the focus from this batting pair is to get through this Rabada as well. Maybe just 2 more deliveries. Almost 19 for 2.
I reckon that might be it. 6 overs. 2 for 8 is return. I think that might be time to have a little bit of a breather. Mind you, Quinton de Kock might be just asking him actually if he wants to have another one. Shrug of the shoulders. We've got Norkia that can also come back and have a burst as well.
A decision to make for Quinton de Kock. Does he let Nevada carry on for one more? Does he bring his fast man Nokia, or does he revert to spin? If I remember correctly, in South Africa, they tried this leg side theory and it actually worked a couple of times on pretty flat pitches. So they know how to work a batsman over, even with pitches which don't offer much, but with pace coming back into the stumps.
Yeah, they do, and Ngiddi's one of those blokes who also can do it with his angle. He's someone who slants the ball in quite nicely and often gets that angle back in towards the batsman, who gets extra bounce at times, not necessarily on this surface, but he certainly can get the angle right. You'll see that he delivers from wide. The angle back in is sometimes at the body and can cause a few problems. But yeah, they've tried it a few times. It does work, so it's not something that's unusual and new to them. Got to get those size 13s behind the line, though.
Truly over that one.
Yeah, it's nicely bowled. That's that nice angle from Ngidi back in towards the stumps. Good word from Alindar, by the way, actually, to Ngidi, just getting him to come back a little bit. So that's good work from Alindar. Good communication from him to the bowler. It's important to have a nice little rapport out there, and he informs the bowler if he's getting too close to that line. It's been a delight for the umpires now in the middle to not have to call no balls.
He's turning to the leg side, but that hasn't bounced at all. Talking about variable bounce, but making sure the ball's quick and straight. But look at that, it's hit right at the bottom end.
Yeah, nothing in that, no bounce. And this is day one of the test match, not day three. The way some of the balls were spinning from Yasir Shah, you would have thought it was day three, maybe even day four at times. A little bit of scarring out there in the middle for him to work with.
And again, this is wonderful bowling, keeping it very straight.
Yeah, that last delivery was on target, so that's where it becomes treacherous for the batsman. If you know the ball is starting to stay down, look at that. The last minute, he had to jam down at the last minute. He thought he was in the game for a while there, Ngidi. Baba is good enough just to keep it out. Slight movement of the bowling marker, just brought it back maybe about 8 inches because he knows he's always getting too tight to that front line.
Absorbing Test match cricket, 22 for 2. Rabada given a break. 6 overs left for the day. And the change of ends for Nokia. It's been a terrific new ball burst. They bowl straight, they bowl fast, they've got ball to jump around, and just to top it off, if they can get a couple of wickets or just one more wicket, they've come back into the game well.
It's been very impressive for South Africa. Their plans have been good. The captain's thinking has been good. And they've worked away at two basics, really. Looking to hit the top of off stump and using the short ball. Well controlled, good aggression, and they're running hard. They may not have got the runs they wanted in the first innings, but this has been a terrific response.
Absolutely. They say that good batting is about rhythm, and we have not seen any rhythm from Pakistan. That's a credit to South Africa on a dead pitch through pace. They're making it tough. This could be a good pair for Pakistan, by the way. Azhar Ali, loads of experience, over 80 test match experience. And Babar Azam, we know, is a class act. It's about partnership, it's about setting the tone, it's about calming the nerves of the dressing room. Because they've been hit quite badly on away tours. They've lost 4 series abroad in the last year and a half. So when that happens to you, dressing room in a way forgets about winning.
Nothing breeds confidence more than success. A happy changing room, a winning changing room, personal success out of there, things going to plan. The team just seems to knit so much better. I think that's quite a good thing about the series. Both teams have got a lot to play for, a lot to prove. But after day one, it's nearing the close now. It's, I think we're in for a very interesting test match, a second test match.
Oh, that's misfielded in a way, but there was always a big single on that occasion. Babar Azam would be a little rusty. He hasn't been out there playing any domestic cricket at all after his thumb fracture. Straight into a test match situation. And they're expecting miracles from him. They always do when he bats for Pakistan. He's such an asset for them.
This could be a very big occasion for him. 300s in his previous test matches. I think he will be the only Pakistan batsman, if he does get 100 yet, to get 4 in a row.
That's a big deal, considering that he was struggling so badly in test match cricket. And I think he got his first 100 after a spell of 19 test matches. And he hasn't since looked back. Got to look for low bounce. Got to look for that straighter line. 24 for 2. Great Zakir Khan in the middle of the picture. Had the pleasure of playing Test cricket with him. Zak manages international cricket for Pakistan Cricket Board. Always a helping hand.
The guy to his left looks a very important guy as well.
They're all very important people there.
A very tricky period this for Pakistan. 5 overs remaining for the day. You just want to get it behind you. You want to get back in the changing room, set your sights on the next day. So here's an opportunity for South Africa to really pick up another one. And Giddy's spot on. I've been so impressed with the way they found their lengths immediately. Roberto brilliant as usual. And Lungi and Giddy just following it up here. You just got to keep applying that pressure. You can only do so much. If you keep hitting those areas, at some stage you should find some success. But it's about that consistency. I wonder if we might, just with a couple of overs to go, see a bit of spin as a variation. Not just the obligatory type of traditional last over, but perhaps the next over. Who knows? Maharaj would be one of the options. Lindy's the other option. Hello. Is that suggesting that he might have a little bowl?
Shot mid-on in position. That is to make sure that he doesn't get an easy passage by working the ball into that gap on the leg side. He's a risky player, Babar Azam, so that's a well-appointed fielder, including that shot mid-on, because he's a lovely driver of the ball.
Well, I guess with the bowlers looking to hit the stumps there, we saw a short leg to start, but it wasn't very long, and Quinton de Kock positioned Bavuma there. Don't often see it, just behind square, catching, and it's worked so far. Angling it in, and Giddy, he's looking to hit those stumps. Almost got through. Was there a bit of swing? I wouldn't suggest that it would be a reverse swing, but that is definitely tailed in. Miss that and you're gone.
Let's see how he reacts to these dots. 24 balls for his 6 normally. In fact, 28 of 3 Azhar Ali. How he gets out of this situation, maybe with a cuppa. Relax the nerves.
Keep that camera steady.
It's a good over from Ngidi, attacking the stumps. 25 for 2.
The sun setting on the National Stadium here in Karachi. 4 overs remain for the day, and it's going to be Norki to continue. Thought for a moment that Maharaj might get a turn to bowl, but he's been impressive. Perhaps the captain feels that he is the best chance right now for another wicket.
That is such a good ball to Babar Azam, because he likes to drive the ball and just stopping himself when it mattered. Good leave. Nice seam position. Ball shaping away ever so slightly, but in the zone for a subcontinent striker to go for that massive drive.
He thought for a moment that he was. You saw the reaction from de Kock, and he's behind the stumps there, and he would have seen it best. Has he got out there quite often? Would you say it's a definite weakness in his game?
Who doesn't have a weakness, Daryl, outside the off stump? But it's not that obvious, because he knows how to get runs. 300s in a row now for Babar Azam. So if he picks up another, he'll become the first player in Pakistan to have scored 4 Test hundreds in a row. Don't bowl there. He's such a good player of that flick shot, like most subcontinent batsmen.
Yeah, one thing you knew, just don't stray on those pads. And that highlights the way you've got to bowl here, isn't it? It's a fine line between being too straight and just on that off stump. Literally talking, okay, the angle of the bowler might help you. As it comes down and pitches, it's going to be going more down leg, but you're only talking the distance between 2 stumps. So your control here is so important. Margin for error is small. If you get it right and you're consistent, it does bring you good rewards. Good speeds by all the South African quicks.
That short mid-on fielder is such a good post for Azhar Ali, because A is good through that area, and B, now South Africa want him to play across the line to miss that fielder.
Well, there were signs earlier. He didn't at the previous over against Ngedi, where he looked to go down the ground. The timing wasn't there, and back face closed on it. Well, this is good work. I think, Quinton de Kock's doing a good job, working well with his bowlers. He's now brought that man even further up.
Nicely played with soft hands, confusion, well fielded. Markram there making sure that the single wasn't leaked.
Well, the benefit de Kock has is that he's got the former captain close to him. Faf du Plessis, I'm sure he will constantly be suggesting a change or two to de Kock. It's always useful. There we go.
Bit of a detox for de Kock. Du Plessis. Wider of the stumps. It's a good angle from Nokia. 2 down for 26 Pakistan. National Stadium, Karachi, from that drone pic looks like a big fruity cake. Sights of Karachi.
Where are we in terms of the city? Are we on the outskirts, north, south, east or west?
Very good question. I come from Lahore, but I'll try. I think we are in the KDA zone, which is supposed to be a posh area, so you're okay. Like any other port city, Karachi. High-rising buildings. Maharaj coming on to bowl, left arm spin for the first time from South Africa.
Been a very steady performer for South Africa. A lot will be expected of him here. We saw the success by the Pakistan spinners. Can he emulate them? What influence can he have? We've seen some turn and bounce available. Short leg in, man on the drive, slip. Here we go.
There's never a good time to get out, but just 3 overs left. This is going to be tough for this pair, because you're looking at the clock, looking at another 18 deliveries, and that can occupy your mind needlessly. Oh! Close shave, because had that hit the pad, it would have been curtains for Babar Azam.
No, he'll have a good thought about this shot. Get it out of his mind very quickly. Play straight, play straight.
Oh, gone, I think. Finger is raised. That looked out. The straighter ball, the arm delivery, doing a fair bit of damage to Pakistan's cause here. Babar Azam wants a review. He's asking his partner what to do. Azhar Ali, I think it's a very reluctant recall.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Let's start with front arm spin medium, please. Yes, okay, roll it back, please. Roll it back. Now roll forward. I can see a clear gap between bat and ball. Can we go straight to ball tracking if ready? Yeah, original decision out. Pitch in line, impact in line, wicket sitting. Go back to on-field umpire. Aleem, stay with your original decision. You're on screen. Please signal.
Good decision by the umpire. It looked out the moment that ball hit the front pad. Very nervous outing for Babar Azam. Looked just a little bit raw after breaking his thumb, so didn't have a lot of cricket under his belt. But what a blow. South Africa needed a scalp before the end of play. They got the big one of Babar. Pakistan trailed by 194. Babar Azam is the latest casualty, gone for 7. Pakistan 3 down for 26, struggling after limiting South Africa to 220 in fact. Shaheen Afridi is the night watchman. 14 tests now for a left-arm pacer, best of 14.
Plenty drama here. The close of play is looming. I think that wicket had a lot to do with the pressure South Africa had built up. Their quicks were superb, just giving virtually nothing away. And a smart move here by de Kock, introducing the spinner, getting the big one. Surprising Babar Azam got the pad in the way there.
How many times you've seen a spinner doing the damage with a straighter ball? Because you sort of consumed in your mind, your thoughts are taken up by that vicious spinning delivery. And usually it's that harmless straighter ball that does the job. Lovely over from Maharaj. It's 26 for 3 Pakistan.
And it's also that harder new ball that just tends to slide on more. Doesn't really grip as much as an older ball. But that's a great start by Maharaj. A big wicket. Here we go. Just getting the pad in the way, playing absolutely down the wrong line. That's just gone straight on.
Very jittery forward defensive from Babar Azam. Straight as an arrow, Nokia. I think it was the delivery before that got him thinking about playing with that forward stretch. You see, there he was cramped, looked a dangerous shot, and then he decided to move forward with the front foot, and a nothing shot in the end, just hoping for the best that the ball would miss the stumps. Not to be his accurate, Maharaj, and credit to him with the new ball. To grip the ball and be accurate can be a different kind of challenge for a spinner if you're not used to it. Cleaned him up. Night Watchman is removed from the seed. It's Nokia's pace and accuracy that has dented Pakistan further. They're 4 down now.
Superb by South Africa. A brilliant response. Right through him. This is smart bowling. Tall man, big back lift, and beaten for pace. Just rewards for Nokia. It's been good. Control has been good. Aggression has been good. Every ball has had good purpose behind it. A real spot of bother here, Pakistan. 4 down for 27.
How the expressions have changed from being happy to being somber in a matter of half an hour. Fahad Alam is a local boy. He's out there to partner Azhar Ali. 8 matches for him, average of 33. Heavy scorer at first-class level. That's the reason why he's been asked to come and play again for Pakistan. Got 100 against New Zealand recently. Only second time that 14 wickets have fallen on day one in Karachi. India versus Pakistan way back in 2006. Saw a lot of activity with the ball. It's been an action-packed day for us. Day one here at National Stadium, Karachi. South Africa bowled out for 220. Pakistan struggling, 27 for the loss of 4. Don't be surprised, Darryl, You're looking at me as if I coached him for that stance.
For a moment I wondered where the bowler was coming from. He's found a way and he believes it works, and well done to him. But it did take me by surprise. I know now, I've seen him bat before.
Never forget a guy with that kind of stance. So from front on to side on.
But you know, Ramesh, you look at that, and I do a little bit of coaching, and I always say to guys, it's at the point of delivery. What position do you hold then? Get in there. It's you know, you don't want to be moving around too much, but he makes, I see there, two distinctive movements, back and across. There. If he started like that, you'd consider it fairly orthodox. As long as at the point of delivery, you're more or less there, your head is in a good position, it's still. I'm not too bothered about how you get there, but that is odd. Chandapal takes one back to him at the end of his career, adopted a very similar stance.
Nicely bowled, full length delivery, Yorker length at pace. South Africans have been so impressive with their line and direction. Take the first couple of overs out of the equation. Otherwise, they've been rock solid, trying to hit the stumps almost every time. This is how the wicket of Shaheen Afridi was nailed, with a straight delivery at pace.
There was some smart cricket behind it. De Kock had set a short leg. There was another catcher just to the right of short leg gully. And he gave him the full and straight one. So just wayward there with a short ball and put away by Fawad Alam.
It must be tough for the bowlers also to figure out how he's going to face the delivery from a front on to a side on, and then to have the ticker to play that cracking cut shot. That's good batting. A bit of aggression is not going to do any harm to Pakistan. Maybe that'll get them out of this tight situation. Last ball of the day, and what a day we've had. Wickets have tumbled. Sorry, it wasn't the last ball, it's going to be the last over of the day. A lot of rough area for Maharaj to exploit and experiment with. You see, that angle gives him a lot of options. He can try to bowl the batsman from round the stumps. Yeah, bowl that line where he's asking the batsman to play against the spin, or he can look for a leg before as well by bowling the original line.
He's a good bowler, you know, he's been around a while, he's steady. I wouldn't take him for granted. He knows what it's about. He's played a bit in England. He's got some really good cricket behind him through the years. He's bowled his overs. Has been a stunning day. Beautiful day, but it's been a stunning day in terms of cricket, where who would have thought? I just mentioned the stat earlier, Ramesh, that 14 wickets on the first day.
I initially had thought that South Africans were clearly about 30 runs below par. But looking at what Pakistan have produced with the bat, they are in the driving seat. Enough runs to tease and challenge Pakistan right throughout this test match now. 33 for 4. Pakistan have got to changed their strategy, way of thinking. I think they've been undone by good, solid cricket from South Africa. That has sort of squeezed the life out of Pakistan. There's been no rhythm with the bat, and as a result, 4 wickets down for 33. Bails are off. Quinton de Kock would be a happy man because the fight back was there from South Africa. They've bowled exceptionally well on a dead pitch. Got the result generally from the paceman.
That was a thought at the start of the day. Would South Africa's pace attack make a difference? And it has. Rabada leading them, picking up the first wicket. They would not have been happy with the bat. 7 wickets fell for not more than 80 runs, and they would have gone into the change not feeling the best of things, but it bounced back beautifully. 4 good wickets, some really controlled bowling, good fast bowling. Aggression levels good, looking to hit the stumps, odd use of the short ball. And that's been the story of the day. It's been 2 wickets in the first session, 4 and then 8 in the third and final session. That run rate, interestingly, has also dropped. One would expect it as the wickets fall. But it's left us with a lot to think about, and a lot to think about where both teams are, where are they in terms of being able to deal with each other, and where their strengths and weaknesses lie.
I think it's your mentality that will determine whether you're going to win this or not, because it's a mental game right now, especially for Pakistan. They've got to chase down 220. At this stage, they're not looking great in getting there. 4 wickets down. Shaheen Afridi was used as a night watchman. He went for a blob, and so a lot of work to be done by Azhar and Fawad, and rest of the cast. Plenty of highlights in that last session. Maharaj was undone by a good one from Yasir Shah, zipped through. Was Rabado, played some lovely shots, and then this was connected rather nicely, but found the fielder perfectly. In fact, it was the 12th man who got the catch. Yasir Shah grassing one, then the keeper on the very next ball not able to cap it. Went back to a ball that should have been played forward. Rabada struck some nice blows. It's very stylish, very elegant. This was a 6, cash taken, but the foot was outside the rope. In the end, it was Ngidi, was declared leg before wicket by Asim Raza, who's umpiring his first test match. The response from South Africa was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Attacked the stumps, got the results.
Yes, and that was the second to fall. A very good field placing there. Catch taken comfortably, and that was the modus operandi in terms of the quits. And then Maharaj introduced. This was a good piece of captaincy from de Kock, picking up a big wicket. And then the night watchman, Afridi. Big wicket was Babar Azam, and Afridi the next to go within a matter of balls. Set up by Nokia, so that's been South Africa's story with the ball. Not the best of days with the bat, but they've bounced back and they've given themselves a real opportunity here after 18 overs, having Pakistan 33 for 4. A real opportunity to play a big role in terms of the outcome of this test match. So both sides will have a lot to think about. Stronger resolve by Pakistan against the pace, and South Africa, when that ball started to turn, perhaps being a little bit less anxious.
So that's the match summary then. Pakistan trail by a long way, 187 runs. They bowled well to restrict South Africa to 220. Wickets for Yasir, Noman, Shaheen, Hassan Ali, they fielded well. Got a couple of run-out decisions. Pakistan loitering, 33 for the loss of 4. The cream removed from the scene, including the skipper, Babar Azam, was a prize scalp. Went to Maharaj, one for nothing, 2 for Rabada, and Nokia bowled with pace, 1 for 20 of his 7 overs. All right, we'll take a break now and come back with the post-match session for you.
Yeah, what a day one we've had between Pakistan versus South Africa. Pakistan pretty much in the driver's seat in the first half of the day, but South Africa seem to have clawed their way back in. They've taken 4 wickets, but more importantly, the all-important wicket of Babar Azam as well. Alongside with me, I've got Bazid Khan and Mike Hazeman. Baz, the narrative seems to have changed. It started off really well for Pakistan, as we've seen many a times, but didn't quite end well the way they wanted it to.
Yeah, I think South Africa came back extremely well. They bowled tight lines, they bowled within the stumps, and with these faster men, the variable bounce comes into play a lot. The new ball did talk, and they needed that. If South Africa hadn't taken wickets today, you'd say that maybe the test match almost gone too far away from them, but they've come back with a bang.
They surely have come back with a bang. Hazy, I mean, we spoke about how important the space attack is going to be for South Africa, despite different conditions, but they seem to be up to task.
Yeah, I think you've got to go back and say well done to the so far to the selection of the team, because they stayed with the big three quicks. Now, I guess there was some chance that they were going to only have a couple of quicks and maybe a few more spinners at one stage, but they then stayed with Rabada and also Nortje in particular, and Ngidi. And Rabada hasn't played for 12 months, but he looked terrific. It looked like he was really enjoying it. It looked like he was full of lots of energy. And Nortje just likes bowling quick. He's a lovely kid. He just likes running in the whole time and bowling as quick as he possibly can. But to see Maharaj get that wicket was so important. But a really good performance from the South Africans to come back after losing 8 wickets, the last 8 wickets for 112 runs, and at one stage they were 108 for 2. So it wasn't a really good batting display from them, so they had to come back.
Well, there's another guy who had a great day, Baz. It was Nouman Ali. I mean, we've spoken a lot about him, how he's done well in the domestic, second highest wicket taker, and he was reaping the rewards here today.
Yeah, and it just showed the experience at domestic level. He's from 2007 onwards, he's been playing domestic cricket. He knows his strengths, he knows how to bowl, and he did not look out of place in this situation. Very accurate, very good at bowling stump to stump, gives the captain control, and it was the same in the test match. It wasn't as if he'd stepped up or playing a different game. He got a couple of wickets. That one, sort of a shot that Quinton de Kock won't look back on. But the arm ball worked, but I think the accuracy and the way that he gave Babar Azam control, it just gave them the opportunity to apply the pressure throughout the innings.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at South Africa and some of their dismissals as well, Hazy, I mean, you got to say that some of the shot selection was perhaps questionable. Even Van der Woesten, the way he was playing and the kind of shots that he went out for, a lot to reflect upon at the end of the day, that perhaps they could have got some extra runs had they been just a little bit more careful.
Yeah, we saw a shot of Dean Elgar there sitting on the sidelines after he got dismissed. He got that 50 and he was sitting on the sidelines looking visibly annoyed with the fact that he chased a wide one. Now, he gussed out for a long time, so as he always does, but a couple of guys played some rash shots. I mean, there's no doubt the run-outs didn't help the case at all, and a couple of very ordinary scenarios for them. So this is things which they'll be, I mean, it helps if you keep the bat in your hand. I mean, that really does help. You're looking to dive in your crease, and that didn't work out on that occasion. Quinton de Kock is captain. I mean, captains, we know he's a free-flowing player. We know he likes playing those sort of strokes. But I mean, as a captain, you really is on 15. You really can't do that. And all these batsmen, the top 7 batsmen, there's the one I was talking about with Elgar. The top 7 batsmen got starts, and then a lot of them just threw it away to a certain extent. So very disappointing, really. And this is Temba Bavuma. It's not the first time he's been run out in Test cricket either. And I said it on air that he's only 5'4". If he was 5'6", he would have made his ground. But it wasn't to be, out by a short distance, as you can see. But he was on his way as well. So there were a couple of guys in that change room. We're sitting there feeling pretty disappointed about what happened today. And thankful that the Quicks have come back and done a good job at the end of play at this stage.
Well, you have to attribute some of these dismissals to the good fielding of Pakistan as well, Baz. I mean, they've been given a lot of flack over the years, even in that New Zealand tour, but some good catches taken, some good run-outs.
Oh, brilliant. Imran Butt, who's brilliant in the field. He comes with that reputation. The energy, the intensity in the field throughout was terrific. Rizwan has been wonderful behind the stumps. And yes, playing South Africa, the pioneers of good fielding, and maybe with their running they help Pakistan along as well. They want other sides to field as well as they do, and they gave Pakistan the opportunity showcase that.
And if I can just chip in as well, I was pleased to hear the noise, the encouragement from the team also through the stump mics. And it was great to hear the noise from the keeper and encouragement for the rest of the fielders as well. They were really buzzing the field, and that's not something you normally associate with Pakistan in the field. Often they are down a little bit because things haven't gone their way, but it was great to hear the
Maybe
the
you
buzz.
just turned the volume up too much.
I'll check that tomorrow. I'll check that tomorrow.
Well, we can have a look at the batting card as well to see how things fared. Of course, like I said, Pakistan started well. Dean Elgar, I mean, his 58, he's carrying on with his good form. He's got the most amount of runs as a test opener since 2015. And then you had a brilliant bowling performance by Noman Ali. Yasir Shah, of course, was the pick of the bowlers. And in the end, South Africa was bowled out for 220. Yeah, so this is how it looked. Shaheen Shah getting the early breakthrough, getting those 2 wickets. Hassan Ali making a comeback, got a wicket at the latter part of the innings, and then Noman and Yasir, the spin duo, making all the inroads. Yeah, so we've got an exciting contest at our hands, but we'll take a short breather. Be back in just a couple of minutes. Yeah, we've had a great day one at National Stadium, Karachi. Pakistan at the end of the day were 33 for 4, all thanks to that brilliant bowling performance by South Africa. Baqiso Rabada, you know, we've seen what he can do with the ball, and that's what we saw today as well. Yeah, just another confirmation. Rabada, Nokia taking 1 wicket as well. Maharaj, I mean, a lot was spoken about him and what his role is going to be. He also chipped in with another one, and that's how things fared. So Pakistan still trailing by 187 runs, 33 for 4. We've got lots to play for tomorrow. It's going to be an interesting one, and both teams are poised pretty evenly. Yeah, so much spoken about that pace attack. Kagiso Rabada, he's coming back after a bit of a while, a bit of a break, Hazy. But, you know, pace, no matter what the conditions are, that's always a strong weapon for a team to have.
It certainly is, but I think the thing about Rabada, and a few people were worried about the fact that he hadn't played for 12 months at Test level. Now, I mean, he's such a pure cricketer. He's such a wonderful bowler that, you know, he would have been quite happy and quite relaxed about things, and it wouldn't have concerned him at all. And he would have known that once he got an opportunity to get out on the park, he would have made a difference, and he did that straight away. Yes, it took an over perhaps to settle in and get it absolutely spot on. But when he did get it right, it was terrific to watch. I mean, he's a class act, he really is. This variable bounce also from the same sort of area as what he can do. He's one of those guys who's got that rare ability to get that, to popping off a length. And there's only really very few guys around the world that can actually do that, and that's because he's extra pace, and he's got such a pristine high action as well. That's where you can get that. So it's really terrific to see the work that he did, and he makes a difference, that's for sure. Great to have him in the South African lineup.
Where does this pace battery come from in South Africa? I mean, they keep on delivering, they keep on coming up with new fast bowlers.
You want to go back, you know, you can go back a long time, and you go back to the Hine and Adcocks. You can go back to Mike Proctor, the guys that your dad played against. I mean, they were always around the place and played with as well.
Black and white.
Yeah, exactly. those old films, yeah. But they're always there. The Alan Donalds, I mean, the Dale Steins. I mean, they're not just good fast bowlers, they are the best fast bowlers. That's the thing about it.
Baz, I mean, looking at that invariable bounce, remember Pakistan has to bat last, so not great signs if you're from the Pakistan dressing camp.
Well, you don't want to be looking that far right now. You want to be concentrating on this first innings. I think the pace that they've got and the way that they hit the wicket so hard, they will probably, the fast bowlers will get more variable bounce just because of the height and the pace that they have. One thing that I was disappointed about was Rabada has intensity up, but the celebration wasn't quite there.
You wanted to see the Steve Smith celebrations.
Correct,
You wanted those back again. He says that he's not going to do that again, but he has said that before when he got in trouble, so we'll have to see. I think you'll find some of his teammates grabbing him and dragging him away if it looks like happening.
Well, it wasn't just the pace attack though. I mean, Keshav Maharaj getting the big one.
Yeah, he comes on and bowls straight and gets the ball to skid on. This will be a challenge now because very first day we're seeing the variable bounce and also spin. So one spins and the other doesn't. Is exactly what Yasir Shah did. But now as hopefully this will keep deteriorating for South Africa's advantage, it'll be that they have to bowl last on this pitch or that they can make more inroads if they can bowl straight. And we saw the tactics throughout those overs where they just kept on bowling straight.
Well, who do you think is going to be the happier team, Hazy, at the end of the day's play?
A lot of people don't like the word momentum. I do, and I think going after day one, South Africa in that change room, the fact that they got Babar Azam out is going to have them buoyed up in that change room, and knowing they can come out and if they bowl well in the first first hour tomorrow morning can make a huge difference on that surface.
All right, thank you so much for your time, boys. And we've got a lot more planned for you for tomorrow. A great riveting contest awaits, and we will be joining you at 9:30 a.m. Slightly later, but yeah, plenty to play for. Thank you so much for your time once again, gentlemen. And yeah, that's pretty much all we have for you from here. I hope you enjoyed today's coverage. See you guys tomorrow.